Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Let Us Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Female Deku Had Magic Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. She could see all of Tokyo. From the bay to the mountains to every single building in between, she could see them all. Her old middle school was somewhere in all of that mess. The park where she practiced her magic, the shrine that she found herself drawn to, and if she had enough time, she might even be able to find her apartment. There was just one problem. As happy as she was that her newest spell could be considered a success, it was also a failure. A failure in that it wasn't so much a spell that let her fly, but rather, one that just pushed her in one direction really far, and that direction she chose just so happened to be up. Once again, Izumi was reminded that gravity was not her friend. The view of Tokyo was breathtaking right up until the panic set in and she was sent plummeting towards the UA campus. Her teacher, classmates, and others were all scrambling around like ants down on the field they had been testing in. She couldn't believe it. After all that work, after all that training, after nearly getting crushed by a giant robot, this was how she was going to die, by going splat on her second day at UA. This was a bit on the anticlimactic side. All things considered. Okay, think, there has to be something you can do to not go splatoo. That was what she wanted to say. She wanted to pretend that she was currently attempting to handle this situation in a level-headed manner. Instead, what she really said was, I don't want to die. I don't wanna help. All while flailing her arms and tumbling through the air as the ground got closer and closer with a dazzling amount of speed. I got you. 40. Izumi Midoriya, age 7. Glowing fingers. That was what her quirk was called. Whenever she brought her pointer into index, no, the one next to the pointer, the middle one that her mom said was bad to show people, together it would create a light, and then she could draw with that light. Her quirk wasn't too bright, less bright than the nightlight that was in the bathroom, and maybe as bright as a star, but it was warm and comfortable, like a firelight that lingered in the air like a ribbon. When she was 6, she discovered that she could use her quirk when she held onto a stick or a pen. She could use anything that was long and slender to draw with her quirk. She could even use it with a spatula, but her mom got mad when she did that when she was helping her mom cook, mostly because of the mess. Izumi loved her quirk. She loved to try and draw things in the air before the light started to fade and to make her mom smile with it. All of her friends thought it was a neat quirk. All of them except for one. He said her quirk was useless, and Izumi knew he was right. Stupid Kaken. She pawed at her eyes, trying to push the tears to the side just long enough so she could see where she was going. She really didn't know where. She had just ran away from Kaken deeper into the park where they were playing. She was way out of the area that her mom said she could play. He doesn't know what he's talking about. She wanted to be a hero, and she was going to be a hero, even if all her quirk did was look pretty. They had played hero enough for Izumi to know that when it came to doing anything useful, her quirk didn't provide any options. Even if someone touched the light, nothing would happen. It was solid. It didn't burn. It wasn't even warm. It was just light. There had been plenty of heroes that had quirks that were light-based. Dr. Light could blind people and even make people glow with a touch. Lux could trap people in her light, and Laserface shot lasers out of her face. But all of them had light that was actually light, or was special light. Dr. Light had regular light. He just had a lot of it, and could even make lasers if he wanted to. Lux had solid light, and Laserface had lasers. But Izumi's quirk was just a glow. She tried to make it brighter. She tried to make it solid. She tried to make it last long, but all it did was look pretty. It's not fair. She whined before she tripped on a branch and tumbled forward a bit. The scrape she got on her knee didn't hurt that much because she was already crying. She wasn't a crybaby either. Kaken's a mean, stupid jerkface. She grabbed a stick from the ground, her quirk activating and the glow flowed from the tip. Stupid, swish, stupid, swoosh, stupid, swoop, stupid, sha, stupid, boom. Izumi opened her eyes, dropping the stick just in time for a nearby tree branch to fall to the ground with a loud snap. A sudden bout of tiredness hit her hard, making it feel like she hadn't eaten anything all day. Her head was spinning, and her limbs felt weak, but the shock of what just happened kept her from fainting. Floating in the air for a second was her quirk. A symbol that looked like a jagged arrow was floating there in blue light that was different from her usual soft pale yellow light. Instead of fading bit by bit like her quirk normally did, this symbol faded all at once. She looked around for anyone around her that might have caused this, but she was alone. Pushing herself off the ground with shaking hands, Izumi moved towards the branch that had fallen. The branch looked old, and not exactly healthy compared to the other branches of the tree. There were a few green leaves towards the edges of the branch though, so it might not be dead. But it was the side of the branch that was supposed to be attached to the tree that caught Izumi's eye. The bottom part looked like it had been torn by its own weight, but the top part looked like it had just exploded or something. Did she do that? Was that her quirk? Was her quirk drawing stuff and then making stuff explode? That was amazing. How'd I do that? Can I do it again? I want to see it this time. Wait, the stick. Izumi ran all of 3 steps before the fatigue hit her again, but she ignored it and continued over to the stick she had grabbed. She took it in her hand again and watched as her quirk worked with it once more, a pale white light coming from its tip. Okay, how did? Well, she swayed for a second before she stood, her feet firmly planted on the ground. How did it work? Do I just point at something? Could she make Kaken's stupid face explode? Wait, that was what villains do. Exploding someone's face was probably a terrible idea. And she didn't want to hurt the trees either. So, though, there was some water. Could she explode water? Did water explode? She watched All Might punch a tidal wave once and that water exploded. So yes, water exploded. Making her way down to the small creek that ran through this part of the park, Izumi took her glowing stick and began to wave it around, her quirk leaving a trail of light in the air that lingered. Nothing happened. She tried again, drawing something else. More nothing. Why isn't it working now? Work. She flailed her arm around, drawing wide circles. Nothing happened. Again, just like always. Izumi pouted and stared at the stick for a few seconds. Was this even the right stick? Why did her quirk need a stick to work? Did other quirks need sticks to work? Did someone have a stick quirk? Focus. She slapped her cheeks like her dad did whenever he was trying to work from home, and looked at the stick again. It was just a stick. There wasn't anything special about it. So, why didn't her quirk make the water explode again? What if it was her drawing? How did it look again? It was kind of like an arrow, but not really, and a bit more jagged, and like lightning bolt. Why? Maybe if she just tried to draw that again. Izumi took a breath, holding the stick out in front of her again, and started to slash at the air like she had when she was screaming at Kaken in her head. The result was completely different from the drawing she saw. She tried again, and again, and again, and again. She even tried to get really mad at Kaken again while she drew, but still nothing happened. Izumi. She heard her mom call through the park. She sounded worried, which meant that when she found her, she was going to be mad again. She might even get grounded again. One last chance. It had to be the drawing. She just had to do it right. With a careful hand, Izumi held the stick out in front of her. She tried to picture the drawing as clear as she could and closed her eyes. A swish, a swoosh, a swoop, and a sha. Izumi opened her eyes and felt her entire body grow numb. The drawing was blue this time, and this time she saw it. A blast of stuff shot out from the drawing and flew down into the water, causing it to splash like that time she and Kaken managed to push a big rock off a ledge into the water. That was awesome. That was so awesome. And why was she falling down? It felt like she couldn't even stand. Her legs stopped working and her head just felt like it was floating on nothing. It was just like before, but even more weird. She didn't like this feeling. She started to fall and then stopped. Izumi. Her mom had her by the shoulders now, and was holding her up. Oh, thank goodness you're okay. What were you doing out here? What was that noise? Oh my goodness, you look like you're about to faint. What happened? Izumi could only smile as she pointed with her stick towards the water. I can be a hero, Mom. She was vaguely aware of her mom carrying her out of the park, the words her mom were saying, and the numbness of her body. It didn't matter why her body felt like this. Right now she was just happy. Nothing but happy. She could be a hero. Izumi Midoriya, age 12. Figuring out her quirk took a lot of time, effort, energy, and Izumi loved every single part of it. Sure, she was only able to practice it at most a few hours a day, in part because she was only allowed to use her quirk a few hours each day, and also because testing took a lot of energy. But that still didn't mean she couldn't devote all of her free thoughts towards figuring it out. That was why she made her spellbook. Sure, it was just a regular notebook that she just called a spellbook, but it still had everything she had learned about her quirk inside of it. Taking a sip of her drink, Izumi enjoyed the privacy of the rooftop spot she snuck into for her lunch. Here she could relax and just be herself without having to deal with all of her classmates bothering her. And what's more, she could even sneak in a bit of practice with her quirk. She grabbed her spellbook and smiled. Ever since she had figured out that her quirk could do more than just make pretty lights, they had changed the name of her quirk. Symbology. Izumi didn't really understand the name too much. She guessed it was because she drew symbols and then stuff happened. But wasn't ology supposed to be for like science and stuff? Like, rock science was geology, animal science was biology, and studying stars was astrology. But she guessed it made sense because she had to actually study her quirk to use it. Oh, Izumi flipped to the back of her spellbook for a small list she kept on the last page for possible hero names. Would symbologist be a good hero name? She wrote the name down and put a bunch of question marks next to it. It was kind of silly to work on her hero name before she even got into middle school, but she wanted to have a good one for when she got into UA. She was going to become a hero just like All Might and save everyone with a smile on her face. Only she wouldn't be 7 feet tall and have giant muscles, unless she found a spell that did that. Maybe there was a transformation symbol she could figure out. Flipping to the front of her notebook, Izumi went over what she knew about her quirk. It was a bit like trying to learn a language from a single sentence, and sometimes randomly finding new words just by randomly drawing stuff. Each spell was made up of multiple parts that determined what it would do. The first spell she ever did was her magic bolt. It was made up of an impact, forward, and arrow symbols all placed in a specific order. She started to call these symbols runes, mostly because it was easier than calling everything a symbol. Besides, runes sounded more magical than symbols. She divided her runes into categories. Effect, which she only knew two of right now, impact and light. Direction, which she had one, forward. Shape, which she had three, arrow, ball, and ring. While light didn't do anything besides create a bright light, it was actually really useful because not only did it not take up much energy to use light spells, but they also didn't make things explode, which was super good for sneaking in some practice. Izumi placed her spellbook down carefully and flipped open to a page she had devoted towards developing new spells. Just last week she had discovered the light rune, so now she had lots of time to practice. She took 3 steps forward and held her pencil up in front of her. Her quirk activated, causing the end to glow briefly. While she could use her fingers well enough, there were benefits to using a wand to practice with: finer control, smaller spells, and it was less draining. Probably because the bigger the surface she had to draw with, her fingertips were a lot thicker than a pencil tip, the more powerful the effect would be. Light, forward, arrow. In the bright noon sun it was hard to see, but the spell went off and a brief arrow light shot from her wand, flying off and quickly fading to nothing in the blink of an eye. Light, forward, ball. A sphere about the same size as a football emerged from her wand and then plodded along. The spell looked like a miniature sun made of a pure simple white light that moved a few feet before it hit a fence and exploded in sparkling light. Now to try and develop something new. Developing a new effect would be risky on a school building, but direction and shape shouldn't be too problematic. Maybe if she... What the hell are you doing up here, Deku? Izumi spun and felt her jaw clench as she saw Katsuki, Bakugo, and 2 of her old friends holding her spellbook. A pit formed in her stomach. Part of the reason why she ate lunch up here was specifically to avoid running into him. Her hand started to shake and she gripped her pencil tight. "Kachin," she said firmly. The habit of calling him that name hadn't gone away. "Put that down." Katsuki growled, holding her spellbook rough and glaring at her with red eyes. "You're saying this is more important than me?" Izumi bit her lip and shook her head. "To me it is." She should have lied. She should have said anything else. But heroes don't lie. "So this stupid notebook means more to you than your friends?" Katsuki shook the notebook with one hand, bending the spine of it as he looked at her. His other hand was free, and was held in an upwards-facing claw that he liked to make whenever he was going to use his quirk. "Then without it you'll start hanging out with us again. You're not my friends." Izumi took a step forward, arms straight down. "You're just a big jerk." "Oh, we're not." His hand sparked and he grabbed onto her book with a laugh. "Then I guess I don't have any reason to not rip this to shreds." Years of notes were destroyed in seconds as her notebook went up in flames thanks to Katsuki's explosive quirk. He laughed, grabbing fistfuls of pages, tearing them out and setting them ablaze, sending the flaming ashes into the air. "You jerk." The first punch she ever threw out of anger landed right on Katsuki's face, and the second, and the third. After that, she was the one getting punched. 40. Her face still hurt. When Katsuki and her had both got sent home, her mom had wasted no time in getting things started. Katsuki's mom had called a dozen times to apologize, and Katsuki had gotten a longer suspension than she had, but the damage had been done. "So, after reviewing your daughter's case, Ms. Midoriya, and going over her grades, we've decided that the best place for her is at Haruno Jr. The bird-headed lady in a suit folded her feathered hands over her lap and tilted her beak to the side. Her voice was song-like and she was very colorful as well. "We'll still need her to take the entrance exam, however, just to be sure." "Oh, that's no problem. That's no problem at all, right, Izumi?" her mom asked, glancing over to her with a panicked smile that she had on all day. "Thank you so much, Mrs. Paradise." Izumi just nodded. She really didn't want to transfer schools, mostly because she didn't understand why she had to go while Katsuki got to stay, but it wasn't like she had any friends at that old school because of Katsuki. "Excellent, excellent. Now, at Haruno Jr. we do have a strict club enforcement, but thanks to our donors such as the Yaoyorozu, we have a wide range of clubs for you to choose from. Our girls' volleyball team actually went to the nationals last year as well, so, Izumi dear, what do you care about most?" Before her mom could say something like drawing or anything else, Izumi said what she wanted. "I want to be a hero." Somehow, despite her beak, Izumi could see the woman smiling. "Oh, well, that's fantastic. We've had quite a few pro heroes pass through our doors in the past. I'm certain that you'll be on the way as well, so I take it you'll want an athletic club then, maybe judo, or perhaps even track and field. Something to keep you active." Mrs. Paradise stood and clapped her feathered hands. "Oh, I know. We're having a tour next Sunday for some of our future first years. Why don't you join in as well? I believe a few of the girls also wish to become heroes as well." Sure. The more Izumi was hearing about this school, the more she was actually looking forward to going there as well. 40. Hello, I'm Nejair Hado, a bubbly third year that was going to be giving their tour, bounced around practically floating as she skipped around like a fairy. I'm a third year here at Haruno Jr. I'm going to be your tour guide today. I'm also going to be the captain of the swimming club once the school year starts, so I hope to see some of you there. Haruno High was a bit further away than her old school, and even further away than the middle school she would have normally gone to, making for a 40-minute trip to and from each day. But seeing the school when it wasn't raining made it feel worth it. The campus was huge too, with several buildings for classrooms and even more for sports. All of the gardens tended to, and there was like no garbage too. It just felt so nice and clean looking. It was hard not to smile in a place like this. Plus the uniform was super cute too. It was a white sailor outfit with a pink ascot. And the skirt was blue as well, and it was fun to swish with. And it looked even cuter on her soon-to-be senpai, especially with how she bounced in it. So that's what a third year looked like. Alright, so, Nejair stuck her hand up in the air. We're going to have people buddy up. My senpai had us group up by birthday last time. But that's boring, so we're going to have everyone group up based on if I think you two look cute together. Somehow, likely through her quirk, Nejair was about to float as she zoomed around the group of 10 or so girls, pairing them up with each other. And you too. Izumi nearly collided with the tall black-haired girl that had almost crashed into her. She looked like the kind of girl that could be class president. Tall, with long black hair, black eyes, and kind of smart-looking too. Ew, sorry about that, the girl muttered, straightening out her uniform. I think our new senpai is a bit too excited. Yeah, but at least she's fun. Izumi smiled up at her new buddy. I'm Momo Yurazu, by the way. The girl extended her hand towards Izumi. It felt like Izumi had heard that name somewhere before. I'm Izumi Midoriya. Let's be friends, alright. Hey, is it that easy to make friends? Momo asked, a look of shock coming over her face as she covered her mouth with one hand. Izumi just shrugged. I guess I didn't really have any friends in middle school. She pointed towards her still black eye. Had bullies though. Oh, that's terrible. What did you do to get bullied? Momo asked with genuine concern coming over her face. I wanted to be a hero, Izumi said proudly. They were mad that I was practicing my quirk during lunch, I guess. Or just Katsuki being a general a whole. That's a silly thing to bully someone over, but don't worry, I want to be a hero too, Momo said proudly. Then her shoulders slumped just a bit. But I used to be homeschooled, so sorry if I'm not good at being a friend. You're already a great friend, Momo. Izumi could feel the smile pulling on her cheeks. Hey, why don't we make a promise? Let's both get into UA. Momo blinked, smiled, and then nodded. Sure, that sounds ga. They both looked over towards their senpai, Nejair, who was hovering a few inches off the ground looking at them with bright eyes. You two are so cute. I've decided you're my favorites. Come on, let's start the tour. Oh, and tell me all about your quirks. In less than 20 minutes, Izumi was pretty sure that Nejair had asked her more about her quirk and herself than literally anyone else. Momo gave a light laugh and gave Izumi's arm a light nudge. I thought that we were supposed to be asking her questions, not the other way around. Izumi matched the laugh and flapped her arms as Nejair led them through the halls of the campus. They had already gone through most of the main buildings already, so only the science and sports buildings were left. Yeah, but it's kind of nice. I like talking about my quirk. Besides, she kind of answers everything before we can even ask the question. Yeah, Momo ran her hand through her hair and gave a light sigh that made Izumi feel like she was about to be either praised or scolded. She's asked me more than a few questions that I still haven't come up with answers for. Like your 3 sizes. Izumi gave a big smile and watched as Momo turned completely and utterly pink, just like she had when Nejair had first asked that question. She had also been asked that question, and she actually answered with a slight shrug. She had accepted that currently she was a bit behind some other girls her age, especially girls like Momo, and doubly especially girls like Nejair. But Nejair was 2 years older than her, so that made sense. Momo folded her arms over her chest, though the uniform didn't really give away too much information unless Momo stretched her back. Not you too. Hee, sorry, you're just cute when you blush. And that made Momo turn ever so slightly redder. Please don't tease me so much. Ah, okay. Izumi placed both hands behind her head and watched as Nejair talked about all of the science rooms that they had at Haruno Jr., ranging from the astronomy club to the home ec club, and even the science club. A few of the club presidents showed up and talked about their clubs along the way, but none of them were especially interesting to Izumi. Hey, Nejair-senpai, I have a question. With the energy of an excited puppy tripping over its own feet, Nejair zoomed over in front of Izumi, nearly falling as she tried to come to a stop. You do? What about? Is there a quirk-related club? Or, maybe, a future hero club we could join? Ooh, Nejair's eyes went wide, and she leaned back. Her mouth was small and slightly open. Then she shrugged. Nope, not really, but there are lots of clubs here that you can join that can help you with your quirks and stuff. Like I had a senpai that was on the swim team that wanted to learn to use her quirk underwater, and we all helped her with that. I joined the swim club partially because I like swimsuits and stuff, but also because it helped me with my quirk. Oh, wait, hey, Momo. And just like that, Izumi had lost Nejire's interest. Ache. Momo gave a light yelp when Nejire appeared in her face. You said that your quirk uses your fat, right? Nejire pointed towards Momo's stomach, which prompted the black-haired girl to place her arms over her stomach. Yes, Momo shrunk under Nejire's intense stare. If that's true, why don't you put on some weight? That way, you'd be able to use your quirk more. Besides, if you're too big, you can just make a car and be ready for summer. Or did you not explain your quirk properly the first time? Once again, Nejire was floating a few inches off the ground. Her foot occasionally touched the ground, only for her to spring back up like she was trying to stand in water that was just slightly too deep. Oh, well, while the fat that's stored in my body is theoretically usable, it's actually slower than using the fat that my body is currently breaking down from my meals. And less efficient. The blush currently staining Momo's cheeks remained as she shuffled her feet. Besides, I like being, slender. Oh, that's so neat. And you? Nejire's interest had been gained without Izumi doing anything. What's it like when you use your quirk? It's super neat how you can make it do stuff. It's like Momo can make anything that she knows about. And you can do the same thing, but not with stuff, but with stuff. Nejire touched the ground and blinked for a moment. Does that make sense? Izumi opened her mouth and stared at the curious blue-haired girl that she had been stuck with for an hour now and then towards Momo, who was also looking at her curiously. Well, when I complete an she felt her cheeks burn. This was her first time calling her spells in front of other people. That was just what she called them in her head for the most part. Spell, a pause, no one cared that she called them spells. Neat. When I complete a spell, I feel like I have less energy, and if I use it too much, then I get kind of lightheaded and stuff, and moving is pretty hard. And Nejire grabbed her hands and clapped them in front of Izumi's face. Your quirk's just like mine. Yeah, it's like that feeling that you get when you're all fine, and then you run around and do stuff, and then your body remembers you didn't eat, and you just feel like really terrible. You're tired but awake, and it's like your head is swimming in a fishbowl filled with angry goldfish. Izumi could only process about half of what Nejire was saying as her words came out at speeds that made Izumi feel like someone had pressed fast forward on Nejire. Ooh, yeah, that's what it feels like when I use my quirk too much. It takes up my stamina. And when I was first in middle school, I couldn't even do anything without feeling super tired, and sometimes I'd even pass out if I used my quirk too much. Then I had a senpai say I should join the swim team to increase my stamina, and it worked, and now look. Nejire darted back, floating in the air again and wobbling slightly. I can almost fly with my quirk, and I'm not really tired. You should join the swim team. I'd love to have you as my super cute kuhai. Izumi blinked, but I'm not a good swimmer. That's fine. Sucking at stuff is the first step towards being good at something. And besides, you want to increase your stamina so you can use your quirk more, right? You want to be a hero too, right? So why not? This will help you a lot. Plus, you get to wear a cute swimsuit and look. Nejire pulled up her skirt and pointed towards her thighs, making Momo blush and look away. When you swim a lot, your thighs look really nice. And your butt gets firm too. Plus, it works out your whole body. It's great. Honestly, there wasn't a lot that Izumi could disagree with there. All of those things sounded amazing. And being a hero was a physically demanding job. She shrugged and looked towards Momo. Well, what do you say, Momo? Want to join the swim team with me? Oh, Nejire grabbed Momo's hands and looked at the girl with sparkles in her eyes. Yes, please. I bet you'd look super cute in a swimsuit, especially if you had a ponytail. Nejire gasped and shot her arms up in celebration. We should all get ponytails. Ooh, Momo gave a light shrug. Outside of general fitness, I'm not sure what swimming would do for me. If your boobs grow more, it'll help your back muscles out. Nejire replied like that had just sweetened the deal a lot. I suppose. Momo offered a shrug. I'd like to see the other options before I decide. But it sounds like the swim club would be ideal for you, Izumi. Nejire grabbed both their hands again and pulled them along. Great. Come on, let me go show you the pool first. That'll convince you. Then we can go to the other clubs. Honestly, Izumi did feel a little bad for the others that Nejire had locked onto her and Momo so far. But, at the same time, she was a little jealous of the others that weren't the center of attention. The indoor pool of Haruno Junior High was massive, with a set of stands on one side and an enormous wall of windows that made the room feel like it was both indoor and outdoor. There was even a 2-story diving platform on one end, and some other equipment scattered around the pool. Welcome to the pool. The only downside is that it sucks when we have to clean it, but we only have to do that once a year, and we play music and have a BBQ afterwards. The rest of the time, we're doing laps. Swimming to improve our time and forms. Sometimes we even practice with water polo, and that's super fun. Nejair spun around as she gestured towards the pool, a great big smile on her face. Then she let out a pout and crossed her arms. I'd show you our school swimsuits because they're super cute and stuff, but I was told I wasn't allowed to do that. Oh, and the pool's heated too. Nejair flopped her arms and then looked towards the pool. Sorry, it's kind of boring when we can't actually get in it. It's fine, Nejair. Izumi smiled and waved her hand. But I think I might join. It sounds like a lot of fun. Yeah, alright. Now, we need to find a club for Momo, and Nejair looked behind them at the rest of Izumi's future classmates. And the rest of you. Anyone want to join the swimming team? Nobody even responded. Most of the other girls had expressed interest in the less physical clubs already. 40. Izumi, Momo asked softly once Nejair's tour had come to an end. The blue-haired girl had waved everyone goodbye and floated off into the main building, leaving the tour group to find their own way home, much like how they found their own way there. Momo folded her hands in front of her skirt and bit her lips slightly. Seeing as how Nejair-senpai had hijacked our conversations, I didn't get the chance to ask, would you like to come to lunch with me today? I know of a good place nearby, and afterwards, we could even shop for supplies. Izumi winced. She did want to go, but her cash was limited to just enough to buy a drink from a vending machine if she really wanted. Ooh, sorry Momo, but I don't have any money on me. Oh, Momo's shoulders slumped, but then she blinked and smiled. Oh, I know. I can pay for our meal. And if we go shopping for supplies, please consider it a token of our new friendship. Are you sure? Izumi asked, scratching the back of her head. I mean, if you're paying for everything, I think I'd start to feel guilty. You shouldn't, Momo said firmly. I'm the one offering to pay, so please, would you join me? Fine, but I'm going to pay you back somehow. The ever so slightly long trip to her school was worth it. There were so many girls here, and they all looked really friendly. And the uniform was super cute too. Izumi let out a little spin watching as her skirt flared out a bit before falling back down. Sure, her old school had a skirt too, but it was less, what was the word? Floofy, than the skirt of Haruno Jr. There was even a version that had pants if she wanted it, or shorts for the summer. Izumi watched as a group of friends stopped right before the main gate and paused, linking arms before all jumping over and laughing as they made their way to their own classes. The foot-wide section that was where the gate rested once it was closed was a different color than the rest of the sidewalk, and even the ground just inside the campus. Izumi smiled and sucked on her lip before she hopped over into her new school. It felt amazing. She finally had a reason to be excited about school. She had a friend that she wanted to hang out with, a senpai that was going to drag her to do things, and a club that she wanted to join. She didn't have to worry about Katsuki either. Here she could do what she wanted and no one could. Excuse me. A tall teacher with long green hair that was a lot more blue than Izumi's own pointed towards the building. Her face was neutral, but kind of pretty. She had on a professional-looking suit, though her tights were in a floral pattern that showed off hints of her thighs. Even the sensei here were super pretty. You're standing in the way of the other students. Hurry to class before you're late. Oh, okay. So maybe she'd have to listen to the teachers a lot. Yes, ma'am sensei. I'll be on my way. Thank you. She accidentally laughed as she made a quick sprint towards the main building. Class 1B, located on the third floor of the largest building on the campus. She knew about where its location was thanks to Nejair's in-depth tour. Really, Izumi didn't have much concern over where she sat in the room. A window would be nice. Then she could pretend that she was an anime protagonist. But really the only thing she wanted was to be in the same classroom as Momo. Izumi, Nejair-senpai. Izumi spun and saw her soon-to-be captain skipping towards her, her feet taking ever so slightly too long to hit the ground. It was a bit like watching a deer sprawling around in some tall grass, but instead of grass, it was students. Nejair pulled Izumi into a hug without even a second thought. So did you decide what club to join? Club day is officially tomorrow, but we can get you to join today if you want. Nejair leaned in and whispered in Izumi's ear. I heard that we were even going to get new swimsuits too. Oh, and what class are you in? And did you learn anything else about your tricky quirk? In order, Izumi asked. Yes, Nejair nodded with enough force that it made her hair bounce. I'm going to join the swim club. Yeah, I'm in class 1B. Oh, that's Ms. Byleth's class. She's really pretty and kind of strict, but she's also really nice. And she'll even fight you if you ask her nice enough. She's really strong too. She's even the fencing coach. I think she used to be a hero until she decided to start teaching. Hey wait, your hair is no relation. Dawa, oh, your quirk. Izumi scratched the back of her head and laughed. I haven't really found anything new out yet. It's kind of really slow. It's super tricky, I bet. Nejair gave a slight pout and nodded. Well, if you ever want help I can try and do my best. Then I can be your senpai at UA. 2. I'm going to be your super senpai. Nejair bounced back and waved goodbye. I gotta go tell Kuro-sensei that we have a new member for the swim club already. Oh, and actually go to class. See you later, Izumi. Izumi waved goodbye and watched as Nejair spruanged through the sea of students with far more grace than what should be allowed. Once more Izumi turned to look at the stairs that would lead her to her new classroom. With the third years on the first floor, and the second years on the second floor, it only made sense for the first years to be on the third floor, which made things a bit confusing because rooms were numbered for the grade they taught and not the floor they were on. But once she got used to it, everything would be fine. Izumi walked past a few more students and for her classroom, second from the right, the doors were open and there were a lot of girls talking in random clumps and laughing about something or another. A few were sitting alone at their desks. Like Momo. Izumi bounced over towards her first real friend for the first time in a long time. We're in the same class. Momo looked up from her desk and smiled. I know, I checked the class listings downstairs. Oh, but that would have ruined the surprise. Izumi braced herself on Momo's desk, squatting down slightly so that they were both at eye level. She gave Momo the brightest smile she could, and watched as the girl fidgeted and tried to return the smile. But I'm really happy we're in the same class. I'm happy too. I'm really happy I can spend more time with you, Izumi. And I got a gift for you. Well, it's more a gift for me so that we can talk more. But, yeah, I wanted to hang out with you but we didn't have any way to talk. And you said that your apartment has internet, so, here. Momo pulled out a small box that could easily fit into the palm of her hand. It was tied with a green ribbon. So we can talk more. Momo, you didn't have to. I still haven't paid you back for that lunch. Not to mention the shirt Momo had bought her just because she said it was cute. Still, despite her words, Izumi took the gift and opened it ever so slightly. She instantly closed it and forced it back into Momo's hands. Are you nuts? Aren't those like really expensive? Not especially. Momo shrugged slightly, her cheeks tinged a light red. Yes, she should feel shame over this. Besides, it's my old one, so it should be fine, right? Momo pushed the gift back towards Izumi and smiled sweetly. Please, it'll be a way for us to talk when we're at home. But they just met a couple weeks ago. Sure, they had spent a lot of time hanging out during the break, but wasn't this a bit rushed? Are you sure? She wasn't quite comfortable with this. With a light hair tuck that just seemed to be that kind of effortlessly pretty thing that Momo could do, she nodded. Please, I wouldn't be giving it to you if I didn't want to. Well, okay then. She picked up the gift and smiled at its weight. She never had an iPod before. But I think my mom was talking about getting me a computer for school now, so we could have talked then. Still, please consider it a gift. And, all right, girl. A firm but stoic voice tore through the classrooms. It was the woman that had talked to her at the gates. The pretty one with dark bluish-green hair. Please take your seat so we can get the first day underway. I am Ms. Byleth, your homeroom teacher. Izumi took her seat, one back and to the side from Momo, the expensive iPod sitting in her shirt pocket, just above her heart. With her homeroom teacher being a former pro hero, Izumi found herself much more willing to pay much more attention. It helped that Byleth-sensei appeared to be prone to tangents and talking about her time as a hero. It was so awesome. 40. Izumi. Nejier flew over the still pool, causing waves to form thanks to her quirk. Her long sky blue hair had somehow been reduced to a tight bun at the back of her head, which likely had enough density to cause some kind of effusion. Izumi found herself being used as a brake as Nejier grabbed onto her and spun them both around ever so slightly, briefly laughing. You came. You're the first person to say you'd come and actually came. I'm so happy now. Nejier's feet touched the ground, leaving Izumi to wonder what on earth just happened. Most of the other ones never showed up. Even when I say they're super cute and stuff, it's kind of annoying. But oh, come on, we're just about to get changed. Did you bring a swimsuit? We probably have a spare that's your size if you don't. Was the room supposed to be spinning? Izumi shook her head and refocused on the room. As soon as she had said her goodbyes to Momo, who was going to explore more clubs before making her choice, Izumi had headed towards the pool to officially join the swim club. Yep, I'm here to join the swim club. Was that even one of the questions that Nejier had asked? The answer to that question would eventually be yes, given how Nejier seemed to be able to find a question for everything. Yeah, I can't wait to see how cute you look in our swimsuits. Oh, let me introduce you to everyone. Come on. Nejier zoomed halfway across the pool before she came to an abrupt stop and turned around. Oh, wait, you can't zoom, can you? Izumi just shrugged. Not yet, but maybe I'll be able to learn a spell for that. Nejier made a noise that could only be described as excited. Your quirk's so cool, Izumi, especially since you call it spells. I just call mine wave energy, but maybe I should call it like Kai or something even cuter. Why not fairy beams? Nejier gasped, hands covering her mouth as she bounced up nearly a foot. Was it normal to use a quirk that much? Or was Nejier just one of those types that had problems controlling her quirks when excited? Then again, she was using it to fly. Maybe she was just so cute that no one bothered with telling her otherwise. That's perfect. Okay, but come on, I can have you meet Kuro-sensei and your senpais that are my kuhais, our kupais. Izumi was partially dragged around the pool towards where several other students were sitting. Some of them were in Nejire's class, while there were a few second years as well. But currently, it seemed that Izumi was the only first year at the moment. Kuro-sensei was actually rather tall and had light purple hair that was almost as long as Nejire's. She had a pleasant smile and was busty. Byleth-sensei was busty. Are all the sensei here busty? Was that important? Not really. Did it bother her? Not really, she kind of liked it. But the most important thing about Kuro-sensei, besides the fact that she had fox ears and a large fluffy pink-purple tail, was that she was wearing a one-piece swimsuit and that she had thighs. A lot of thigh. If that was what a swimmer's body looked like, then Izumi was even more excited to join the swim club and get started. Oh my, Kuro-sensei placed a hand to her cheek and sounded exactly how Izumi would have pictured an older sister to sound. You must be the Izumi Nejire has told us all about. Are you here to join our club? Yes. Izumi stood straight and then gave a slight bow. I'm Izumi Midoriya. May I please join your club? Kuro-sensei clapped and smiled. Of course, our club is open to all, but I don't suppose Nejire asked you how much experience you have with swimming. She was interesting. Nejire pouted, flailing her arms about. How could I ask her something like that when she has a quirk that's all like whoosh and sparkle? And she'd look cute in a swimsuit anyways. Somehow Izumi was pretty sure that every one of the club members rolled their eyes at Nejire. I had swimming lessons when I was 8, sensei. She bowed again. So you know how to play in the water, but not how to actually swim. Kuro-sensei clapped again, a smile on her face. That's an excellent start. We can get you in the water today if you're interested. Yes, all right. Nejire, please take Izumi too. On it, sensei. I'll make sure she's even cuter than she already is. Oh my. In a whirl of lockers, clothing, and numerous swimsuits thrown her way, Izumi found herself dressed in the school's swimsuit for the first time. It was all black, with a red line that went from her neck, darted right and ended at her hip. It was tight, but comfortable, and compared to Nejire reminded her that she was by most metrics still a girl and that everything she currently lacked Nejire already had. Huh, Nejire muttered, putting her own swimsuit on. Did they get bigger again? Izumi placed her hands on her chest and pouted just a bit. She wanted to say those words one day. The scent of dinner cooking greeted Izumi the moment she entered her apartment. Normally she'd be bothering her mom about what she was cooking, sampling the wares, and even helping out a bit, but every single part of her body was screaming at her to go lay down and not move for a solid 20 or so minutes. When she had been told that swimming was a full-bodied workout, she hadn't been made aware of just how much of a workout that entailed. The first few days had been pretty alright, mostly getting comfortable in the water, watching Nejire and Kuro-sensei demonstrate various strokes and swimming techniques, and then learning those techniques herself. Sure, she had felt tired after those days too, but it wasn't that bad. Today was hell. It was what Kuro-sensei had referred to as an endurance day, which basically meant swim until someone said stop. Izumi wasn't sure how many laps she did. She stopped counting when she got past 100. She fell onto the couch with a solid oof, her bag sliding along beside her. Maybe it was called the breaststroke because it would make her breasts bigger. That would explain Kuro-sensei's chest. Izumi muttered and reached for the iPod Momo had given her. It was surprisingly useful. So long as there was Wi-Fi, which most of her school had, she could message Momo and Nejire, listen to internet radio, and Google random stuff. She even downloaded a couple games. Offline she could use it for a lot of things too, but so far it was like having a computer in her pocket. Google, does the breaststroke? Google autofill, does the breaststroke build muscle? Does the breaststroke tone your stomach? Does the breaststroke increase your bust size? Does the breaststroke make you? Oh, they're the third one. Health benefits of the breaststroke. Blah, blah, blah. Tones arms, legs, stomachs, increases lung capacity and works out the heart. Increases endurance and stamina. Oh, so that's why Nejire liked it so much. Would I act like her if I did 1,000 laps a day? Izumi flopped onto her back and stared intently at her iPod. Well, if she didn't believe Nejire and everyone else on the benefits of swimming, then she sure did now. Oh, breasts, she muttered, staring at her phone. Firms and chapins. That was good. Oh, did the same with her butt. She wanted to be one of the really pretty heroes, like Rukio, or that new hero that everyone was talking about. Maruko. She was awesome. Izumi, her mother said in a quiet tone. Izumi looked up and saw her mother looking at her with a confused look. Was she in trouble? Did she forget something again? Oh, maybe she was worried about school or something. What's up, Mom? Where did you get? Inko pointed right at her iPod. That was the kind of that had a bit of a weight to it. Huh. She looked at her iPod for a few moments and then looked back up at her mother. This? Yes. Oh, ooh, well, Momo gave it to me. Izumi sat up to look her mom better in the eyes. Inko raised an eyebrow. For free? Yeah. Izumi looked at the iPod again. Ew, she said it was her old one and that she wanted to talk to me. Her mother let out a long, heavy sigh and gave a light frown. You're not using Momo, are you? Huh, I mean for her money, dear. She spoils you. The first day she met you, she bought you dinner and a couple of shirts, and now she's given you something so expensive. Her mother pushed her legs off the couch and sat down next to Izumi with a light huff. It sounds to me like she's trying to buy your friendship. Izumi wanted to protest, but it was hard to, especially with how each memory of Momo trying to buy her something popping into her head like a bag of popcorn. It wasn't just the shirt or the iPod, it was at lunch too. Momo would always offer Izumi something from the vending machine. At first Izumi thought that it was just Momo trying to be nice, which Momo was, but was what her mom saying true? But Momo's my friend. I know, sweetie, I know. But let her know that even if she isn't buying you expensive things. Her mom grabbed the iPod for a few moments before handing it back. You're still her friend, and ask her if that was really used. All right. Izumi blinked and frowned. Should she wait until tomorrow or message Momo now? Maybe she should ask Nejire-senpai for advice. Even if Nejire talked a lot, it wasn't like she gossiped. Well, she did, but she never spread gossip. Or, at least Izumi hadn't seen her do that. Was it okay to do it at school? They'd have to find someplace private. Would that be okay? Izumi stared at the messenger screen for a long time. So far her only friends were Momo, Nejire, and some swim club members that were in a group chat that Nejire had forced her to join. The only one that actually messaged her directly was the white-haired spy, though that was a short-lived conversation consisting of a hello and a hi. A message from Momo appeared on her phone. Momo, would you like to have lunch with me on the roof tomorrow? Perfect. Izumi, that sounds like a lot of fun. Momo, excellent. I'll bring a bento box for both of us. What? No, that was the opposite. Izumi, wait. What if we both make a bento box and then share? Momo, are you certain? Izumi, yes. It sounds like fun, right? Momo, I agree. That sounds like a great time. I'm looking forward to your meal. Mom, Izumi climbed over the back of the couch and headed towards the kitchen. I need to make a bento box to share with Momo tomorrow. 40. If Izumi's bento box was the equivalent of a one-bedroom apartment, Momo's bento box was a 3-story townhouse that had a yard and a pool. I thought you weren't going to bring me one. Izumi let her mouth drop as she looked at the bento box that looked like it was large enough to feed her and her mother for dinner. Momo bit her lip and stared at her box and then looked towards Izumi's. Well, when you said you wanted to share, I might have gone a bit overboard. And Momo blushed and held up a fancy-looking thermos tea. Well, so much for beating around the bush. Izumi sighed and sat down next to Momo and stared out across the virtual garden that was on top of Haruno Jr. There were planter boxes everywhere and even a few trees maintained by the bonsai club. It really was a beautiful place. It was almost like a date. Momo, why do you keep buying me stuff? Oh, how did you find out that iPod was new? It's new. Izumi stood up and grabbed at her messy, unkempt hair. What? Why? I'm sorry, but I just really wanted to talk to you more, and Momo bit her lip, trailing off. This isn't how I thought today would go. I'm sorry, Izumi. Momo stood to leave. Her face was downward. Izumi wanted to scream. She flailed her arms and then ran towards Momo. She accidentally pushed her against the wall, tripping over her still mildly jello legs. She caught herself by slamming her hand against the wall right next to Momo's head. Momo looked at her with wide, slightly teary eyes, hands clutched over her chest. Izumi, pinning a girl that was taller than her was more than a little weird. But it didn't matter. She was going to deal with this now. Momo, ape. Momo covered her mouth and stared at Izumi with quivering eyes. Look, I'm not sure what's going on, but if you feel like you need to buy me stuff to get me to like you, then stop. Izumi closed her eyes, hoping that she could find the right thing to say inside her eyelids. I mean, the stuff is nice and all, but it feels weird. I think we need to become better friends before you start buying me stuff, not the other way around. She winced. What the hell was she saying? Or something. She opened her eyes and saw Momo still standing against the wall, hands over her mouth. Her eyes were wide and filled with tears. Izumi. Momo fell forward, wrapping her arms around Izumi and placing her weight against her, which, naturally, Izumi's complete and utter fatigue from swim practice yesterday caused both of them to fall to the ground. I'm sorry. I didn't know what to do. Go. Izumi flailed her leg for a moment but stopped and just embraced Momo's awkward hug. Do with what? Momo sniffled for a moment. I just really liked you and I thought that if I bought you stuff, then maybe you'd like me too, so I'm sorry, I'm not really good at any of this. A smile pulled on Izumi's lips as she patted Momo's back. Hey, I like you too, so don't worry about it. And I mean, the only other friends I've had destroyed my stuff and aren't my friends anymore, so as far as I'm concerned you're like the best friend ever. I am. Momo sat up, wiping away a few red-eyed tears. You are. Izumi let that smile win and propped herself up. So, let's do stuff that doesn't involve a lot of money, alright. Oh, Momo's shoulders slumped. Okay, I can try, but what would that involve? Izumi shrugged. We can have a sleepover, talk about boys, and watch a bunch of movies and stuff. Do we have to talk about boys? Momo stood and extended a hand towards Izumi. Nope. That's the best part about a sleepover. You can do whatever it is that you want. Izumi took the offered hand and found herself hoisted up easily. We can even just listen to terrible music, or try gross food, or have a pillow fight, or, I don't know, stuff. Momo laughed, a few tears almost spoiling her smile. That sounds delightful. Would you like to have a sleepover this weekend? Sure. And can we comb your hair? Momo asked with a lopsided smile. Huh, why? Because it's messy and it's been bugging me for a long time. My mom says it eats combs. Momo pulled a comb out of her arm and smiled. I got a supply. All right, sure, we'll have a sleepover and you can comb my hair. Much like how Momo's bento box outclassed Izumi's bento box on multiple levels, Momo's house completely outclassed every single part of Izumi's entire apartment complex. By a lot. She kind of figured that Momo's family was well off, just like how Katsuki's family was well off. She was expecting a nice-looking townhouse, maybe with 1 or 2 floors, a big yard, and like a car. Or maybe one of those condo places in one of those super tall buildings. But nope. Momo's house felt like something Izumi would be ice-guyed into living in if Katsuki had actually pushed her in front of a bus. A massive fence stretched for as far as Izumi could see on either side of the street, and the tree line was so thick that Izumi couldn't even see Momo's house. The only hint of it was the driveway leading into what might as well have been a forest tended by fairy creatures. Izumi blinked and felt 2 questions well up in her mind. The first was an inner question, the kind of thing that her mouth would blurt out if it wasn't busy being opened in awe. Why the hell did they walk here? The second, she actually managed to ask. You live here? Of course. Momo gave her a cheerful smile that put Izumi to ease. When it came to this sleepover, Momo was excited enough for both of them, which only made Izumi all the more excited, though she was dreading that about half the sleepover was going to be about combing her hair. When she told her mother what they wanted to do at the sleepover, she just laughed and told her good luck. Izumi touched her hair for a moment. Was it really that bad? Sure, it technically wasn't combable, but it was still hair. She could get it cut. Kinda. Momo pressed a button on an intercom that rested just to the side of the gate and spoke softly. Hello, it's me, Momo. I'm here with my friend. Ah, young mistress, I'm glad you returned safely. Shall I send someone with? Oh, no thanks. We'll walk, Momo said politely and then turned to smile at Izumi yet again. Of course Momo would have a butler. Of course they would call her mistress. Suddenly the whole homeschooling thing and Momo trying to buy her friendship thing made a lot more sense. And the guilt Izumi felt from still using that iPod just kind of vanished. Well, mostly. The driveway was shorter than Izumi would have thought, in part because she kind of imagined Momo taking her up a long mountain trail to some super secret castle where she would meet some long-forgotten hero that taught All Might and then she'd become his student because she had potential. But that was just the stuff that existed in comic books. Instead, she found herself staring at a house that was so big that she had to judge the size of rooms based on the size of her entire apartment. Lobby, 3 apartments, and 2 more on top. It had stairs, kitchen, 1.5 apartments, dining room, 2 apartments, bathroom, half an apartment, Momo's bedroom, 1 apartment, with Momo's bed taking up nearly as much space as Izumi's entire room. Momo's closet, half an apartment. Can I jump on your bed? Was the first thing that Izumi had asked after looking around Momo's room. Huh? Momo asked, confused, like the idea of jumping on a bed had never even occurred to her, which, honestly, didn't really surprise Izumi too much. Momo was a bit strange like that, but strange in a good way that made Izumi laugh. Ew, sure, yeah. Izumi tossed her bag onto the couch in Momo's room and charged towards the bed. She jumped, belly flopped, and then sunk into the softest bed she had ever touched. Instantly it felt like sleep was wrapping itself up around her. Oh my god, your bed is so comfy. The bed shook, and Izumi found herself staring at Momo as the other girl had launched herself onto the bed just like she had. Oh, so that's why you asked? Izumi smiled and flopped onto her back, staring up at the canopy thing that was on top of Momo's bed. I'm so jealous you get to sleep here like every night. She sat up and looked around the room. Speaking of which, where am I going to sleep? It'd be kind of boring if I slept in a guest room. Oh, Momo sat up, a slight smile on her face as she pushed some of her hair out of her face and looked towards her computer. I actually did some research after we talked. Of course, she did. I can have a guest room prepared for you if you'd like, or we can both sleep on the ground, or you can take the couch, or we could go and camp in the yard somewhere. By yard, Momo meant the Yaoyorozu National Forest, or we can sleep in my bed. Together, Izumi asked like there was something else Momo could be implying. Momo nodded. Yep, I'm told it's more common for girls to do than boys, but either way, it's fine. Besides, Momo patted her massive bed and bit her lips slightly before a smile grew on her face. It's big enough for both of us, right? But what if I flail around in my sleep and punch you or something? Momo shrugged. Do you do that? And it's not like we'll be sleeping right next to each other. Fine. Izumi flopped back down and smiled up at the ceiling. We'll sleep in the same bed, but I'm holding you responsible for anything weird that happens. Weird? Izumi just shrugged. So, what do you want to do first? The comb being wagged in front of her face filled Izumi with a light sense of dread. 40. The first comb that Momo had attempted to use on Izumi had put up an admirable fight before it had simply submitted to her hair. But Momo was not discouraged. Instead, she brought out the big guns. The big, heavy, gigantic guns of chemical warfare. So, you've never gone to a salon? Momo asked, her hands deep into Izumi's hair, nearly reaching the parts of her scalp where the sun didn't even reach. The fact that Momo's house had a salon chair just sitting in one of their bathrooms shouldn't have surprised Izumi as much as it did. But here she was, wrapped in a towel after taking a relaxing bath with Momo. Her wet hair was more agreeable, but Momo wanted to tame that beast once and for all. Like it all. Nope, not even for a haircut. Most of my haircuts happened in our kitchen. Momo made a confused noise, probably coming to terms with the fact that people had their haircuts in the kitchen. Wait until she finds out that they eat there too. Is that why your hair is so, damaged? It's almost like parts of it were burnt noodles. Izumi opened her mouth and thought about Katsuki's favorite way to pick on her. Explosive noogies. She probably should have punched him a lot harder. Maybe he was why her hair was so messy. Remember those not-so-nice friends? Oh, I'm so sorry. The sincerity in Momo's voice put a smile on Izumi's face. Momo's head appeared from behind her, and she smiled at her through the mirror. With her hair down, Momo looked really mature, almost like she should be her senpai. But don't worry. Momo grabbed an expensive-looking bottle of stuff, and her smile grew again. I'm going to make sure that your hair is going to be healthy, beautiful, and loved. Izumi could only watch as Momo dumped a healthy glob of the honey-like goo on top of Izumi's still wet hair. Her fingers diving in deep again, making Izumi's eyes roll at the sensation. The rubbing was delightful enough that she could easily ignore that the shampoo stuff Momo had put onto her hair smelled far more expensive than it should have. I'm going to lean you back now so we can wash your hair better, all right? Momo didn't wait for her to respond before the chair leaned back, and Izumi was spun towards the small water basin that stuck out of the wall. Are you sure you know what you're doing? Yep, my mom's stylist taught me, Momo let out a light shriek as the small hose squirted her in the face. She lets me help, but I don't think I can mess your hair up more than it already is. Is it that bad? Momo looked her in the eyes, sucking on her bottom lip. Yes, I'm in your capable hands then. Warm water, cold water, shampoo, conditioner, rinsing, combing, drying, and washing again. It felt like Momo was trying to cook some kind of hair-based pasta. Suo, Izumi smiled and let her mind wander. Have you thought about what kind of a hero you want to be? Type. Momo asked, confused. Like general, crime, rescue, or specialist? No, I mean like your hero name. And your costume. And like who you'd want to intern with. Izumi leaned back slightly to look up towards Momo, who was way too engrossed with her hair. I want to intern with someone like Ryukyu. Oh, I see. Well, the reason why I want to be a hero is kind of because of All Might, but I don't think he takes interns, so I'm not really sure. I'd like to go for one of the better female heroes, like Suzu Samurai, or even Mrs. Joke, but I think they're both going to become teachers next year. But as for my hero name, I've actually been thinking about calling myself Creati. Creati. Momo nodded. Yeah, well, my quirk is called Creation, and I just thought that if I call myself Creati, it'd show off what I can do, which will hopefully be to create whatever it is I need to save people. Oh, wow, that's so awesome. What about your costume? What do you want to look like? Well, I need to expose my skin to use my quirk, so, I hope to have something that's still a bit on the modest side despite that, but, yeah. Oh, are you going to have a boob window? Izumi flailed her hands in the air like she was somehow describing what she was talking about. Only like it'd go all the way down to your stomach. Oh, you could just wear a bikini or... No, fine. Well, what about you? Do you have a name? Izumi twisted her lips and let out a long sigh. I'm not really sure. My quirk basically lets me make spells and stuff, but I'm not really sure. I had a list, but then that list kind of got destroyed. Oh, well, if you're going to be a wizard or a witch. She poked Momo on the nose. I'm not a witch. Well, if you're a wizard then, why not go with something like Merlin? Momo offered with a pleasant smile. He was the wizard in the legend of King Arthur and is someone that everyone knows about. Izumi blinked. Merlin. She tasted the word on her lips, felt it with her tongue, and heard it in her mind. A smile spread across her face. That's perfect, Momo. I'll be Merlin, the wizard hero. Great, we can make your hero costume be a robe, and with a big hat. Oh, and we can give you a big bushy beard. Yeah, their laughter echoed throughout the bathroom. With her hair thoroughly washed and then softly dried by Momo's hands, Izumi felt better than she had in a long time. Bit by bit, her untamed, frizzy, nearly wild hair had been transformed. The still damp tangles fought against Momo's fine combs. but they didn't have the strength they once had. The tangles, the split ends, the knots and the frazzle were all worked out. Eventually, it started to resemble her mother's, a bit shorter, but straight, silky, and smooth. With a light hand, Izumi ran her fingers through her hair for the first time in years. It felt so good to be able to do that. Her hair, it felt light, it felt right. Her cheeks hurt from smiling as she looked at herself in the mirror. She didn't even look like herself anymore. Somehow, it felt like a connection to Katsuki that she didn't know she had finally been broken. Momo, Izumi smiled despite the tear that had fallen down her cheek. Thank you so much. Momo just hugged her from behind. My pleasure. Let me do it again sometime. I was right. You really do have amazing hair. The process of discovering a new symbol was equal parts random and time-consuming. She could go weeks of practicing, drawing, and banging her head against the wall with there being absolutely zero progress beyond her drawing speed maybe getting a bit better. And then there were times when she discovered a whole other layer to her quirk that made everything about it better. In this case, it was a whole new category of runes for her to try and learn. Target was the name of her newest category. And currently, much like the rest of her categories, it was very limited. Right now she could only target objects. A single object. But that was okay. Unless she was dealing with someone that was naked, everyone had an object she could target. And her force arrows did have a bit of splash damage to them. There was also a difference between how the targeting an object worked with her two shape effects. Alright, Momo. Izumi held her fingers in front of her, the glowing light of her quirk at her focus. Fire when ready. Right, Momo shouted, standing near a catapult she had made during their mutual quirk practicing session. Of the main reasons that Izumi loved going to Momo's house, the giant yard where they could do lots and lots of mildly dangerous and stupid quirk-related stuff that wouldn't be allowed during the few hours a week of quirk practice they got at school was a major one. Remember, only destroy the water balloons and save the Matryoshka doll. Apparently those Russian dolls that were stacked inside of each other were called Matryoshki. Matryoshk. Marty. Momo pulled on her catapult and all the objects were sent high into the air. One whatever doll floating alongside 3 water balloons. Target object, force, ball. The doll thing spun in the air like it was trapped inside of an invisible washing machine as its momentum was slowly dissipated inside of the force sphere. Target object, force, arrow. Target object, force, arrow. Target object, force, arrow. The first arrow appeared beside her and flew straight, hitting the first water balloon in the air with a satisfying splat. The second arrow shot off and missed the target on its downward arc, exploding in the air nearly a foot above the target with a flurry of sparkle. The last arrow never happened. Izumi looked at her glowing fingers and sighed. She still needed to get faster at drawing. Even with just 3 runes, it took her way too long to draw the pattern, and by the 3rd time she had already screwed it up. Speed and accuracy needed to be worked on a lot if she was going to be a real hero. But that brought up a problem with how her new rune worked. Target object plus arrow only targeted where the object was right as it was casted, meaning that if the object was moving, it would likely miss. The only reason why she hit the first one was because she fired the arrow right at the apex when it was going slower. On the other hand, target object plus ball made the sphere appear around the target. Wow, Momo clapped and ran over to her. That was amazing, Izumi. Your new rune is really useful. The bright, pleasant smile on Momo's face made all of Izumi's doubt vanish, if only for a little while. Thanks, Momo. Your quirk is amazing too. At least this way I don't have to worry about breaking targets. It was the best of both worlds. Momo got to use her quirk without having to figure out what she was going to do with the stuff she made. And Izumi got to break stuff without worrying about replacing it. Win-win. But I'm not sure it's really useful right now. Izumi sighed and stared at her finger again. Her new combinations had a lot of problems. What do you mean? Momo pointed towards the Russian doll still floating in the bubble. If that alone was a quirk, you'd be able to save people by protecting them, or even capture villains. Izumi shook her head and ran her hand through her now very silky hair. Ever since Momo had gone through the trouble of taming it for her, maintaining her hair had been the least she could do. Besides, she liked having her hair be manageable, and she looked cuter now. I don't think that would work. For one, she picked up a rock and chucked it towards the floating sphere, only to miss. Again, ball is really fragile and not as destructive as arrow is. I might be able to get more out of it with a different effect, but right now it doesn't take much for it to stop working. Izumi looked towards Momo's catapult and stuck out her fingers. Target object, force, ball. She felt her stamina drain, she felt the spell work, and she saw the runes shimmer that blue glow, but nothing happened on the catapult. Plus, it doesn't work if I target something too big. I think that ball might be kinda useless. Momo popped out another doll from her arm and held it up to Izumi. It doesn't matter how specific a tool is. Eventually you might need it more than anything else. Momo gave another bright smile. You know, I'm really happy both of our quirks are rather difficult to use. Every time I see you do something amazing, it makes me want to try even harder. Ah, genuine praise from Momo, one of the few things that could actually make her feel flustered. The only other person that could really do that was her mother, and for entirely different reasons. Like when her mother cried when she first showed up back home with straight hair, which resulted in photos being sent to every single family member and friend her mother. Izumi nearly died then. But Momo tossed the doll helplessly behind her. You're looking a bit pale, Izumi. I think that means you should stop before you pass out. She paused, sucking on her lip and blinked a bit before tucking a strand of hair behind her head. Again, Izumi crossed her arms and pouted. It wasn't like she was prone to fainting or anything like that. She'd overdone it a few times, but she hadn't actually passed out, especially since she started with the swim club. Nezu had been so right with swimming being great for her stamina. I guess I am feeling a bit tired. Besides, we do still need to study for Byleth-sensei's exam as well. And there was that. At least Byleth-sensei was good at teaching, even if she did go on tangents a lot. Plus, she had really cool designs on her tights a lot of the time. Fine, but we should have some of those really super good snack things that we had last time. The little rolled things. Izumi flailed her hands as she tried to gesture about what she was talking about. She already forgot their name, but they were super duper yummy. Momo gave a cute laugh into the back of her hand. You ate more of those than I did last time, Izumi. So, I'm just saying, I have an excuse with my quirk, but in your case, hey, I'm a growing girl. Besides, they're so good. She continued to flail her arms, her cheeks feeling a bit on the red side. She placed both hands on her hips and tried to act proud. Besides, I'm a swimmer. I'll burn the calories. How are you enjoying the swim club? Momo asked, head tilted to the side a bit. It's great. Tomorrow we have a meeting to clean the pool, which is supposed to take all day, I guess. She was not looking forward to it at all, but she understood why it was important that they do it as a team or something. So, yay. Oh, well, if that's the case, would you like to stay the night again? I know that my house is closer to the school than yours. Barely. I mean, I kinda need to get there early. Izumi gave a light smile. And for some reason, whenever I stay over at your place, we stay up all night talking in your bed. She shot both arms up and outward. I don't even know what we talked about last time. Well, at one point you were talking about how thick Kuro-sensei is. So thick. Momo gave a light blush and continued. You were also talking about all your favorite heroes, and I was talking about how soft your hands are. But, don't worry about all that, Izumi. I'll make sure that we go to bed at a reasonable time tonight. Momo kept her word, as they did get into bed at a reasonable time. But they stayed up well past unreasonable, just talking about nothing again. 40. Nayuam, Nezu Hato, third year at Haruno Jr. and future hero hopeful, came equipped with her own set of whimsical sound effects that could put a smile on just about anyone's face with how fairy-like Nezu really was. Currently, Nezu was abusing her quirk to push the large fat brush around the bottom of the pool with more speed and vigor than the rest of the class combined. Just looking at her made Izumi just the slightest bit more tired. Izumi let out a long yawn and smiled, propping herself up on her own large brush and watched as Nezu did another lap. The effectiveness was twofold really. On the one hand, she was actually cleaning the bottom, and on the other she was making things a bit more exciting and entertaining. I hope that I can get that much energy one day. You get like that by actually helping. And not sleeping, her white-haired senpai Spee commented. Her own quirk, Aquatail, was activated, allowing her to scrub the ground behind her twice as fast. Unlike Nezu, who was as excitable as could be, Spee was much less so, oftentimes being even more pragmatic and responsible than Kuro-sensei. There was no doubt among the first and second years that next year Spee would be the team captain. Why did you stay up so late? Izumi nearly slipped on the slick ground as she was jolted just a bit more awake at Spee's biting words. She grabbed her brush firmly with both hands at a slightly awkward angle and smiled. Well, I stayed the night at Momo's again last night, and we, ended up talking a lot and stuff, so I, might have just kind of ended up not getting any sleep. I promise it won't happen again. I didn't. Spee let out a long sigh. I didn't say to not stay with your girlfriend, but just wanted you to be aware that Nezu is like that because 1, she's an idiot. Hey, I heard that Spee. And 2, she worked really super hard to get to where she is now, and Spee stopped mid-sentence and looked down towards Izumi's brush. Hey. Nezu came to a skidding stop between the two girls. Why are you talking about me? Is it about Izumi's hair? Or is it? Nezu stopped too, but only for a second. Hey, Izumi, why's your broom glowing? Izumi looked at her broom. The brushes on the end were glowing, and so far she had left a trail of hundreds of brush marks on the ground that were quickly fading like she was using her quirk with hundreds of incredibly small fingers all at once. That was new. Izumi felt her hands, remembering their position. And then she did something that was probably going to be really stupid. She began to cast. The runes were larger than she had ever attempted to draw them before, and the lines were much thinner, but they all blended together. More spells failed than not, but more than a few were a success. Light, forward, ball. Dozens of football-sized spheres of light began to appear, most bursting when they made contact with the ground. But a few managed to float forward until they too hit something and exploded with a gentle, soundless sparkle. Her tiredness was completely gone now. This was just as important as any rune she could have discovered. OMG. With this, I won't have to worry about casting the same spell so many times so quickly. I bet I can even get a cool support item made out of this. I'll even be able to cast a lot of force arrows too. Ooh, I should see if it'll work with something smaller too, but maybe something that I can wave around. Ooh, like a staff. Or a witch's broom. Nezu offered and squealed in delight. Oh my god, Izumi. You'd make such a cute witch, especially if you learned to fly on the broom like this. Nezu straddled her own broom and hovered off the ground for a few seconds, only much more cool looking. Okay, first of all, this isn't a broom, it's a brush. Izumi pointed towards her own broom. Damn it, brush, and then glared. And second of all, actually it's both. Brooms are a type of brush, and depending on where you're from, they can mean both, Spee answered with a cold, always right smile. And I agree with Nezu, you'd make a good witch. I'm not a witch. You totally are. Ew. Nezu clapped her hands. I want to make you wear a really cute witch's hat. Kuro-sensei. Izumi pouted. Why did everyone want her to be a witch? The problem with the brush used to clean the pool was that the actual brush part was at a weird angle from the stick, and combined with the width of the comb head itself made drawing with it really awkward. She was honestly surprised that she had gotten any spells to work the first time, but given the sheer number she tried to draw at once, it shouldn't be a surprise that a few went off. Izumi stared at the long plastic yellow pole that she and Momo had been experimenting with. The black threaded nub at the end made it easy for them to test designs on what would work well with this new aspect of her quirk. They had tried a fuzzy kludge-like design that looked like she was wielding a giant toilet scrubber, a trident-like design, a design that looked like a giant hand, one that looked like the muzzle of a minigun, and countless others. But the truth remained. No matter what her and Momo came up with, nothing was as effective as a simple broom. There were numerous reasons why the design was the best. All of the tips were of similar size, length, and were facing the same direction. In short, it worked because a broom was a bit like a giant paintbrush, and her quirk was effectively calligraphy that could make things explode. Only she couldn't make things explode yet. Gah, I don't want to be a witch though. Izumi swung the pole around in frustration and paced around the gardens of Momo's backyard. This was one of the areas where she really didn't want to make anything accidentally explode or anything bad. But the woods were a quick walk if they wanted to get really serious. Momo looked up from the table that they had commandeered for today's adventures. Snacks and tea rested on a tray, while their homework was left largely unattended, and a pile of potential staff heads was left in a bin waiting to be destroyed. What do you have against being a witch? Because they're creepy, and they brew potions and stuff, and I'm really terrible at chemistry. And they have a really big nose. And they're just not hero-like at all. Izumi pouted and hugged the pole tight against her chest. She really didn't want people to think that she was a witch. They'd be thinking that she was evil and stuff. And they turn people into frogs. I don't think I can do that. Nor do I want to. Okay, but I'm just saying you'd be a super cute witch. Momo gave a joyful laugh that seemed like the perfect noise to make in anticipation of summer. That doesn't mean much coming from you. For some dumb reason, Izumi decided to hook her foot around the base of the pole, and then kicked it out from under herself, and because she was holding onto it so tight she effectively flipped herself onto the ground with a thud. You always say I'm super cute. You said I was cute in the morning, and I've seen what I look like in the morning. I'm not cute. Momo giggled again. That was part of the problem. Momo was cute as hell and she was so pretty. I'm starting to think you need glasses. Izumi glared up at her friend from the ground and gave a long, desperate sigh. I did go as a witch for Halloween once. Oh, and was he there? Yep, I see. Is that why? I don't know. I'm about to hit 13 and I'm waiting for a reason to wear a training bra. She flailed her arm and thus her pole around in the air in front of her. Partway through she activated her quirk and drew a simple spell. Besides, just because he's a D doesn't mean I can blame everything on him. Light, forward, ball. A large ball of light, this size of a beach ball, shot out from in front of her and sailed upwards at a slow, steady pace. The bright late spring day saw it vanish quickly into the sky, well before it reached any sort of limit. Momo stood and stared down at her, her bright smile putting Izumi to ease just a bit. I'm not sure what I can do to help with some of that, but I do mean it when I say you're always cute. Go. That's just because you're my friend. More arm flailing followed by yet more arm flailing. And because you're adorable. Now come on. Momo offered her hand. Do you want to try casting some spells with your broom? Can we call it a giant calligraphy brush? Nope. Maybe. Only when it's for your own good. Izumi stuck her tongue out before she accepted Momo's hand. Grabbing the regular plain, wooden handle, nothing special about its straw-boring broom, they ventured towards their usual spot in the woods. Here a few tree branches had been blown off and there were holes in the dirt and even a catapult that Momo had made for target practice. It was easily one of her favorite spots to relax on a weekend, and she was here every weekend with Momo. It was pretty much accepted that at this point, Izumi stayed the night every weekend, much like she had done hundreds of times in the past. Izumi spun the broom around like it was a staff. It was awkward and she nearly fumbled, but she managed to get the broom under control before she glanced back at Momo. "Sue, what should we do?" Well, why don't we just see what happens when you do your least dangerous spell?" Momo offered with a shrug. "You know, the one that doesn't break things. Or just try drawing with the broom and see what works." Okay, the first step was going to be how to hold the broom, she guessed. With her wand or a paintbrush, she just held them like a pencil, allowing her wrist to do most of the work. But with something as large as a broom it was different. She had to use 2 hands. And her elbows were going to be doing most of the work. Or was it her shoulders? Her stomach? How should she move? With her lips bit, Izumi began the clumsy process of drawing with the broom once again. Despite discovering the trick a few weeks ago, she hadn't really had a decent chance to practice it, mostly because of tests and swim club. With one hand near the back of the broom and another towards the middle, she found that the end was unwieldy. A dip here, a swoop there, a swish there, light, forward, arrow. Most of the time casting light had no real effect on her stamina. Even when she made a bunch of spheres as fast as she could barely feel the drain. In theory, she should have been okay. In theory. But theories were designed to be tested. And this theory failed. Hard. She saw the blade of light shoot from the tip of the broom. Hundreds of little rays all bound in a tight, slightly wide clump that looked like someone was waving a flashlight at a camera. For what felt like a few seconds she was able to smile at her work. And then things felt cold. She was going to pass out. Again, 40. It felt like she had just swum 1,000 laps as fast as she could without stopping in the coldest water she could possibly find. All of her muscles felt tense, both numb and sore, and even her bones were aching. Her mouth was dry and her head was pounding. But above anything else was the feeling of the complete lack of energy inside of her. Every part of her body felt like it was being weighed down by sand, and she could barely even open her eyes to see herself staring up at the ceiling of one of the rooms in Momo's house. A breath through the nose and a wonderful scent filled her to the brim. Food. She turned slightly and saw those snacks she absolutely loved waiting for her next to fruit, tea, and a few other items that she was going to be hankering for. With a burst of strength, Izumi flung herself forward, rolling off the couch with a thud and grabbing a handful of stuff to shove into her mouth. She didn't even taste it. Almost like it knew that any energy it spent now would be refunded quickly enough. Izumi found her second wind hitting hard and she cracked open a bottle of tea and chugged it in record speed. Yes, we were practicing her quirk. Yes, I have her inside. Yes, I'll let you know if. Momo entered the room, phone against her ear. Well, she woke up and is currently stuffing her face. Momo blinked as Izumi stared at her with a bit of a wild look in her eyes. Yes, I'll let her know not to overdo it in the future. We'll be taking the rest of the day off. Yep, I'll make sure she eats well and gets plenty of rest. Izumi looked at Momo with wide eyes, her cheeks stuffed with as much food as she could stuff into her mouth for a few long seconds. She swallowed and stared at Momo for a few seconds. Was that my mom? Momo raised an eyebrow. No, it was Ms. Byleth. When did Momo learn sarcasm? Who corrupted her? Oh, wait, probably her. Sorry, Izumi muttered, putting down the food for a moment. I guess I'm still not strong enough to try and use the broom yet. Probably should have thought that out more. Don't worry about it. Momo flexed her arm and gave her a cheeky wink. I'm getting used to carrying you around. Izumi just pouted for all of 2 seconds before her stomach growled and reminded her that there was food and tea to be drunk. Oh, dinner is on its way soon, so. There was a buzz and Momo jumped. Oh, I guess it's already here. Sit tight. Izumi grunted and let herself lull in place a bit as she felt her energy return to her. She was ready for a peaceful afternoon with Momo now. Just talking, watching movies, and not doing anything that could make her pass out again. They might actually go to bed at a reasonable hour this time. Probably not, but they might. That notion was completely and utterly screwed over when Izumi realized just who exactly was bringing them dinner. Nezu bounced into the room carrying some bags that had super large bowls of ramen in them. She had a big smile on her face and her hair was pulled into a ponytail. Nezu-chan's super duper awesome a speedy ramen delivery service and super duper sleepover improver is here to make your night super extra amazing. Hey, Izumi opened her mouth but really couldn't think of anything to say at that moment, so she just made a random pointless noise. She watched as Nezu moved the snacks out of her reach and placed a large bowl in front of Izumi. The seal on the top was popped off to reveal the still steaming ramen that had been hidden. A blast of powerful aroma hit her right in the face and her stomach twisted to make room for the feast she was about to partake in. Here, Nezu held the chopsticks in front of Izumi and smiled. I know what it's like and nothing will recharge you better than Hanayama ramen. Momo texted me saying that you fell down and I was going to get some anyway, so now I'm here and we're going to have a great time. Izumi barely heard what Nejire was talking about. She was too busy eating. And she wants my help in dressing you up as a witch. She did hear that. Here, hold this. Ooh, what do you think about this? Oh, black is a must. It'll make her hair and eyes stand out a lot. On it. Highlights though. Gold. Gold goes with black, right? I think so. Izumi felt her eye twitch as she watched Nejire and Momo zoom around the gigantic closet that Momo had access to. Apparently there was stuff that would make her look like a witch in there, which was both amazing and whatever the exact opposite of thrilling was. Boring? No, it wasn't boring, it was just, yeah. She let her shoulders slump and glanced back towards the makeup. Wonder when they're going to give me a wart. Never. Nejire appeared in front of Izumi, upside down, a flowing black something or other held tight to her chest. Warts are gross, and you're going to be the cutest witch ever. So no warts, maybe a beauty mark, but you're not ara enough for that. Izumi rolled her eyes and rubbed her arm. Well, I guess that's good, but what do you mean by ara? Kuro-sensei. Curves. Izumi pouted and tried to picture her puberty actually starting besides a few zits and all the other stuff. Nothing happened. All right. Nejire flipped in the air and landed in front of Izumi. Now then, arms out. Fine. Izumi rolled her eyes and complied with this very light bit of torture she was being put through. It wasn't that she didn't love shopping or playing dress up. Because she did. Really, she was just pouting that she was going to become a witch and she had zero doubt that there was such a thing as a cute witch. Make me as ugly as possible. That's impossible. Momo laughed, showing up with more black, a bit of gold, some red, and a bunch of other stuff that looked like they were going to be making something from scratch. They could sew. No, all of that stuff was actually clothing. Was Momo using her quirk? You're too cute to be ugly, Izumi. Izumi made her stubborn streak known by putting on her ugliest face possible. You're both a lot cuter than me. Thanks, Nejire. A paragon of not knowing what shame or humility meant, didn't even flinch as she continued to dress Izumi the same way her mom used to. But don't worry. We'll all be super cute witches too. And then we're going to watch some anime. Momo announced loudly. I have Toru setting up the home theater for a marathon. Ooh, we should dress up as maids sometime. Nejire muttered loudly. More fabric was poured onto Izumi as she felt Momo and Nejire pluck, pull, shift, and sort all the different clothes that were placed on her, her arms going up and down 100 times like she was doing jumping jacks, or maybe like she was swimming through a sea of clothing that was desperately trying to drown her in it. There was so much black and gold being tossed on her, she felt like she was going to end up looking like a green-haired version of some ancient Egyptian mummy, or like she was going through her goth phase, but with just a bit more bling. A lot of bling. A green-haired goth rapper, with a broom. Izumi kept her eyes shut and just hummed and nodded while Momo and Nejire worked their magic. She felt some makeup brushes tapping her cheeks. It didn't feel like it would be anywhere near enough to really have an effect on her, but there were still dabs, taps, and strokes hitting her cheeks and just a hint around her eyes. All right, Momo said softly. Her voice was really close to Izumi's face, close enough that she could all but feel Momo's breath. Izumi, open your eyes. Ooh, let me get my phone. Nejire said loudly before she bumped into something. Ouch. Izumi opened her eyes expecting to see herself in a mirror. Instead, she saw Momo, which was nothing new. She saw Momo a lot. But this Momo was different, equipped with a large wide-brimmed hat that had a crooked point, a loose white top, and a fluffy black skirt. This was the SSR witch Momo that had top stats in cuteness and an extra skill for proving Izumi wrong. That's cheating. Izumi pointed at Momo and pouted. Of course you'd make a cute witch. You can't do that. Who? Momo laughed and then pushed Izumi's shoulder to look at the very cute Nejire that was struggling with the strings of her top. The SSR witch Nejire was just as cute as Momo was, with her equally absurd hat, and a long dark purple dress with hints of red that was tied with a dark black cloth tied around her waist. You don't think Nejire is cute as a witch? I'm kawaii as F-yo. Nejire struck a pose and held up her cell phone. Now come on, let's take a cute witchy selfie. Uo, and then when we get to UA, we should do the same thing but in our hero costumes. Izumi can still be a witch though. I'm not. Izumi's protest was cut off by both Momo and Nejire sandwiching her in a loose hug. Both of them were a bit taller than her, and she felt soft things press against her arm. Show-offs. But her protest really died when she caught a glance of herself in Nejire's phone. A bit of green shadow around her eyes. A bit of color to her cheeks to bring out her freckles. Nothing on her lips. A golden see-through cloth was wrapped around her neck and tied in a cute little bow, highlighting the hints of green around her clothing. The dress they had put her in was plus ultra levels of cute. A dark green band stretched from her neck and all the way down to the fluffy white hem of the skirt, though the rest of the dress was largely black, with hints of purple and green woven throughout it, and the sleeves having several moons and stars along the loose hanging curtains that hung off her wrists. Smile, Nejire said loudly. Izumi did so. Even if she had to swallow her pride and admit that a cute witch could exist, she still wasn't going to be a witch for her hero costume though. 40. Momo and Nezu had changed her mind. Witches could be cute. But that didn't really fix any of her current problems. Izumi placed her pencil on the paper, drawing a simple version of herself standing on the blank canvas. With a grumpy smile, she added on a witch's hat and then drew herself with a broom. When she had managed to use the broom before passing out, it had felt more than a bit awkward to use. A wand was easy, she just held it like she would a pencil. But how was she supposed to hold a broom? She drew herself holding the broom like she would any old broom. While that seemed comfortable, it was probably more awkward to draw with it like that. Besides, she'd basically be drawing on the ground, and her feet would get in the way. That wouldn't work at all. Holding it like a baseball bat would let her whack people with the broom good enough, and she'd be holding it off the ground, so she could probably even make a few marks like that, but it wouldn't be precise enough for her to complete any real spell. Or would it? She'd be having a wider arc, and she'd never drawn anything that big, so maybe it wouldn't be too bad. But drawing a spell that big with a broom might actually kill her. She added a dead version of her laying on the ground and an empty bar next to her. Maybe if she ever actually managed to increase her stamina or endurance, or whatever it was that let her use her quirk, she'd be able to use a broom like that, but even then it really didn't seem cool enough. If she grabbed onto the base of the broom, right about where the handle met the brush part, then she'd be able to draw smaller circles and have more control over it. But then she'd have all the leftover parts of the broom handle, and she'd basically just be using a duster. As uncool as a broom was, a duster was even less cool. What am I going to do? Izumi bit into the end of her pencil and ran her hand through her hair. She was still surprised by how smooth her hair felt. She glanced towards Momo but found herself staring at the thighs of Byleth-sensei that was currently staring at her with a blank look. "Ooh, I can. Meet me after class." Byleth-sensei let out a deadpan response and tapped on Izumi's journal before resuming her lecture. Izumi sighed. There was no way she was going to be able to pay attention in class with all these thoughts in her head. Who cared about the French Revolution and, hold up, they were beheading people. 40. Momo, try not to get detention. Izumi, do they even have detention at this school? Momo, I don't know, but I've never had detention. Have you? Nezu, twice. I talk a lot. Momo, I believe that. Izumi, a few times, mostly because of that guy. Momo, oh, well, I'm sure you'll be fine. Nezu, yeah. Besides, Byleth-sensei is actually really nice even if she has a resting beach face. Izumi, should I show her that text? Nezu, gasp. He wouldn't. Izumi pocketed her iPod once more and walked into the teacher's lounge, where she found Byleth-sensei her usual black suit jacket off, giving the normally stuffy teacher a whole new look. The white blouse she had on was snug around her chest and pulled into her skirt with a tightness that Izumi could have sworn only models could pull off. The sleeves of her shirt even ballooned outward until they reached her wrists, where they were pinched tight. In short, Byleth-sensei was a babe. And the fact that they both had green hair made Byleth-sensei look like Izumi's older sister. Her older sister was a babe. Byleth-sensei, you wanted to see me? Izumi asked, flinching more with each word. She didn't want to be in trouble. Byleth-sensei looked up from her work. Her dark bluish-green eyes focused on Izumi with an intensity that wasn't entirely bad. With more respect that Izumi really deserved, Byleth-sensei placed her work down, turned in her chair, and addressed Izumi firmly. What exactly were you drawing in my class today? Well, you see, I discovered recently that I can use my quirk with a broom and that I'd be able to draw a bunch of spells and stuff. So I was trying to figure out a good way to wield a broom so it'd be comfortable and give me the ability to draw big circles if I need to or a bunch of small circles too. But I'm not really sure how I'm supposed to hold it to draw best because my quirk needs to be precise. But I'm not sure how precise, and I think there might be more I can do with a staff or a broom, so I'm sorry I was drawing in your class, sensei. Please forgive me. Byleth-sensei, who had been staring intently, like she was absorbing every single rambling word of hers, just stared at Izumi then nodded. I understand. She stood sharply. Come with me. Am I in trouble? No, I do have swim practice. I'll talk to Kuro-sensei later. Oh, okay. Byleth-sensei led Izumi to the locker room and pointed inside. Get dressed. You're going to be sweating a lot today. With what? Izumi shifted and stared at her feet. Even though Byleth-sensei had said she wasn't in trouble, she still kind of felt like she was in a bit of trouble. You still haven't told me what we're going to be doing. Oh, Byleth-sensei tapped on her cheek and gave a smile for perhaps the first time. I'm going to be helping you. With? Izumi asked, eyes going wide. Weapons training. Oh, yep. Byleth-sensei. Yes, Izumi. Is a broom a weapon? Izumi was kind of magical, and not just because of her quirk. Kaya. Momo poked her head into the small gymnasium where she had been meeting Izumi on the first Thursday of every month just in time to see the familiar sight of Izumi getting bodied by their homeroom teacher Byleth-sensei. The statuesque older woman didn't even flinch as they performed yet another routine. Even though school was closed for summer, clubs and Izumi's broom combat training kept both of them coming to school every day. At least most of the time Izumi got to cool off in the pool, but not today. Momo sat down against the wall, her tote bag placed against her side. She had watched this scene countless times. Izumi makes a mistake, gets hit, falls down, then gets right back up with zero hesitation and asking for more. In many ways, that was what was so magical about Izumi. She didn't let things stop her. Watching Izumi spin the foam practice staff that both her and Byleth-sensei were using was a sight to behold. Thanks to Izumi's quirk, the trails of light trailing from both ends wove a pattern in the air. In moments like that, Momo could make out the familiar symbols of Izumi's spells, though they were often far too sloppy or incomplete, especially in the middle of a spar. Do you want to try again, or would you like to practice your forms more? Byleth-sensei pointed her staff right towards Izumi as a way of declaring yet another challenge. But Momo could see the smile forming on their sensei's face, especially when Byleth-sensei glanced her way and nodded. Izumi looked her way, and Momo could once again see the similarities between the two. There was a rumor that the two were related in some fashion. There were theories that they were sisters or cousins, and even one rumor that had Byleth-sensei as Izumi's mother. Inko was flattered when she found out, but seeing the two in the same room was uncanny. I'm not done yet, Izumi reaffirmed, and Momo couldn't help but notice how much wider Izumi's smile was. Even when she was soaked in sweat, Izumi still looked, well, Momo wasn't sure how she looked. Izumi had always been cute to her ever since she had first met Izumi, but Izumi was just, well, Izumi. Her smile lit up the room. Ready when you are, sensei. Even Byleth-sensei was affected by Izumi's real magic. When Momo first met Izumi, Izumi had taken her hand and pulled her forward. She knew exactly what she wanted to be, and was devoting everything into being a hero. It was all Izumi talked about, and it was probably all Izumi thought about it. It took a while for Momo to notice that it was contagious, so now Momo found herself chasing after Izumi in an effort to keep up. Momo bit her lip, watching the fight in front of her. A staff would be easy to make. A long simple cylinder, solid of course for weight and strength. Material, people often suggested tungsten to her. But despite having the highest tensile strength of all metals, it was also rather brittle, so it wouldn't work for striking as the whole thing would just shatter. But even an alloy wouldn't be too useful. Technically, she could make it out of diamond. But there was a good chance that could result in people following her around hoping to scavenge bits. Then again, she only really needed something that was hard enough to give and take a hit, so something as simple as tempered wood or some kind of a carbon wood. A rune lit up. It hung in the air for a few seconds longer than the random scribbles that were the result of the practice. Momo made a quick note to jot the rune down. Hopefully it was one that was new to Izumi, and hopefully it was both useful, and one that wouldn't hurt Izumi when she uses it. Momo bit her lip and smiled at Izumi again. If she wanted to keep up, then she was going to need to train just as hard. Sensei, Momo stood, pulling a replica staff out of her arm at a steady speed. May I join in? 40. Hey, Momo. Izumi slammed down next to her on their usual rooftop lunch spot, a grin on her face that meant that Izumi was up to the opposite of no good. Even after knowing Izumi for a year now, Momo always found new things to be surprised about with Izumi. From her drive, to her creativity, to her smile. Especially those smiles. A box of Pocky dangled in front of Momo's face, and Izumi's alluring smile spread onto Momo's face. Pocky, Momo laughed. It wasn't a treat they had frequently, but she was familiar with it now. You're going to have to do more than that to impress me. Oh, I've given up on that, but that doesn't mean I can't entertain you. Izumi drew a small circle in the air, casting one of her new favorite spells, Target Control. It allowed her to move an object as she saw fit for a period of time. A stick of chocolate Pocky floated out of the box, bobbing and weaving along with Izumi's finger. But that doesn't mean we can't have fun. With Pocky, yep. Izumi turned to face her better on the bench. We're going to play the Pocky game. Winner gets the whole box. And the loser has to let the other do their hair this weekend. I don't even know what the Pocky game is. Oh, it's... Izumi moved the base of the stick in front of Momo's mouth and then pushed it in physically. First, you have to hold the Pocky like this. Momo raised an eyebrow. Then, we both start chewing on the stick while not letting go. Izumi placed her own lips on the other end of the stick, mirth dancing in her green eyes. The loser is the person that pulls back first. All right, and go. Izumi started munching on the Pocky stick with blazing speed, her face getting closer and closer to Momo's. Momo only managed a few bites before she realized just how close Izumi was getting. Her face felt warm. Was she blushing? It felt like she was blushing. Momo's eyes went wider as Izumi's face, and thus her lips got closer. If this kept up, if Izumi kept marching forward, their lips, they would kiss. A jolt traveled through her lips and met with her spine before spreading out across her entire body. The hair on the back of her neck tingled, her shoulders tensed, her hands grabbed at the fabric of her skirt, and she felt like she might explode. She pulled back on impulse. You kissed me. Hee hee, I won. Izumi sat and hummed. I can't wait to see how you look with twin tails. Izumi. What? Izumi looked at Momo while munching on another Pocky stick. I'll share you know. No, I just mean, that was my first kiss. Momo placed her hands over her lips. It wasn't that she was offended really, she was just surprised. Yes, surprised felt like the correct word. Oh, Izumi finished off the Pocky stick and then smiled. Well, that was my first kiss too, so we're even. Besides, we're both girls, so it should be fine, right? I guess. Momo let out a sigh, desperately trying to calm herself after what had just happened. Was it really fine if girls kissed, even when it felt like that? How was Izumi acting so normally? So, you're not worried about a boyfriend finding out? I was kind of expecting puberty to make me really interested in boys or something. At least that's what my mom said. And all the other girls in our class talk about the boys they see, but I'm not really interested in them. Izumi hummed and patted the most obvious sign that her puberty had started, her chest. While Momo still had an inch or two height-wise, Izumi was catching up quickly in other areas. I guess I just never really noticed them. My mom says that it's because I spend too much time around girls and that I'm too focused on becoming a hero. Izumi blinked then looked at Momo with a wide smile. What about you? Did you find a boyfriend? No, nothing of the sort. Momo waved her hand and let out a sigh. Why did she even bring this topic up? I'm the same as you. I guess I don't really notice any boys, and I spend most of my time with you, so I guess I just don't really have the time for stuff like that. Yeah, Izumi laughed, kicking her feet and leaning back, another stick of Pocky hanging in her mouth. I am kind of a handful, right? Yes, you are. Rematch. Izumi dangled a Pocky stick between them. She didn't say no. 40. Momo raced towards the swimming pool, the cold December air not stopping her for a second. Of all the things she had told Izumi in their nearly 3-year-long friendship, this was perhaps the biggest, best, and most amazing news either one of them had gotten so far, even beating the news that Nezu had won the sports festival her first year at UA. Izumi, Momo shouted, ignoring her status as the class president for a few moments as she ran, and then fast walked around the pool where Izumi had spent a great deal of time. This year was no exception, especially since Izumi had become the swim team captain. Their last year of middle school had flown by with how busy they both were getting ready for the UA entrance exam. But that might not matter soon. Captain, one of the first years shouted, a short girl with white hair that was the younger sister of one of their old senpais. She had a shark-based quirk that made her a natural swimmer. Your girlfriend is here. We're not. Momo mumbled under her breath as she headed towards the ladder Izumi was likely to take out of the pool. For some reason, everyone on Izumi's swim team referred to her as Izumi's girlfriend, which wasn't true at all. Sure, they hung out a lot, but they weren't dating. Who cared if they were each other's first kiss? Not Izumi, that's who. The girl didn't even care that over a year ago she had just casually taken that from Momo and didn't even apologize or anything. She even took the second one. Why was she thinking about this now? Momo shook her head and watched as Izumi swam over to her. Seeing Izumi exit the swimming pool was nothing new to Momo. She had seen it happen more times than she could count. But this time was so very different. The mousy girl that Momo had first met 3 years ago was a distant memory. And now, Izumi was a bombshell. The years of constant swimming had helped shape Izumi's body into one that anyone could consider attractive. Her back was a work of art, her muscles flowing effortlessly through the water as she reached up and grabbed onto the ladder with her toned, slender arms that were a bit rough to the touch at times. The swimsuit that Izumi wore showed off her wide, full hips and matching powerful thighs, giving her a pair of shapely legs that could be called neither long nor short, just nice. There was something appealing about the tightness of Izumi's swimsuit as well, like the way it emphasized her waist, or the way compressed her bountiful chest, that made Momo incredibly happy. Maybe it was the lighting, maybe it was the excitement, but seeing Izumi like that felt like it was the first time she had truly seen her. And Momo really liked what she saw, like a lot. To finish it off, Izumi pulled off her cap, letting loose the long silky green hair that Momo had spent so much time tending to. The smile on Izumi's freckled face, the glow of her eyes, and the smoothness of her lips all caught Momo off guard as a thought slammed into her with enough force to snap her jaw shut. Her sexuality had just bought a one-way ticket out of the closet and made it known to Momo. She was gay. Very, very, very gay. Gah! Izumi yelped when she stepped out of the water and sprinted towards the bleachers, giving Momo a good glance at that body in motion and Izumi's really nice butt along the way. Cold. Gah! Izumi grabbed a towel and wrapped herself up in a towel before shuffling back towards Momo and then wrapped them both up. Izumi's soft, wet chest pressed lightly against Momo's arm, causing her sleeve to dampen. It's cold. Momo, give me your warmth. Ah, yes. Momo stared at Izumi for a bit, her brain freezing as it processed roughly 3 years of being attracted to Izumi into a single thought. She was really, really gay, and madly in love with Izumi. That made a lot of things make a lot of sense. Momo, Izumi asked, raising an eyebrow. Are you okay? Oh, ooh. Momo blinked and became rather aware of how close Izumi was to her. She stepped out of Izumi's towel embrace and brushed her hair back slightly. You're still wet. Hee, I know. Izumi laughed and started the process of properly drying herself. Had that always been so lewd? Memories said yes. Oh God, she had seen Izumi naked how many times? How many times had she stared at her chest? A lot. They took baths together a lot. So, it was. Yeah, so, what you want to talk about? You sounded really excited. Huh? Momo asked, staring at the jiggle on Izumi's chest as the girl worked the towel. She swallowed and shoved both her sexual desires and crush on Izumi back into the closet from where they came. They didn't listen, but she was not going to say anything. Why? Because there was nothing more terrifying to her at the moment. Oh, I just wanted to let you know that we've both been accepted to participate in the recommendation exams next week. Violet-sensei pulled a few. Izumi let out a scream, and once again Momo found herself wrapped up in Izumi's embrace. Only this time it was front to front with Izumi wrapping her arms around Momo while laughing and spinning around. Oh my God. Really? That's great, Momo. I can't believe it. We're so going to ace those exams. This is great. We should celebrate. Momo could die right then and be incredibly happy with her life. Fortunately, she only blushed. Like, a lot. The UA recommendation exam. Because of Byleth-sensei being a former pro hero, as well as their good grades and the excellent standing of their school, both Momo and Izumi had gotten a chance to take the recommendation exam. This would give them 2 chances to get into UA. And if they got through on recommendations, it would. Well, Izumi didn't know what it would do if they gotten through recommendations, but it was a good chance anyways. Izumi flailed her arms around and looked at Momo, before looking back at the UA entrance. Izumi, I get that you're excited. Momo laughed and smiled at her, but don't get so excited you end up puking. Izumi pouted and puffed her cheeks out at Momo. She only had to puke a little. It wasn't like she had actually done that before. Okay, she might have when she got really excited about actually being recommended and actually being accepted as a recommendation, but that was completely different. There's no way I could ever puke at UA. Momo looked at Izumi like she was full of crap, which just wasn't true. She pooped earlier today. So the only thing inside of her was the lunch she and Momo, mostly Momo, had eaten earlier because both of their quirks required they had energy to burn. Oh, and pure hype and awesomeness. Don't make promises you can't keep, Izumi. Momo, she whined and crossed her arms over her chest, her winter school uniform doing a terrible job at making her not feel cold. It thought you were my friend. Momo poked her on the forehead and pushed her back slightly. I am, and don't you ever forget it. That's why I have to ground you in reality. Like the reality that we're going to pass this thing and then go to UA. She held out her hand for Momo to grab. Momo grabbed her hand and they nodded at each other. Right, we're both going to UA. There are more applicants heading towards the main building where the written exam would be held. After that, it would be time to suit up and head to the interview section before the practical course. A tall guy with a buzz cut walked past them, his long legs helping him speed past everyone else. Holy crap, that guy is tall, Izumi muttered to Momo as they walked. Yeah, it's hard to believe he's a middle schooler, Momo muttered back. Like you're one to talk. Momo blushed and crossed her arms over her chest. It was always so easy to get her to blush like that. You're not far behind me, Izumi. Hee, I know, isn't it awesome? They were bosom buddies. Momo blushed and looked away from Izumi. It was so weird. Momo was easily the hottest, most beautiful girl in the whole school, but she was also the most bashful. A single compliment could send her into a blushing, flustered state that would take her hours to actually recover from. Izumi hoped it wouldn't hamper her ability to take the exam. But Momo was level-headed enough that Izumi probably didn't have to worry about that. Besides, Momo was literally the valedictorian of Haruno Jr. Hey, the tall guy shouted from up ahead, though maybe shout wasn't the right word. That actually sounded like it might just be his normal volume. You're Shoto Todoroki, right? Endeavor's son. I'm Inasa. The boy with half-white half-red hair grumbled something and kept walking while Inasa just stood there stunned. His smile was frozen on his face but his eyes were distant. What'd he say? Izumi asked him, leaning forward slightly to look up at the really tall guy. Did something happen to Endeavor? Inasa looked at her with a shocked expression. Oh, sorry, I was just, well, he said something that Endeavor once said to me is all. But enough of that. I'm Inasa Yurashi. He bowed fast and at a sharp 90 degrees. It's a pleasure to meet you. Nice to meet you as well, Inasa. Izumi couldn't help but giggle as she bowed sharply as well. I'm Izumi Midoriya, and this is my friend Momo Yaoyorozu. We're from Haruno Jr. Hello, Momo said with a slight wave. She was looking slightly uncomfortable about all this. Was it because they were talking to a stranger? Oh, maybe it was that she wasn't used to talking with boys their age. Oh, maybe she was just a sucker for tall boys. Are you here for the recommendation exams as well? I am. Inasa shot back up and introduced himself. I'm from Yamanaka All Boys Academy. I'm hoping to go to UA, since it's the most passionate hero school. Yeah, Izumi cheered, pumping one fist up into the air and jumping slightly. That's the spirit in Asa. I look forward to being your classmate. Oh, what's your quirk? Mine's Izumi. Momo pulled on her shoulder. We need to hurry, we're going to be late for the exam. Gah, Inasa jumped, his smile fading as he took off into a sprint. He stopped a few feet away and sprinted backwards to do that same fast, sharp bow he did earlier. Please excuse me. We can talk later. Sounds good. What followed was a quick lecture from Momo about stranger danger. But they wanted to be heroes. They were basically anti-stranger danger. 40. Looks like we'll be in different testing areas. Momo patted on her number card that was currently hanging off the front of her chest like one of those skimpy erotic dancer clothes. Only instead of being naked under there, she was wearing a red tracksuit. You know, Izumi poked Momo's number. You should probably just put this on your shirt since you're going to have to open your jacket to use your quirk. Momo turned ever so slightly red. I'll deal with that when it comes to that. Relax, Momo. Your quirk is amazing. You already know that you passed the written exam and nailed the interview, so the practical exam is going to be easy peasy for you. Izumi grabbed both of Momo's hands and held them up in front of their faces. You got this. Now Momo was even more red. She was so easy. Thanks, Izumi. Good luck. Thanks, 40. Inasa. Izumi spotted the tall boy quickly enough. He was off doing some stretches near the starting line. His teal tracksuit and close-cut hair made him look like he was a thug from Russia, though. The number 41 was stuck to his chest. Izumi ran up in front of him and bounced on her heels. Oh, Inasa bellowed, his voice the kind of naturally loud that would be impossible to ignore. You're the Haruno Jr. girl from the entrance. Izumi, right. Yep. She bounced on her heels a bit and flapped her arms. How'd you do on the written exam? She was going to say that she felt like she did really good thanks to all the studying with Momo, but Inasa looked like he had just been murdered by her words. That bad. He stood straight and scratched the back of his head. He said loudly and with just a bit of shameless pride. I'm not a good test taker. That's not something you should take pride in, you know. He trailed off and looked away from her. I know. Well, don't worry about it. I'm sure you'll knock it out of the park with your quirk, right? Absolutely. Oh, you were asking me about my quirk earlier, weren't you? Inasa's energy was fully restored. Well, it's actually really strong. I can control the air around me. Here, watch. He held out his hand and Izumi could feel the air swirling around in his palm like a miniature tornado. Her long hair flickered in his breeze before he stopped the movement. I love it even if it has caused me some trouble. Whoa, how'd a quirk like that get you in trouble? Inasa turned a bright shade of red that could almost match Momo's blush. I was forced to transfer to an all-boys academy after several girls accused me of blowing up their skirts. Did you? It wasn't on purpose, I was just practicing. Oh, well, I believe you. Izumi smiled at him. You might look like a punk, but I can tell you're a really nice guy. Maybe her quirk was really making people blush really hard with a compliment. And her ability to do magic was completely unrelated to her quirk, because Inasa turned into a tomato. Oh, well, thank you. That makes me happy to hear. He shouted and then laughed, arms flailing. But what about you? What's your quirk? Hee. Izumi brought up her fingers and drew a simple symbol in the air. It's a bit complicated, but basically, I'm magic. Oh, I see. Well, I look forward to seeing it in action. Izumi glanced towards the obstacle course they were going to have to run through. She'd probably have to get creative over how she tackled every part of it. I think you'll be too busy flying past me to notice, but if we become classmates, I'll really be able to show you what I can do. Yes, I agree. He offered his hand to her and gave a great big smile. To future classmates. Yeah, they shook hands, Inasa's large broad hand engulfing her own apparently absolutely tiny hands with ease. Then again, it was to be expected. She was only about 53 and he was like, super tall. Hey, how tall are you? I just hit 62, but I'm still growing. Whoa, you're like a foot taller than me. You're tall. Their conversation came to a quick end when their proctor, Present Mike, started to speak. All right. With the written test and the interviews finished, it's time for the real show to start. Yeah, come to the starting line. Izumi took her place in the middle of the pack and instantly felt like something was ever so slightly off. Not only was she the shortest one in the lineup by far, but she was also the only girl. Did Momo end up in a girl-only lineup? Did she get swapped? Did Yue even care and this was just an accident? Oh, Inasa was standing next to Endeavor's son, who, what was his name again? Shoto Todoroki. She wondered what kind of a quirk he'd have. All right, we got a hell of a lineup today. Yeah. Present Mike spun, his arms outstretched as he gestured towards the large obstacle course that they would have to go through. And this exam is simple. Get to the finish line using your quirks however you can. He held his arms up high with a wild look in his eyes. Well, what are you waiting for? Go. Izumi jumped and watched as Inasa blasted off the ground with ease, his quirk giving him a powerful lead while Shoto followed after with a trail of ice. Whoa, so fast. Hey girlie, less gawking, more running. Izumi jumped again and trailed behind most of the other students. Out of all of her spells, she had nothing that would help her move faster. Technically, she had stuff that could make the others slower, but that wasn't very hero-like at all. She sprinted at her top speed, her countless hours of swimming taking her stamina to a level where something like this wouldn't tire her out. She ran past one of the other applicants and quickly approached the first real obstacle, a mud pit. One of the other applicants was trying to use the ice bridge that Shoto had made, and another was climbing out of the mud looking very unhappy. How to cross the mud. 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 Spell, barrier, target, dome. Weaving her spell while running. Izumi felt the first bit of fatigue hit her as she conjured a barrier in the middle of the pit. The barrier looked like a gigantic bubble that she had blown so many times during the summer, only instead of being flimsy, it was solid. Very solid. Its offensive power was 0, but the barrier's defensive power was maximum, making it the exact opposite of force. She jumped and landed on the dome with a sound like a sheet of tin foil being shaken. The slippery surface was more hazardous than the mud below, as the barrier had a texture like polished glass. Her footing slipped, but she landed forward and managed to push off, giving her just enough momentum to reach out and catch the other side of the pit to pull herself up. With a thought, she cancelled the effect and heard the sound of someone jumping into the mud behind her. Sorry, it was his own fault for not using his own quirk. Izumi followed the trail of ice to the next obstacle where she actually caught up to Shoto for just a moment. A gate blocked her way forward, her number hanging right above it in bright red characters. A few hundred targets moved around the nearby forest. Each one had a number, and more than a few had been destroyed by ice or wind. There was even a station with slingshots. Not that she'd need those. Izumi scanned the targets for her own set of numbers. Force, target, guided, arrow. She fired off 2 bolts at once, slamming into the targets with enough force to destroy them, and watched as her gate opened up. She might not be able to catch up to those 2, but she could still compete. Somehow, she managed to stay ahead of the other students, but she couldn't catch up to Shoto and Inasa. By the time she finally got within sight of the 2 of them, she saw that Shoto's ice was giving him an advantage over Inasa's wind until Inasa let out a burst of wind at the last second and flipped forward over the finish line. She couldn't see from so far back, but it looked like Shoto still won. Something to make me go fast. Izumi grunted and started sprinting further. If only she could turn herself into a force arrow and then... Actually, what if she did just that? Self, forward, nothing. Self, forward, arrow, nothing. Damn it. She screamed and sprinted harder. Nice lungs, girly. Present Mike commented when she crossed the line. In any other year, you'd probably be first, but this year you went up against those 2. Izumi let out a light pant to catch her breath and smiled. Really, that makes me feel a lot better. Don't worry, once I figure out a spell for it, I'll be able to beat them too. Present Mike slapped his head against his forehead. She beats last year's average by a minute and she's still not happy. Sheesh, this year's batch is something else. And she's still not even tired. Years of swim practice. You were running. Same thing. No. Izumi shrugged and walked over to Inasa, who looked grumpy. Ooh, did something happen? She asked, looking up at her freshly made friend. Were they friends? Sure, why not? They were future classmates and future friends. She looked towards Shoto, who was glaring in a random direction. Again, Inasa's fist tightened into a ball. It's like he's staring at something he can't reach and doesn't care about anything else. I don't think I can go to UA. If he's there. Hey, why? Don't let one bad person stop you from going there. She grabbed his fist with both her hands. Come on, Inasa, we're going to be classmates, right? UA's going to be great if you're there. Okay, her quirk had to be blush related. I guess I can make do. The UA school uniform was absolutely amazing. The jacket was comfortable. The shirt might be a bit tight on her chest, but that really wasn't its fault, and she even got to wear a tie that she couldn't tie for the life of her. The skirts were also super cute. The green really matched her hair, and it was just fun to shake her hips and make her skirt move. Plus, UA was super relaxed when it came to leggings. In order to pay homage to her mentor Byleth-sensei, Izumi had decided to start wearing leggings with a design on them. They were almost entirely for show and had no purpose, but they looked cool, even if she did rip them sometimes when she put them on. Seriously, how did Byleth-sensei never tear these things? Momo, Izumi ran up to her friend, all but skipping as she did so. It was their first day at UA, and she couldn't help but feel excited. Are you ready to become a hero? Izumi. Momo did not share any of Izumi's enthusiasm, and instead looked at the girl with a slight frown. With a long sigh, Momo placed her bag down and grabbed onto Izumi's tie. Honestly, how did you even get your tie like this? I thought you were supposed to be good with your hands. Hey, Izumi flailed her hands and glanced at the other students who were staring, especially the guys. She hadn't seen an Asa yet though. Momo, people are staring. They're going to stare at you anyways, Momo muttered and then pulled on her tie, somehow fixing it with ease. At least now you look proper. I didn't before, Izumi asked, still being held in place by her tie. Momo gave a light smile and continued to adjust Izumi's clothes. Honestly, she was worse than her mother. Almost never, but don't worry, you're always cute, though. I knew I should have had you stay the night. Does this shirt even fit? Kinda. Momo rolled her eyes and let out another long sigh. Well, maybe they'll have a bigger one you can get in the nurse's office or something. Just no taking off your jacket. Or stretching. Yes, honey. Izumi rolled her eyes and smiled. She laughed, and Momo laughed with her. I really don't know how I'm going to survive class without you. Yeah, it's going to be different, Momo muttered, her hand finally falling from Izumi's tie. But we're only a room apart from each other, and we'll be able to have lunch together like always. And you can stay at my house whenever you want. And, boy, a low growl sent a chill of dread down Izumi's spine. It might have been years since she heard him speak, but the tone of his voice, the almost harsh gravel-like sound, that was a verbal equivalent of a bad bike crash on a gravel path. She knew exactly who was behind her. You Izumi, Katsuki Bakugo asked from behind her. It was less a question, and more a demand of verification. Heroes weren't afraid, and she wasn't. But she was angry. Every single moment that Katsuki had teased her, had bullied her, had picked on her, had treated her like she was worthless and couldn't be a hero came boiling up. She let out a breath and pushed those feelings aside. She wasn't the same person she was back then. But him, he might be different. He had the same look in his eyes that he always did. Angry, petty, spiteful, arrogant, all overpowering the kindness she once saw in there. She tried to find some kind of regret in his eyes. But all she saw was even more self-importance. It is you. His eyes narrowed as he glanced her up and down. She had been ogled before, mostly by boys at swim meets and a few times in public, but this was different. You're different. He was taller than her. The difference was more than it had ever been. It was easy to see that Katsuki had been as serious about being a hero as she had. And you haven't changed. He snorted. Whatever. He turned and glanced at her once again. I'm going to class. Izumi watched as Katsuki tore a warpath through the other students, growling and barking at anyone dumb enough to be walking slower than him. Was that? Momo asked, her voice trailing off. Him? Izumi finished for her. Yeah, it was. Oh, Momo grabbed her hand, forcing Izumi to relax her fists that had been wrapped so tight that the color had drained from her knuckles. Well, try not to let him bother you too much, all right. Besides, I think you could probably beat him with your quirk now. Right, maybe. Izumi tried to relax. But it had turned her excitement into dread so quickly. She should have known that Katsuki would have tried to get into UA. Not that she would have let that stop her. Probably. Hopefully. Is it wrong? I hope he's in your class and not mine. If he's in yours, we could probably use that as a justification for transfer into mine. Momo squeezed her hand one last time and gave a smile that really made Izumi feel like everything was going to be alright. 40. To her relief, Katsuki was in Class 1A. But there was absolutely no one that she even recognized in Class 1B. She didn't know how to function without Momo in her class. What was she going to do? All she knew what to talk about was swimming, BBs. Her quirk, heroes, Momo's quirk, random witch-related facts, Momo's bra size, food, and like hair. And who knows what else. Did she even have a personality? Momo, what was her personality? Izumi stared at the majority of her classmates with wide, slightly dazed eyes as she stood at the entrance of the room, her arms flapping gently at her hips like she was a lost penguin desperately trying to find its mother. Oh hey, a floating head with thick dark green hair that reminded Izumi just a bit of seaweed appeared in front of her. You were at the recommendation exams, right? You're the girl that almost got crushed by a giant robot, right? Yeah, what a crappy thing to be remembered for. That's great. A headless body wandered over and grabbed the floating head before the two fused. I'm Setsuna Takage. Sorry if I spooked you, I have a habit of losing my head. Setsuna started to laugh. Oh, she was the type of person that made terrible puns and then laughed at them. Izumi could relate. Izumi gave a great big smile and placed her hands on her hips. I'm Izumi Midoriya. I take it you're the one I should ask if I ever need a hand. Setsuna chuckled and waved her handless arm at Izumi. I think we're going to get along just fine. Oh, great. There's two of you. A pale-looking man that looked like some kind of a monster with how his teeth sat on the outside of his skin, making him look like a skeleton. He looked familiar. I'm Jazu Honuki, the guy you dumped into the mud during the exam. Oh, I remember you. You were the creepy-looking guy. Izumi pointed at him and stared at him until Setsuna started to howl in laughter. Oh, I said the quiet part out loud, didn't I? Don't worry, I'll only hold it against you for a few years. Aren't we going to be classmates for a few years? Yep, Bahaha, Setsuna howled in laughter. You two are great. So, hey, what's your quirks? Mine lets me take my body apart and then control my bits. Jazu spoke first, raising his hand before Izumi could get over someone asking her about one of her favorite subjects. It's called softening. Essentially, I can cause objects to soften to the point that it's like mud or quicksand. I couldn't really find a use for it during the obstacle course though. He looked at her and raised a fuzzy white eyebrow. Alright, before you explode, what's your quirk? Oh, it's called symbology. Izumi brought up her pointer and middle fingers and drew a simple line in the air. Basically, I can draw stuff in the air. And if I draw the right stuff. She drew a simple spell making a disc of light appear in her hand. I can make effects happen. Currently, I have about 20 effects I can combine into what I call spells. She swiped her disc out of the air and flailed her arms. So far I can make barriers, shoot missiles, move objects, and make light. I even have some symbols I have no idea what they do. That, Setsuna began, sounds like a lot of bullshit. Jazu finished. Honestly, it makes me happy when people say that. Izumi laughed, putting both hands behind her back. I really like to experiment with my quirk. I still have a lot to learn. That's why you're here. A gruff, almost angry voice commanded from behind her. Izumi spun and saw her teacher, the sanguine hero Vlad King, standing behind her with a clipboard in his hand. He was the kind of person that Izumi would just describe as extra large, given how he probably had a foot on her and she was less than half of his weight. Oh, sensei, take your seats. Vlad sensei gave a firm order to the whole class. I need attendance before we can head to orientation and then properly begin your hero training. There was an eager scramble to their seats before everyone settled down and looked at their new sensei. Don't look now, but I'm pretty sure the ginger is checking you out, Setsuna whispered in Izumi's ear. So far Izumi had seen Setsuna's head off her shoulders more often than on, which could explain why the girl always seemed to have her head in the clouds. My name's Itsuka Kendo, said Ginger spoke in a firm voice, and I wasn't checking her out. Oh, then what were you doing? Because honestly, you were staring at her back the moment I was trying to figure out what kind of body she had. Thick, Setsuna purred. See, I told you she was checking you out. Izumi pulled her head through the UA gym shirt and then pulled her hair out a moment later. She gathered her hair with one hand and then slipped it into a tight ponytail to keep it out of her face during this quirk assessment test that Vlad sensei wanted to do. She assumed it would, at the bare minimum, mean using her quirk. She glanced and saw that Itsuka was currently glaring at Setsuna's head with her cheeks more than a little flushed. I meant, as in how she got her muscles. Like, what sport she did in middle school. Like you're a track and field member. Itsuka pointed towards Setsuna's body, and then towards herself. I did kendo. And Ryoko over there wasn't in any sports club. The white-haired girl that liked to hold her hands like she was a ghost gave a thumbs up. Wow, you were checking everybody out. Setsuna let out a snarky laugh before her head floated over towards her body. But you're right, I did do track. I was a long-distance runner. See, I was just trying to figure out what sport Izumi did. Itsuka let out a huff, her PE shirt gripped tight in her hand. Sorry for staring. Oh, Izumi laughed and smiled at her new classmate. Don't worry about it. I'm actually a swimmer. I needed something to improve my endurance for my quirk and a senpai of mine actually convinced me that swimming was really good for that. So, I guess I have a swimmer's body. I guess that makes sense. Itsuka gave a sigh and placed a hand on her hip. That would kind of explain it. Sorry for bothering you with this. Don't worry about it. Izumi placed her hands on her hips and stuck her chest out. I'm proud of my body. With a rack like that, I would be too. Setsuna whistled. Are you a lesbian? Itsuka asked, her cheeks more than a little red. No, well stop, you're giving us a bad name. Izumi blinked and watched as their locker room was filled with a sudden silence as everyone processed what Itsuka had just said. So, apparently Itsuka was into girls, and she was checking her out. Hehe, validation. 40. Alright, it seems we have the field to ourselves given how one skipped the orientation. Vlad sensei gave a low growl as his massive shoulders slumped. Again, 1A. That was where Momo and Inasa were. And where Katsuki was. Izumi bit her lip and then shook her head again. She'd be able to see them during lunch. It wasn't a big deal. Besides, she could make new friends here, like Setsuna and Itsuka and, well, all of her class she guessed. They all wanted to be heroes, after all. This was supposed to be a joint exam, but we'll just have to do without. Vlad sensei turned to face them all, a phone in his hand and his two tusk-like teeth peeking out from his smile. You're all aware of the physical fitness test, yes? Well, this will be the same thing, but you're allowed to use your quirk. Think of this not only in terms of ability, but also creativity. And for fun, we'll be ranking you. Vlad sensei tapped on his phone and brought up a blue hologram that displayed their names in a 2x10 grid. Top 5 get extra credit. That was it. She didn't really understand the syllabus too much when Vlad sensei went over it, but it really didn't seem like extra credit would be super helpful. Besides, she'd still have to work hard to be a hero and She looked behind her and saw that all of her classmates looked fired up. Was she the weird one here? Probably. But even without the extra credit dangling in front of her, she still wanted to be number one for the sake of being number one. She just needed to figure out how to use her quirk effectively. The 50-meter dash was a dud, as she still had nothing that could actually help her move faster, but she wasn't the slowest even without using her quirk. Next was the grip strength test. Hey sensei. Izumi ran over to her newest sensei and was once again reminded that not only was she on the short side, but that Vlad sensei was on the really tall side. Oh, Izumi, correct. Vlad sensei checked his phone with a light frown and waited for her to nod her head. What is it? Do we actually have to be gripping the test? She held out the strength testing device and looked down at it. I mean, like, with our hands. Vlad sensei chuckled. So long as it is being measured by your hands or your quirks, I will accept that. Sensei. Itsuka ran, her extra large hand carrying the shattered remains of the grip tester. I broke it. I'll just put you in first, Vlad muttered and turned to the next student that ran up to him. Izumi took his answer to mean that so long as she used her quirk, it would be fine. Control, object. She held the grip tester in place right in front of her. Whoa, telepathy. Satsuna wandered over to stand next to her. Itsuka joined them. No, don't you remember what she said about her quirk? Not really. Izumi smiled and began to draw the symbols for her next spell. Barrier, object, ring, constrict. A shimmering, glass-like substance formed a ring around the handle of the grip strength tester and began to tighten. While constrict wouldn't actually squeeze the handle, it would stop it from expanding back out. Barrier, ball, expand. A ball appeared in the center of the device, just big enough to fit in the handle. Almost instantly, it began to expand, pushing up against the tester before it burst. Barrier, ball, expand. Oh wow, so you have the kind of quirk that lets you do a whole lot of things, Itsuka muttered. Izumi smiled and gave a light wink. You haven't seen anything yet. Using her quirk to slowly increase her score, Izumi was able to get the highest rank besides the ones that managed to break the device, like Itsuka. Next up came the standing long jump. Izumi watched as her classmates all managed to propel themselves further than what would otherwise be possible. Satsuna cheated by simply removing her legs and then floating them to the other side with a smug look on her face. Itsuka slapped the ground to jump, and Jazu managed to use his softening quirk to effectively turn the ground into a trampoline. She brought her finger up and drew the symbol she had for upward. She had the direction she wanted to go, but she had nothing that would actually let her target herself. There had to be some kind of a target rune that would affect her. What would her symbol look like? A rune that was just for her. She held her fingers in front of her and began to draw, hoping for there to be some feeling in her that would lead her to the spell. Izumi. Itsuka walked forward, a bit of sweat on the girl's forehead. It might have been the slight turn she did. It might have been anything else. But her up rune activated. The process of discovering new rune had always been random, oftentimes with unexpected results. But for the first time, Izumi saw a pattern. It was a slight variance of her up rune, one that she could have made by mistake at any time. A one-rune spell. It activated, and she was sent flying up into the air. 40. Thanks again for your assistance, Prince purred as they made their way down the hallway between the two buildings. I'm certain that I'll be able to create optimal gear for you in the future. Yeah. Nejier had to resist the urge to squeal. She absolutely loved Prince's accent. It was so fun, kind of like a sexy vibrator for her ears. Or, like, well, she really didn't know. She just thought it was cute and super duper sexy. Oh, no problem. Right, Mirio? Mirio nodded proudly. The two extra large and heavy boxes he was carrying dwarfed the one that both Nejier and Prince had taken. It wasn't like they had forced it on him, but he had just screamed power and picked them both up. Oh, Prince, I've heard of a new challenge I think you'd be great at. Nejier filled the silence with small talk. She couldn't really rely on Prince. Whenever Mirio and her were in the same room, there was just a hint of awkwardness and a bit of silence, which meant that Nejier shipped them hard. Oh, is this like that pencil challenge you had me do? Despite not even looking Mirio's way, Nejier could tell that he was blushing just based on his vibes. Yeah, kinda, but you can do it clothed. Nejier bounced and then looked down at her own chest. Basically all you need to do is get some bubble tea. Does it have to be bubble tea? Not really, it's called the bubble tea challenge, but I think you can do it with any drink with a straw. Nejier hummed and glanced up to the sky. What you need to do is balance the tea on your BBs and then drink from it without using your hands. She saw someone being flown up into the air. Sorry, here Mirio, take this. I need to go save someone. Well hey, Nejier, Mirio called as the boxes fell to the ground. Nejier was already off, flying towards the flailing student as they continued to go upwards, way past the point the school's no-fly zone air permitted people from going. Then they stopped, frozen in the air for what felt like a whole second. Then they screamed, arms flailing as they started to fall. I don't want to die. I don't want to help. Nejire sped up, trying to get to the person before it was too late. I got you, she shouted, grabbing onto the girl's arm. Aerial rescues were hard and dangerous. Simply stopping now could dislocate both of their arms. Instead, Nejire pulled the girl into a hug, keeping her head pressed into her chest as she aligned them towards the ground. She needed to shift the momentum steadily, like going around a sharp turn really fast. She blasted her quirk, a wave of visible energy coming out from her hand as she pushed them to the side, barely swooping past the ground before they went up again. Their momentum was gone, and they were allowed to float peacefully. First day of her 3rd year and she already saved someone. That had to be a new record. Nejire looked at the girl that was hugging her tightly, and a smile spread across her face as she recognized her. Izumi. She hugged the girl tight and let out another big burst of energy, sending both of them higher into the air. But unlike before, Nejire was in complete control. Oh my god, it is you. You look so good with your hair like that. Wait, your hair was like that for like most of the 1st year, huh? I just can't get over it. I remember you looking like a cat that had just been blown dried. Oh, and what's this? Nejire pushed Izumi back a bit, just enough to notice that they were currently doing the monster boob mash. Whoa, I guess all that milk you drank paid off. But hey, you're in UA now, and why were you going so high up? Did someone launch you? Do I need to beat someone up? She pouted and watched Izumi for a moment. Cause I will. Nejire-senpai. Izumi let out a light chuckle and made a very bad mistake when it came to flying, looking towards the ground. I'm happy to see you and all, but can we have this conversation on the ground? Oh, right, sorry. On the way down, a large pool of blood that had covered the ground was slowly retreating back inside of the 1st-year teacher Vlad King. He was probably going to try and use his blood to catch and cushion Izumi's fall, but that could have still seriously hurt her. Nejire landed in front of him and Izumi stood on shaky feet for a second, with Nejire offering her some support. Vlad-sensei walked over to them, looking exceptionally paler than normal. Izumi, he slurred her name a bit. What was that? New spell? Izumi muttered with a light laugh. I probably won't be using it again anytime soon. Vlad-sensei did not look pleased. Please be careful. That might have been the closest I've ever come to losing a student. What about that time you had Mirio? I said might. Vlad-sensei gave her a sharp look and then sighed. Thank you for appearing, Nejire. He swooned a bit, and one of the taller students appeared to grab his shoulder. Oh, he used too much blood too quickly. Nejire waved towards the other students. Some of you need to take him to the nurse's office. Recovery girl has some of his blood stored there just in case. And she has really tasty gummies. Vlad-sensei groaned and tried to stand. You're right, Nejire. Can I trust you to finish the tests? Oh, she was being given responsibility. Nope, but I'm going to do it anyway. She saluted proudly. I'll also make sure Izumi doesn't hurt herself. Izumi always did have the cutest pouts. Her first lunch at UA was every bit as impressive as it would have been at Momo's house. The Pro Hero Lunch Rush was amazing at creating the exact meal that people needed to perform at 100%. In Izumi's case, that just so happened to be a calorie-packed meal that would keep her light on her feet while using her quirk. She sat down next to 2 of her classmates and kept an eye out for Momo to show up and join them. Ooh, maybe Inasa too, though would it be weird for him to sit at an all-girl table? Whoa, Itsuka muttered across from her. Are you really going to eat all that? Yep. Izumi clapped her chopsticks and bounced in her seat. It helps fuel my quirk. Kind of. It's not really one-to-one, but it does help me build up my stamina so I can use my quirk more. Makes sense. Setsuna muttered with a mouthful of food. My own quirk is the same way. I can regenerate lost bits, but it's easier if I have a full belly. Still, Itsuka let her shoulders drop, one orange eyebrow staying up. Isn't that going to weigh you down for practice? Not any more than her tits. Setsuna gave a light smile and an even bigger one when she saw Itsuka's face go red. She then looked up and gave a blush of her own. Oh, hey, don't mind us, just joking is all. Momo was standing there with a plate of food that rivaled Izumi's, causing Itsuka's eyes to bulge. It's fine. I'm used to those kinds of comments being said around Izumi, mostly by her. Momo gestured towards the empty seat next to Izumi. I'm Momo Yaoyorozu, Izumi's friend and a member of 1A. May I join you? Of course. Izumi scooted over, though she didn't need to, and smiled. How was your first day of class? A pervert stuck himself to my ass and got expelled. Momo spoke with the kind of tone that left Izumi wondering if she was serious. Most of the time Momo was incredibly straight-faced, but she could absolutely murder someone with sarcasm if she wanted. Seriously? Izumi asked, watching as Momo took the seat next to her. I think I actually know who you're talking about. Itsuka tapped her plate and gestured towards her hair. Short, purple balls for hair. That'd be the one. Though it was less that he got expelled because he stuck himself to me, and more that he came in last during Aizawa-sensei's test. Momo let out a long sigh and started to pick at her food. Sheesh, sounds like one is pretty cutthroat. Setsuna extended her hand across the table. I'm Setsuna Takage, by the way. And if you're Izumi's friend, I need to know a list of all the places you two eat. Why would you need that? Itsuka asked. I'm Itsuka Kendo, by the way. It's nice to meet you. I'm so going to see if I can transfer to your class, Izumi. It seems like you have some nice classmates. Momo shook Setsuna's hand. And we mostly ate at my home or at school. Why? Well, I'm just saying. Whatever they're feeding you to, Setsuna let out a light yelp as Itsuka elbowed her in the stomach. Hey, seriously, stop talking about BBs. What? I'm just saying that they're both thick, Izumi asked cheerfully. Izumi? Momo gave another long sigh. Yeah, Setsuna snapped her fingers. Can we please not? Momo asked. Her cheeks were bright red again. At least not while we're eating. Fine, fine. Izumi giggled and bumped into Momo lightly before she took a few big bites of her meal. Naim. A very Nejire noise came from behind and above the table. This seat is mine. Nejire slid into the seat beside Izumi and gave her a hug. Oh, hey, Momo's here too. Well, you filled out even more than before. And tall. How tall are you? How do you get your hair like that? I was almost excited that we were back on BBs. Setsuna gave a laugh. Hello, Nejire-senpai. Thanks for helping us in class. Itsuka rolled her eyes a bit, her cheeks still red from Setsuna's boob talk. I'm surprised we got through everything. But yeah, Vlad-sensei said he'd be better after lunch. Oh, don't worry, it was super duper fun. And I got to spend time with one of my favorite kuhais. Nejire squeezed Izumi tight, really tight, tight enough that Izumi could feel Nejire's bra through their clothes. It reminded her of her old breast envy she had over Nejire, though that seemed silly now, mostly because she was able to compete now. Oh, hello, you're tall. Nejire looked up. Izumi followed her eyes and saw Inasa standing at the end of their table, his plate of food shaking violently. Because of his buzz cut, it was easy to see that his blush covered his entire head. He looked nervous and ready to explode. Hello, he shouted. I am. Inasa, please don't bow while you're carrying food. Izumi gave him a bright smile. If you want to join us, you can. Setsuna doesn't bite. Yes, I do. Don't bite my friend. Izumi snapped her chopsticks at Setsuna. Thank you. Inasa gave a light bow and then took the vacant seat next to Setsuna. Excuse me. This was by far the most people she'd ever eaten lunch with. At least, in the sense that they were all her friends in some capacity. Setsuna sat across from her and had all but dragged Itsuka along for some reason. Still, Itsuka was easy to talk to and more or less kept Setsuna in check. With Inasa sitting across from Momo, they really had a full group now, especially with Nejire here. Oh, Izumi, I totally forgot what I came here for. Nejire rapidly slapped Izumi's arm with her usual level of endless enthusiasm. It was going to take a bit of time getting used to having Nejire constantly around. The way you went flying today, right? I don't think she'd forget almost dying. Itsuka commented. You almost died. Momo shrieked, her chopsticks hitting the table with a bit too much force. What do? Oh, right, I developed a new spell and it kind of threw me up into the air. Like, really far. Izumi chuckled and let her shoulders slump. I was trying to think of something that would help me with the long jump and then I just kind of went way up. But, she turned back to Nejire, who was looking at her with eyes that could only be described as full of rainbows and curiosity. Why? I'm not in trouble, am I? Oh, no, but I did have an idea. You see, instead of clubs, well, I mean, a lot of people call them clubs, but like they're not really clubs because you can join a lot of them and stuff. UA has student workshops after school. And you got me thinking. I'm like the best flyer in UA, and I can help people with learning how to fly. So, I got permission to hold a flying workshop after school. And you're my first member. Nejire blinked. Vlad-sensei said so. But Izumi looked at her hand and recalled the rune she had drawn. I can only go up, and I can't really control myself. Oh, don't worry, we can totally figure all that other stuff out. Besides, UA has a room for this. It's bouncy. Nejire shrugged. Besides, I can only do it once a week. The rest of the time you can either join the aquatic rescue club for swimming, or like the gym club for gym stuff. That's where Mirio is. Who's Mirio? Someone that's sometimes naked. That didn't answer the question in the slightest. But anyways, we're going to meet up today. I still don't have any other members though, but I don't think I need too many. Nejire-senpai. Inasa raised his hand. What is it? Nejire leaned on the table with pure excitement and curiosity on her face. Have I ever mentioned I love it when people call me senpai? Frequently, Momo muttered. Inasa coughed in his hand and then nodded. Yes, well, as you asked earlier, my quirk lets me generate wind, and I have a habit of crashing when I try to fly with it. Do you think you'd be able to? Woo. Recruit number 2 for Nejire Hato's Niom class. Nejire bounced up and pumped both arms up into the air. I'll have both of you flying in no time. Probably. I'll go get the paperwork ready. You two just meet me at the gym later and I'll show you the way. With that, Nejire jumped and flew off, easily maneuvering through the door like a pixie. This is great. Izumi smiled right at Inasa. We get to be flying buddies. Yeah, Inasa said rigidly. He blinked for a few seconds and then jumped a bit. His eyes moved to Setsuna for a moment before he bowed a bit. I look forward to studying with you. Inasa was a funny guy, but he always had a fun energy about him. 40. Izumi stared at her spellbook. The heavy, coarse pages were sturdy and durable enough to last, though it was unlikely that anyone would ever try to destroy her spellbook, and she did have to basically commit the runes to muscle memory before she could even think about using them. But part of her was paranoid, especially with how Katsuki was one classroom over. She held a dozen pages between her fingers as she flipped from her first rune for up, the one that she could tie into spells, to the one she discovered today, the one that was a spell in of itself. A single rune for a single spell. The differences between the two was minuscule. Only a slight alteration to her first up rune made the rune affect her. She couldn't start a spell with it, but what if she added it into an existing spell? Would it break? Well, she might break. Like, what if she used force and up? Would she just explode upwards? Violently? Man, her quirk was scary. The bell rang, marking the end of her first day at UA. Well, almost. Classes were over, but it seemed like UA was even more active than her old school with the after-class activities. She needed to sign up for pool use, probably gym use, and whatever the hell Nejire's flight workshop actually was. Vlad Sensei had given her class a list of the locations and where to sign up for them, which was really nice. Most of them could be taken care of in the administration building. Izumi tapped on her spellbook and bit her lip. The rest of her class was either talking to each other or already out the door. She wondered if there was someone at UA that could help her with her quirk. There might be a pattern to her quirk that she just wasn't seeing. Vlad Sensei. Izumi half-sprinted up towards him, her skirt bouncing against her legs. She stopped right in front of the podium the teachers used and held her spellbook up so she could see it. Ah, fall girl. Vlad Sensei's two massive tusks didn't hamper his ability to smile in the slightest. I trust that Nejire spoke to you about her flying lessons. Or are you going to ask for a parachute during class? Oh, well, yes, and also no. That's not what I want to ask you about. Izumi shook her head and opened her spellbook for her sensei to look at. I was wondering if there's anyone at UA that can help me with this. Vlad Sensei blinked and then pulled out a pair of glasses from the podium. May I? Izumi nodded and handed him the book. Sure. Vlad studied the page for a moment and then flipped to the next. This is your quirk, correct? Yep, those are the runes I draw to cast my spells. I don't have a lot of them, but I think I finally saw a pattern or something, though I'm not sure. Is there anyone at UA that's good with stuff like that? She asked, bouncing with nearly every single word. I think if I got some help, I could probably avoid sending myself into orbit. Actually, the exact opposite. Vlad Sensei scratched his chin. When I spoke to Nejire earlier, she had a lot to say about your quirk, like how you started to swim to improve your stamina. Is there anything else you do to improve your quirk? Violet Sensei taught me how to use a broom as a weapon and how to draw my spells with it. Vlad Sensei snapped her spellbook shut and gave her a dangerous look. Broom? Yeah, it's actually part of my hero costume too. You see, the bigger I draw the runes, the more powerful the spell. And if I use something that has multiple heads like a brush or a broom, I can make a whole bunch all at once, so I can use both sides of a broom. Vlad Sensei's eyebrow did not return to its normal position. I see. Normally I'd be encouraging you to improve your quirk on your own, but given the nature of your quirk, Vlad Sensei rolled his massive shoulders and gestured towards her spellbook. I believe I know someone that could help you with this. May I show him this? Sure. Just make sure you give it back. Excellent. Now, you better hurry. Nejire is known for many things, but waiting isn't one. First, Nejire teaches her how to swim. Now she's teaching her how to fly. Even if she couldn't really fly, just go up. Izumi flapped her arms as she made her way down UA. As large, wide-open corridors. Technically, they were designed for people that had quirks that made them larger than average, which was cool, but she had seen Nejire abuse the hallways to just zoom over the top of people. Eventually, if she found a better spell to fly than the one that Nejire has dubbed Self-Acetus, then she'd be able to fly over the crowds too. It technically wasn't allowed, but no one seemed to bother Nejire about it. Besides, it was good training, though she could really say the same about Nejire's flight school. Currently, Inasa was going to get a lot more out of it than her because he could actually fly without bonking his head on the ceiling every time. Just some of the time. She could still feel the bump on her head when Nejire asked her to demonstrate it. Instead, she had spent most of the time working on her balance and only falling off sometimes. With a long breath, she glanced towards the downside of having such massive hallways. Equally massive stairs. Going up wasn't that big of a problem, but both Momo and herself acknowledged that going downstairs was the exact opposite of a good time. It'll be so much nicer when she figures out how to float down. Why does the principal have to be on the top floor? She asked herself as she started her way up towards the long flight of stairs. Vlad Sensei had told her that the principal wanted to see her and wouldn't say if it was good or bad, because apparently students don't get to know when they were in trouble. Which she might be. She didn't know. Sure, she almost kind of maybe died yesterday, but that wasn't illegal or anything. Or was it? At long last, Izumi reached the principal's office and came to the realization that there was an elevator right there. Were students allowed to take the elevator? I'll just ask when I go in. She walked up and looked at the oddly normal-sized door for UA's standards. It didn't have a handle or anything, but it did have an intercom thing like what Momo's house had. She stared at it for a few seconds and then pressed the button. "Ew, Mr. Principal, Vlad-sensei told me to come see you. It's me, Izumi." "Oh, excellent." The voice did not match what she had pictured. Honestly, she was half expecting the principal to just be All Might but in a suit. But she had seen All Might in a suit before. In person. Oh, that was right. They had hero training today. And that was with All Might. "Come on in, Izumi. I've been waiting all day for you." The door clicked and then opened on its own. Izumi took a few steps into the room and found that sitting behind the desk was what might very well be the world's largest guinea pig. He had on the dress part of a suit, making him look very professional, and a wide, cheerful smile. The shock lasted all of half a second. She really shouldn't have been surprised. One had a bird head dude, and her own class had someone she was pretty sure was part praying mantis. "Are you the principal?" she asked, all but bouncing with anticipation. "I'm Nezu." The same voice that had answered the intercom came from Nezu's mouth. He bounced up onto his desk and stood proudly. "And I'm the principal, sir," Izumi began slowly. "You are adorable." "Thank you. My fur is also really smooth." "Oh, and my paws are soft. Wanna feel?" she gasped. "Yes." He held out his paw towards her and she all but sprinted towards it. Her principal was adorable. She grabbed his paw and gave it a light squeeze. It really was soft. Oh, and his fur was so smooth. "You're right. You must take good care of your fur." "Of course I do. Prince Heinrich number 24, for short hair." Izumi gasped and grabbed onto her ponytail, swinging it over her shoulder and presenting her long silky green hair to Nezu. "Momo uses number 26 for long hair on me. That's why it feels so silky smooth." "Oh, my yes." Nezu laughed and touched her hair. "I see your friend has excellent tastes indeed. Now, then, as important as hair care is, what do you say we get down to business?" "Oh." She took a jump back and stood straight. What did you need from me, sir?" Nezu chuckled and gestured towards a chair. "Izumi, relax. Right now, I'm not so much the principal as much as I am." He paused and tapped on his muzzle, "a lover of puzzles, patterns, and dead languages." "How is that relevant?" You might be asking yourself how that's relevant for me pulling you out of history class. Holy shit, mind-reading hamster. The answer is quite simple. Nezu thumbed through a stack of paperwork he had on his desk and then pulled out her spellbook. "When Sakajiro came to me with this journal of yours, I was confused. Sure, I had knowledge of your quirk and how it functions, but I didn't quite realize just how involved it was." Nezu laughed and flailed his arms out wide. "Why, I do believe that your quirk isn't simply drawing random symbols for effect, but giving you access to an entire language of," Nezu giggled slightly, "dare I say magic." Izumi blinked. She knew all that already, but it felt nice to have people talk about her quirk. Momo normally just hummed and played with her hair whenever Izumi was talking about her quirk. Was she self-centered? "Yes, thank you, sir. I'm glad my quirk interests you." "Oh, it's done more than that, I assure you." Nezu giggled and looked at her spellbook like it was a book of great importance. "The care you've put into your notes is commendable as well. You even went so far as to detail the grammar your quirk uses. Now then, if you'll humor me, I spent a bit of time not sleeping last night, and I believe that I've developed a new rune for you." Izumi gasped and clapped her hands. "You have? Can we test them?" "I want to test them." "Wait, they're not just self-as but in other directions, are they? Because I don't think I want to know what happens when I fling myself downward like that." Nezu blinked. "Self-as it's what Nejire." "Say no more." Nezu held up his hand and gave a light chuckle. "And, no, I don't believe I've actually created a spell based on movement, though if I did I'd have to heavily reconsider several assumptions I made about your quirk and its grammar." Nezu clapped his hands and placed her spellbook down gently. He reached behind him and pulled out a piece of paper with a rune on it. "A new rune. If I'm understanding the implications of," he paused and chuckled to himself, "of self-as correctly, your runes have a different structure between personal and general use. A bit like how many languages have gendered words. For example, your rune for up would be the general term in part of a sentence, or what you call a spell. However, more snickering, self-as is personal, and as you have mentioned in your spellbook, happens instantly. I applied the same logic to what you describe as barrier." Nezu waved the paper again and smiled at her. "Thankfully, from what I recall, your barrier is generally safe to use indoors, so why not give it a shot?" Izumi nodded and took a few steps closer to carefully study the new rune. Her entire body was shaking with excitement. Getting a new rune unlocked so many different possibilities, and a personal barrier spell sounded amazing and just what she needed. She took a step back and let out a breath, willing her hands to stop shaking to prepare herself for the spell. The most important thing with her quirk was to be calm when doing it. imperfections could cause the whole spell to simply fizzle. Honestly, her quirk was probably why she had such neat handwriting. She drew the rune slowly, repeating the pattern once, twice, and then a third time, not moving quickly enough to actually finish casting it. All the while, she could feel Nezu watching her with all the same anticipation she was. With the pattern in her mind, and the rune on the tip of her fingers, she began to cast the spell. There you be. The rune glowed as she drew it and then activated the moment she finished. A dome formed from just above her head and fell down around her like a sheet of water. Perfectly spherical and a couple of inches taller than her, the space was a bit claustrophobic. If she drew the spell larger, would she be able to get a bigger barrier? Smaller than this would be harder, but this was more than serviceable. Outside the barrier, she saw Nezu clapping and smiling at her. His mouth was moving, but the sound was distorted to the point that she couldn't hear him. So barrier wasn't soundproof, at least not entirely. Was it airtight? Was this still barrier? She took a step forward and found that the barrier didn't move with her. That might be useful. Her hand pressed up against the sturdy transparent material that felt like a normal barrier. That might mean it was just as sturdy. She'd have to find out later. It'd probably end up spelling her doom if she tried to rely on it and the barrier failed. With a thought and a pop, the barrier vanished. It works. Thank you, Nezu-sensei. Izumi clapped her hands. Then she bounced over to his desk and grabbed the paper from him. She needed to memorize this as soon as possible. She might even be able to use the spell during hero training today. My pleasure. I can't commit myself to studying your quirk as anything more than a passive hobby, but I'll be sure to call you up whenever I think I have something. Nezu gave a light chuckle and handed her back her book. Though, letting me know whenever you make a new development would be incredibly useful. I will. Izumi clutched her spellbook tight to her breast and couldn't help but let her smile take over her face. Thank you so much, Nezu-sensei. Is there anything I can do for you? Nezu was silent for a few moments, then snapped his fingers. I'd love a spot of tea. 40. Why do you have a broom? It's a support item. Are you a janitor? Izumi stuck her arm through one of the sleeves of her hero costume. Mostly black, with highlights of gold and a bit of red. Her dress was everything a young hero needed to look like a witch. Though, if she was honest, it looked sexier in real life than she had initially thought, mostly because she was showing what most people would consider a metric F-ton of thigh. And if the armholes of her bodice were any bigger, she'd probably be showing off some side boob too. Upgrades for later. Yep. Izumi grabbed her broom and spun it around, barely avoiding Setsuna's head as she did so. Cause I'm going to clean the streets of villains. Itsuka, who was in the middle of tying her mask, snorted and had to take a moment to gather herself. Okay, but, don't you think that's too sexy? Setsuna said, her head still rolling to the side. One flip and it's gonna be ass city. She felt a pressure on her butt and saw that one of Setsuna's hands had wandered over there. With a yelp, Izumi spun and swatted the hand away with a well-timed broom strike. Are you always so grabby? It's not my fault you're so grabbable. Setsuna's head rolled over in the middle of the room before her body wandered over and she started checking out her skin-tight suit. I bet Itsuka would be more than. A giant hand snatched Setsuna from the air and brought her right towards Itsuka. With her orange hair down, Itsuka looked like an avatar of lesbian fury that had just been woken up. I know you can regrow limbs, Setsuna, but can you regrow your head? And if you can, do you think that you'll still be the same person? I'm joking. Lighten up, Itsuka. I'm just teasing you both. The moment Itsuka let go of Setsuna's head, the girl reattached herself and then hid behind Izumi like she was some kind of barrier that would save her from Itsuka's wrath. Geez, I tease Izumi just as much and you don't see her getting violent. That's because she likes the attention. Itsuka growled and finished putting her hero costume on. She let out a sigh and looked at Izumi. But I do agree with Setsuna, the costume is a bit revealing, isn't it? Not really. It's not like I'm Midnight Sensei's original hero costume or anything. Besides, you're showing off just as much skin as me, Itsuka, and Setsuna's is all skin-tight and stuff. She set her broom up in front of her and cast her first and only preparation spell, Control Object. So long as she didn't try to control something else, she'd be able to control her broom all day. For some reason, the spell vanished when she went to sleep though. And besides, she braced herself against her broom, holding it still in her mind as she lifted one leg up as high as she could. It's not like I'm naked under there. I have a leotard that's no more revealing than my old competition swimsuit. Technically, it was also waterproof and a bit on the extra durable side. But won't that get uncomfortable? Itsuka asked. Not really. Sometimes when my bras were too dirty, I'd just wear my swimsuit under my uniform back in middle school. She put both feet down and grabbed her large witch's hat and smiled at the rest of the girls. With a thought, she brought her broom into her hand and spun it around effortlessly. Well, we all look like we're ready to kick ass, so let's go and do just that. I still don't get the broom. Itsuka gave a long sigh. Oh, don't worry. You'll see why it's awesome later. So, I guess we're Team Halloween. Izumi leaned back against the railing as she looked to her teammate for the bomb exercise they were supposed to be doing today. It was kind of like capture the flag, but with only one flag, and they were called heroes and villains. Poor Itsuka had to put up with that guy the whole time. Though, Izumi wondered if she would have been better off with Nito. It wasn't that she didn't like Ryuko or anything, just that she was really, really quiet. And as much as Izumi loved talking to herself, her ability to carry a conversation was limited by how much the other person talked. Setsuna never shut up. Itsuka always had something clever to say. And Momo was Momo. Ryuko was a tall, white-haired woman with blue eyes and had the potential to be really cute. If it wasn't for the fact that every time Izumi looked at her, the girl was striking some weird pose out of a manga with a deadpan look on her face and bags under her eyes. Her hero outfit was cute though, consisting mostly of a light purple yukata and a mask that covered her mouth. She was even showing more leg than Izumi was. Ryuko managed to tilt her head to the side and indicated her confusion without even speaking. Did the mind-reading hamster rub off on her? Izumi bumped her broom against her knees and looked up at the building they were going to be fighting in. Since I'm a witch and you're a ghost, we're kind of like the two spookest girls in the class, right? So we're Team Halloween. Heh. Ryuko gave a light snort and smiled at that. I like it. Woo, new friend. So, what's your quirk anyways? Izumi asked. She had seen Ryuko move stuff during the apprehension test, even managing to score infinity on the ball-throwing test. I'd explain mine, but it's, complicated. Not complicated, Ryuko said and pointed at her. You can cast magic. It's simple and really cool. How to become Izumi's friend. Step 1. Compliment her quirk. No further steps are needed. Hee, I'm glad you think so. Izumi stuck her tongue out and tugged on her hat a bit. Ryuko nodded. Mine is also simple. I can move about 200 pounds of objects with my mind. That includes people, but they struggle so it's hard. Ryuko demonstrated by picking up a trash can and moving it up and over them. You can do the same, right? Kind of. I'm not sure if there's a weight limit or anything, but I can't target people yet, and I can only control one object at a time. Izumi frowned. She didn't want to make it feel like she could do everything that Ryuko could do but better. I also can't really fly with my quirk. She pointed into the sky. Just go up. Ryuko gave a slow, steady blink and then pointed towards her broom. Don't witches normally fly with those? Izumi looked at her broom for a moment. Witches did fly with their brooms, right? Could her control object spell let her do just that? She knew that it was pretty sturdy as far as what could bunch it, but what if? She willed her broom out of her hands and let it spin in the air before it stopped, horizontal and at eye level with her. She grabbed the broom firmly with both hands and then willed it up. Up. Her feet left the ground. She let out an excited squeal and promptly lost control of the broom as it shot out of her hands and nearly passed the building. Instead of falling onto her ass, she instead stopped midair and then turned to face Ryuko, who was holding her hands out in front of her. Izumi found her body slowly touching down onto the ground softly. Thanks Ryuko, that was a close one. You're heavier than you look. That's cause I'm thick. Ryuko hummed and then looked up towards the broom. Do you need me to get that for you? Nope, I got it. Izumi held out her hand and her broom flew down towards it with all the grace and poise she could muster. So, should we try and strategize for this? Itsuka has like a black belt, and Nito can copy quirks, so we might be dealing with two close-range heroes, right? And I think we're both long-range, right? Can you cast Fireball? Not yet. Darn. But I actually think that we can do this pretty easily. You can disable one person with your quirk, right? Izumi asked, bouncing her broom against her knees. Like, it's hard, but doable? Ryuko nodded. It shouldn't be too hard. And I have some spells that I can use to subdue someone too. So we might be able to win just by capturing them. Izumi stood and twirled her broom around effortlessly. I think that you need to take out Nito first. If he can copy your quirk, we might be in trouble. What if he copies yours? Ryuko asked with a deadpan look on her face. From the way he was complaining about your quirk, it sounds like it'd be useless if he gets it, and Itsuka is the better fighter. I think we should go for her first. Honestly, she had nothing. That's a good idea. So, do you think you can stop Itsuka? Probably. Ryuko shrugged. Can you take Nito? Gladly. Nito had the wonderful ability to rub everyone the wrong way. Itsuka described him as a good reason to be a lesbian. The buzzer sounded, and All Might's voice boomed across the speakers. Show us what you got. Plus Ultra. Let's take the roof up. She grabbed onto her broom and placed the brushes onto the ground and willed it to stay steady. You go first, I'll meet you up there. Avoid the windows. Ryuko nodded and fluttered up with a Nejire level of effortlessness. Maybe one day she'd be able to get to that point. With a sigh, Izumi jumped and hugged her broom with all her might and found that it was still standing. That was good. All right, now to make it go up. She just needed to think about it and do what she always did when she controlled an object and picture it moving through the air. Only, she was used to seeing the object in relation to herself. Now, she basically was the object. Her broom shook as she moved upwards. Stairs would have been quicker. First floor, second floor, third floor, roof. She floated over to the rooftop and had to resist the urge not to gasp for air. Her heart was pounding just from that. But it worked. She could totally use her broom to fly. That was a lot safer than self-etitus. We have a problem, Ryuko announced the moment Izumi stopped kissing the ground. She pointed towards the roof access with the same deadpan look on her face she always seemed to have. It's locked. Oh, Izumi held up her broom and flipped it into her hands so that she was pointing the wooden end at the door. That's easy, but it's going to be loud, so get ready. Ryuko showed great insight as she got out of the way without needing to be told. Izumi hummed and drew her first spell in the air. Only instead of using just her fingers, she used the end of her broom. The effect was twofold. A larger circle meant a more powerful spell, but so too did a wider tip. Force, arrow, forward. The cement walls of the entranceway cracked as the iron door was blasted off its hinges and into the building with enough force to sound like a car crash. Ryuko dove in first, the dust and debris following her like the clouds flowing around Mount Fuji. Izumi followed suit, thankful that she hadn't decided to go with heels for her costume even if they would make her look cooler. Or was it hotter? Still though, going downstairs sucked. At least the protective leotard of her costume made it so she didn't bounce quite so much. After a few quick jumps, she arrived at the top floor right after Ryuko. With a blast of telekinetic debris, Itsuka was forced up against the wall, her large hands cracking into the concrete as she tried to fight back. Nito moved towards Ryuko, his hands enlarged due to Itsuka's quirk. Oh no you don't, Izumi shouted and charged at him. Just like she practiced with Byleth-sensei, she sent her broom ahead first, spinning it to make a powerful deterrent that forced Nito to back off and heavily reconsider what he was doing. Go, you and your useless quirk, Nito shouted. I just had to get matched up against you. Useless, huh? It's not my fault you suck at magic. She finished the spell right as Nito grabbed her broom and broke it in two and tossed it to the ground. I won't let you. Barrier, object, rings, constrict. Using the full range of her arm, Izumi drew another powerful spell. This one was designed to hold just about anyone in place. 3 rings appeared around Nito, targeting his shirt as they constricted inwards. Nito laughed and placed his enlarged hands up to the side. You already explained how that trick worked. If I don't let my arms down you can't con. The broken remains of her broom were still on the ground. With a thought, the handle went flying up and hit Nito right in the nuts. His guard dropped. That was dirty, he squeaked. Yeah, well, don't break my shit. She pouted and looked at her broken broom. That was going to happen a lot, wasn't it? Hey, Ryuko, can you move Itsuka next to? Please don't put me in a bubble with him. Itsuka whined. I'd rather give up. Only because you asked nicely. Izumi nodded. The buzzer sounded, and once again All Might's voice echoed throughout the building. With a decisive capture victory, the heroes have won. What do you think the key to their victory was? What, Setsuna? How is that? No, that doesn't matter for hero work. They used teamwork and there was a pause. Oh, I forgot to turn this off, didn't I? Congratulations Izumi and Ryuko. Report back to the rest of the class, unless you're injured. As awesome as All Might was, he was a bit of an awkward goofball. Taking a bath with Izumi was something that Momo had done many, many times. Before, she had been ever so slightly on edge every time they did it. She just thought that it was her being more reserved compared to Izumi's more active personality. But then Momo realized she was gay when her sexual attraction to Izumi had slapped her hard in the face in a public setting. And now she understood why she had always been so anxious around Izumi. And she was pretty sure her crush wasn't just a crush, but actually love. At least what she would call love. Momo sunk down into the large bath of her parents' home, and watched as Izumi walked into the bath, completely and utterly naked. The only thing Izumi had to cover herself up was the lone towel that was casually tossed across her shoulders. There were a few reasons why Izumi would act like this. Either Momo was regarded so low as a sexual object that being naked simply didn't matter, she simply had no shame. Or, perhaps the most likely of the 3 options, Izumi just had incredible confidence in her body, which, judging by how much she loved to talk about her body, was probably about right. Momo sighed and remembered when Izumi had boob envy over anyone that had so much as a B cup. With only her eyes above the water, Momo watched the show of Izumi entering the water. The towel was tossed to the side, revealing, honestly, nothing. Everything had already been on display since Izumi had finished undressing. The way her large breasts jiggled with each step was just pure essence of teenage hoariness given form. Izumi's breasts were just perfect, from their shape to the lone mole on the southern hemisphere of her right breast. But that wasn't all. Izumi swung her shapely leg over the edge of the bath and smiled brightly. Swimmers often had a unique body type compared to runners or other sports in general. There was an evenness to the way their muscles developed, while at the same time maintaining a layer of fat that just made Izumi look fuller than most girls, and Izumi wore it well. Her legs weren't super long, but her hips were wide, and her thighs were thick. Izumi's stomach, however, might be Momo's guilty pleasure. There was something about the tight firmness that was occasionally exposed whenever Izumi stretched in a certain way that drove her crazy. Basically, Izumi was absolutely perfect and there was no one in this whole wide world that could tell Momo otherwise. Uo, Izumi cooed as she lowered into the water. She scooted along the bottom and sat right down next to Momo. This feels so nice after that first week of school. Momo said, still barely keeping her nose out of the water. They floated. She knew that. But they were right there. Izumi gave a nice long stretch, both arms well above her head as her peaks seemed to bounce atop the water. Boing, boing. Oh look, gay attack. Lovely. Was now the time to tell Izumi how she felt. Would that be weird? They were both naked and she was basically ogling Izumi. She didn't even know if Izumi liked other girls. What if she was friend-zoned? Or worse, sister-zoned? What if Izumi had a crush on Inasa? And that was why she was so friendly towards him. Wait, that was just Izumi in a nutshell. But Inasa so had a crush on Izumi. And that honestly made it hard for her to be friends with, despite him being one of the nicest people in her class and having no problem with trying to be friends with her. She was sure that if she knew Izumi's feelings, it'd probably be easier to be friends with Inasa. Jealousy sucked. So, how's 1A? Izumi asked, letting her arms drop into the bath and unintentionally splashing Momo with the hot water. I mean, like, you had the same class with All Might we did, right? The heroes versus villains thing. Yeah, we did. Momo hummed and sat back up to let her body relax in the water. She placed her head against the cold wall and rolled her shoulders, the water lapping against her chest. Boop. Izumi, in a fearless move, poked her in the nipple ever so slightly. I bet there has to be some boys in your class that were drooling after they saw your hero costume. Izumi. Her voice cracked and she wrapped a single arm around her chest. I swear, you're as bad as any of them. You should see the girls in my class. Izumi laughed, swinging her arms wide. I mean, I know you eat lunch with us and stuff, but Setsuna is so grabby in the locker room. She's pinched every girl's butts. Why? Momo asked, raising an eyebrow. Sure, Setsuna was kind of spunky and basically a less nice version of Nejire, but wasn't that going a bit far? Then again, Nejire basically demonstrated to Izumi how massaging her chest could make it grow. Among other things. Is she into girls? No, I don't think so. I think she might have a crush on Inasa. But Itsuka is a lesbian and threatens Setsuna a lot. Momo blinked. Itsuka, the orange-haired girl with the responsible aura, was a lesbian. And she just admitted it to Izumi. Why? More competition. Gah. Why the hell was she so paranoid about this? If she just told Izumi about her feelings, then she'd have nothing to worry about, right? So, what about you? Izumi spun to look at her. Her big green eyes filled with confusion as she tilted her head to the side. About what? I mean, do you? Momo bit her lip. Could she just ask if Izumi liked girls? Are you okay with that? Itsuka being a lesbian, I mean. Oh, Izumi fell back and then floated in the water, her entire naked body exposed to Momo without even the slightest hint of modesty. For all Izumi cared, Momo might as well have been just a statue. Well, I mean, I've never known a lesbian before. Momo blinked. Itsuka was the third lesbian that Izumi was close to. Nejire was, Momo was, and now Itsuka. Was she dense? Holy crap. Izumi was dense. Was that a blessing or a curse? But it doesn't mean she's not my friend. Besides, I think it's neat. What's neat? Momo asked, feeling her heart pound into her chest. Girls love. Izumi sat up in the tub again, her long green hair falling onto her back with a wet slap. I mean, I never really thought about it as all, so it's kind of neat that it's a thing. Honestly, that was pretty in character for Izumi. She was obsessive to the point that she'd miss something obvious like that. But that was also kind of cute. Not that Momo was one to talk. So, then is there a boy you like? Momo asked, trying to keep her voice chipper. I mean, like, romantically. Not really. Izumi tapped on her chin and then lowered herself deeper into the water until it was up to her chin. I mean, I haven't really found a boy I'd want to go out with, I guess. Is that weird? I feel like that's weird. No, it's normal. But maybe it's just because you're not attracted to boys. Just a few more nudges. Just a few. I mean, I know I'm not. What? Really? Did you turn someone down? Izumi shot out of the water and moved towards Momo on all fours like a predator about to pounce. Before she knew what had happened, Izumi had her pinned against the edge of the tub. Her well-defined arms braced against the wall, while her large full breast swayed so incredibly close to Momo's own. Izumi was dangerous. Tell me, Izumi whined. Being pinned like this, being held so close to Izumi, it made her body feel hot. Her breath was short. Izumi's lips were so close. Her body was so close. If she wanted, it would be so easy to kiss the girl. The confession was on her lips, but it was frozen by excitement and fear. A boy in my class, Momo admitted slowly, her hands grasping for something, anything, on the bottom of the tub. She wanted to grab Izumi's hips. He asked me out. I refused, but I think he was asking out everyone. Ooh. Izumi flopped off of her and Momo let out a breath of relief and then instantly missed the sensation. That's kind of sucky. Yeah, almost as sucky as Izumi currently not pinning her against the wall and kissing the hell out of her as they explored each other's naked bodies. Also, if she was a bottom, that made confessing harder, right? Oh, but right. What happened with the hero exercise? You never told me. Well, I was paired with Shoto, Momo said slowly, taking her eyes off of Izumi for a moment. She needed to do whatever she could to calm herself down. And, honestly, I didn't really do anything. He basically just froze the entire building and walked in. I kind of got carried. That's nice in that you didn't have to try, but kind of sucks that you didn't get the chance to show off. Yeah, I guess. I think Inasa was upset that he didn't get to go up against Shoto though, but like Shoto, he kind of did everything for his team. Momo hummed. And that boy, Katsuki, Momo nodded and glanced towards Izumi. Her best friend didn't seem too fazed by the mention of her old bully. He got captured because he ran in and fought 2-on-1. Izumi snorted. But he still won. His partner was Toru, the invisible girl. HMPH, he got lucky I guess. Still, good for her. Izumi crossed her arms over her chest. Yeah, but what about you? Momo asked. She found her hand scooting closer towards Izumi as though it had a mind of her own. To her surprise, Izumi scooted closer and let out a long yawn into a stretch before the girl's head fell onto her shoulder. Every part of Momo's body went rigid for a few seconds before she took a deep breath and relaxed. This wasn't the first time Izumi had done this, but it was just as much of a surprise as the first time. It was just that normally, they were both clothed when Izumi did this. Well, I was paired with Ryuko. She's the white-haired girl in my class. She's weird, but she's also super fun. We were Team Halloween. We managed to win by flying to the top floor and then basically capturing both Itsuka and Nito. Izumi wrinkled her nose and let out a long sigh. It was kind of anticlimactic. I think the most exciting part was Setsuna making All Might fluster. Now that's talent. So, did anything else happen? We really haven't had a chance to really hang out since we got to UA. Momo sighed and felt her hand brush against Izumi's thigh or something. I think I'm going to tell your mom you're living with me on the weekends. I need my weekly dose of Izumi or else I'll die. I think she already knows I'm probably not coming home on the weekends. It'll be fine so long as I spend time with her during the weekdays. Izumi hummed and moved her hand. She reached down into the water and Momo felt Izumi grab her hand. This was perfectly normal. It was perfectly normal for two girls to hold hands, naked, underwater, with one of them having a massive crush on the other. Totally perfectly normal. But, yeah, apparently our hamster is a principal. What? Oh, Izumi let out a yawn and shrugged. I meant our principal is a hamster. His name is Nezu. He's helping me figure out my runes and stuff. Apparently, he really likes languages and stuff like that. He helped me learn a cool barrier spell. I can show you later. That sounds good. Just don't ask me to attack it with a bat again. The recoil hurt. Okay. Oh, that reminds me. Izumi perked up a bit and held out her free hand. Because of Ryuko, I think I figured out a good way to fly. Next week I'm going to have Nejire help me with it. We can work on it tomorrow if you want. Momo glanced at the small window that was too high up to really look out. Though, it might be raining tomorrow. That'd be fine. I just mostly need to learn how to balance. It's really neat and I think you'll like the idea too. Oh? Momo asked. She finally felt relaxed with Izumi's body so close to her. She tilted her head to the side and found her cheek resting on top of Izumi's head. They really were just about the perfect height for each other. What's that? Izumi moved and smiled at her. I ride my broom. You're really embracing the witch theme, Izumi. That makes me happy. But I think we need to get out of the bath. We need to get to bed. As wonderful as sitting with Izumi like this was, nothing quite beat the fact that Izumi cuddled in her sleep, and Momo was all too willing to return that embrace. All right, Izumi can fly now. Nejire cheered, bouncing up into the air and doing a flip just because she could. Now we can have a race. Uo, and we can have an obstacle course. Uo, I know. You guys can fly around and try to dodge my attacks too. Uo, I can do the same later. Just keep the power down. I don't want to get hurt too much. This is going to be so much fun. Izumi laid on top of her broom, her arms and legs wrapped tight around it so that she wouldn't fall down onto the padded floor once again. The 2 feet between her and the ground seemed like it was actually a lot more. Maybe she should try to lower herself a bit. Her broom jolted down. No, she needed to go back up. Her broom shot up. Too high. Back down. Why couldn't she control this thing? It felt normal when she was looking at it, but when she was actually on her broom, it just felt like it controlled differently. She fell onto the padded floor of the flight gym with a dull thud and found herself staring up at Inasa's concerned face. Izumi, are you okay? I'm fine, she groaned and arched her back, a slight wince forcing itself on her. I totally meant to just throw myself into the ground like that. Huh, sarcasm. Inasa shouted and slapped his knee. At least he was humoring her. He extended his hand towards her and smiled. I really thought you had it that time. Me too. Me too. Nejire floated down beside her. That was the longest you've gone without falling off of it like that. You said you managed to go up on top of a building like that, right? What was different between this and that? Izumi took Inasa's hand and let out a slight yelp when he basically threw her onto her feet with a slight tug. Right, he was tall and really strong too. This is different. When I tried it the first time, I didn't have to worry about balance and I only went up and down. When I tried it like that with Momo, I would end up spinning in the air because I had to think about it differently or something. She flailed her arms and summed her broom back towards her, spinning it twice over in the air before it stopped at waist height next to her, parallel to the ground. It's like riding a bike I control with my mind, except the balance is weird because I don't have to balance it just myself, and if I start panicking then I lose control and throw myself to the ground. Or in the case of this weekend, into Momo's pool. Balance is a problem that we all have to deal with. Inasa nodded. It's a struggle to keep myself from spinning with my wind and not start tumbling in the air. The dozen or so face imprints scattered around the flight room were proof of that. Yeah, that's super duper tricky. Nezu bounced up and paused in the air like it was nothing. Though, in her case it wasn't nothing. She had years of practice in the art of flying around like a fairy, and the scars to prove that it was hard work and not natural talent that let her buzz around so easily. It's like riding a bike with no bike. The trick is to find your center of gravity and adapt to it changing. But I'm not sure how much advice I can give you, Izumi. Why? Izumi bounced her broom up and down. Center of gravity, She knew the concept pretty well from all those drills with Byleth-sensei, but that was applied to weapons mostly. Well, me and Inasa kind of fly in the same way. Nezu shot her hands straight down, and visible blasts of her energy poured from her palms, allowing her to hover in place. There was something about how Nezu's body changed when she did that. It was like she had just automatically adapted to the change in how she was floating. We both can push ourselves with blasts of stuff. Basically, we're using our bodies to fly while you're using a Nezu bounced down onto the ground and patted the brush of Izumi's broom. A broom, like a real witch. So how you do things is different to how we do things. So, what should I work on then? I want to learn how to fly as soon as possible. It would make everything so much easier. In hero practice, she'd have a huge advantage against most of her classmates. And when she became a hero, she'd be able to control it much better. Plus, she really wanted to fly to school. Nezu tapped her chin. I have no idea. Just keep doing stuff until you get something to work. Nezu-senpai, sometimes I wonder about you. Like you're one to talk. I might be an airhead, but at least I'm not dense. What the heck did that mean? Inasa stood straight, his arms at his side. Izumi, I think I might have an idea. What is it? Izumi tilted her head to the side and grabbed onto her broom. Instead of starting with a broom, why not start with something that's easier to balance on? Or make the broom easier to balance on by adding a seat, or even some handles. Something that makes it feel like you and whatever you're riding are connected. Oh wow, Inasa, Nezu cheered and gave her cutest smile. You're a lot smarter than you look. Really? Inasa blushed and scratched the back of his head. Thank you, Nezu. That means a lot. Wasn't that basically an insult though? Izumi shook her head and then ran her fingers through her hair, looking up towards Inasa again. He grew again, didn't he? He had to at least be a foot taller than her. Why couldn't people be more Momo-sized? Momo was like the perfect height for a tall friend. Okay, so, training wheels for my broom. What do you guys recommend? Oh, I know. Nezu darted away in a hurry. Each step was longer than the last, like she was on the moon before she took off flying into the storage area. After a few moments, a light screech, a shared look of concern with Inasa, and then a brief silence, Nezu emerged carrying a balance beam that was just about as long as she was tall. It even had the legs attached to it. Here, Nezu plopped it down right in front of Izumi and smiled like she deserved a treat or two. Is this too big for your spell thingy? It should be easier to balance on this. Once you're good at flying on it, then we can worry about you looking like a smoking hot witch babe that can fly while pole dancing. Nezu blinked, her eyes going wide as she clapped her hands. Izumi, we should take a pole dancing class. I know that Midnight Sensei used to go to one before she became a teacher, but I think she'd be happy to teach us. Ooh, maybe. She guided her broom over to the wall and leaned it there despite it being just another copy of the wooden one that stupid Nito had broken during training. Maybe she needed some super duper badass broom made of unobtainium or something. Maybe Momo could make her a super awesome one if she burned her wallet or something. Control object. Smaller objects were easier to control than larger ones, at least at first. With her broom, thanks to her training with Byleth-sensei, she could move it as quick as a pencil if she needed to. Which was fast. She had no idea how fast, but fast enough that bonking someone with it hurt. The large balancing beam moved slowly and a bit unsteadily, almost like it was a boy resting atop the waves. Izumi jumped up onto the beam and straddled it. The width of the beam was easier to sit on than her broom, and she didn't feel like she was going to be constantly falling off of it. She could even sit on it properly too without having to wrap her entire body around it. I think this might work. Plus, the legs mean I don't have to worry about slamming into the ground, right? Sure. Inasa gave her an awkward thumbs up. If you say so. She stuck her tongue out as a show of maturity. All right, I'm going to try and fly like this. Nezu gave her a more positive thumbs up and nodded. Show us what you got, Izumi. The balance beam moved sluggishly, raising into the air a foot as she made her way towards the small flight obstacle course that Inasa had been bashing his skull into for the better part of the day. Several large hexagonal pillars went halfway up to the ceiling. A gap of about 3 meters separated each pillar, and said gaps were often filled with beams and other protrusions sticking out at random angles. It didn't look that hard, but it was enough to give beginner flyers a struggle. At a brisk pace that was a bit faster than she walked, Izumi entered the obstacle course. She guided her balance beam up and over a beam, then down to avoid some wires. This was so much easier to control than her broom. Slower though, and harder to carry around. It was still a good stepping stone, and once she got good with this she could. She pulled up, trying to dodge a beam that came out of nowhere, and she thought she cleared it. But the legs of her balance beam got hit and she tried to overcorrect, sending her flying. Her first reaction was to lower herself again, and in a matter of moments, what had started as a smooth ride ended with her getting tossed stomach first into one of the beams she was supposed to avoid. You know, Nezu hummed as she floated over to her and sat down on the beam a few inches away from Izumi's hands. I know it's your first time actually flying like that, but you're not supposed to crash. Izumi pinched Nezu's thigh out of spite. Just you wait, Nezu. I'll be able to fly just as good as you in no time. Ooh, I hope so. Then we can race and do all kinds of fun flying stuff. Why did it feel like Nezu's smile was more than just teasing? So, not that I'm complaining or anything, but why didn't you want to become class president? Itsuka poked at her lunch as their usual group sat at their usual table. For once, Itsuka had let her hair down, while Setsuna actually had hers up in a ponytail for some reason, causing the two to look like they had swapped personalities. Izumi blamed the fact that Itsuka was now their class president. She didn't. Momo asked, hand over her mouth to keep the food in. I thought you never tried because I was in your class. Oh, Izumi felt cheeks warm as she shrunk in her seat a bit. I mean, I thought about it, but I already have so much to do. I still go swimming after class, and the days I don't do that, I'm taking flying lessons with Nezu. She had the bruises to prove it. Trying to figure out my quirk is basically like homework itself. And I mean really, she pointed at herself, do I look like the responsible type to you? Nope, came Setsuna's swift reply. Not in the slightest, Inasa muttered. I've known you for years. Momo's sweet smile did not hold any mercy. You couldn't take care of a cactus. Itsuka nodded with each one. You have a point. You guys are mean. She flailed her one free arm, thankful that Nezu only showed up some of the time. The last thing she needed was her senpai saying that she was irresponsible too. You did say so first. Setsuna's disembodied hand poked Izumi in the side, causing her to let out a light squeal. I know, but still, it's one thing for me to point out my own faults. It's another to have my friends all agree. She pouted and swatted Setsuna's perverted hand away from her. Ever since Setsuna had discovered that Izumi was ever so slightly ticklish on her sides, Setsuna hadn't passed on the chance to exploit that weakness, even going so far as to use it during hero training once. Besides, she pouted and looked away. I could be a good class president if I wanted to be. Maybe, Itsuka hummed, a light and ever so slight smile on her face. Izumi was about to be teased again, wasn't she? But I think that you're a bit too dense for the position. It requires a certain level of awareness. Izumi heard Momo cough. Exactly. Itsuka was just being rude. Dense? I'm not dense. I'm very observant. Itsuka chuckled, and gave a kind smile that made her feel like an older sister or a mother, even though Izumi was actually the older one. Actually wait, she was the oldest one at the table right now. Shouldn't they be showing her respect? Setsuna roared with laughter. Oh, so her friends had no respect for her. Yeah, that felt about right. Izumi, please. Setsuna kicked her legs and smiled. You're so dense you can't even see it. I'm not. I'm just normal. Ack, my side's eye. Setsuna's laughter was cut short by a well-placed jab by Itsuka. Ack my side. Stop teasing her and everyone else around her. Itsuka hissed at Setsuna. How were those two going to survive being the class president and vice president? Unless you want me to inform him about his density. Fine, fine. Setsuna's cheeks turned a bit red and she glanced to her right where Inasa was. Not that it would matter or anything. Something was going on maybe. Did Setsuna have a crush on someone? I'm so confused. Izumi let her shoulders slump. Momo reached around and grabbed her by the shoulder, pulling Izumi into a tight side hug that had the sides of their BBs smooshing up against each other. Don't worry, Izumi, you're cute that way. It didn't feel cute. But, then again, this was Momo, the girl that had fixed her hair from being super messy to being super duper cute and sexy. Apparently putting her hair into a ponytail was a lethal attack against boys, at least according to Setsuna. Was that why her hair was in a ponytail? Was she trying to get a boy's attention? Anyways, what do you guys think about the sports festival? Itsuka asked, her smile warming up just a bit. It's our best chance to get noticed. Oh, I completely forgot about that. Momo placed her hand on her forehead and let out a long sigh, her body slinking into the seat. Our sensei hasn't said anything about it. That's next month, right? Yep. Vlad sensei says we should start preparing now, especially since your class is stacked this year. Setsuna snapped her fingers and pointed towards Momo. I mean really, just look at your class. You've got 4 of the top 5 ranking kids in the entrance exam. Not to mention Shoto, and you even have this big lug in there too. Setsuna reached up and grabbed Inasa by his shoulders and shook his shoulders. He was a recommendation student too, right? And he almost beat that Shoto guy, right? I'll beat him this time. The chopsticks in Inasa's hands snapped. Oops, hold on big guy, I'll get you a set. Setsuna gave a mock salute and then detached her hand, sending it towards the closest station. Momo let out a sigh. I wish you would stop competing with him over everything. It's entirely one-sided. I don't compete with him over. You sprinted to class and nearly knocked over Kyoka, Mina, and myself just so you could get into the room before him. You guessed on half of the math quiz so you could finish before him. You understood. Inasa gave a sharp bow despite sitting. I'm sorry for troubling you, Ms. Class President. It's okay. Momo raised her hands up in defense. I haven't actually been the class president that long. I'm just worried about you, Inasa. Besides, I'm used to being around competitive people, mostly Izumi. I'm not competitive. Yes, you are. All 3 girls replied without even missing a beat. Izumi crossed her arms and pouted. Sorry. Inasa sat back up with his eyes set forward, his usual confidence and self-assured nature shining through. But it's not just that I'm competitive, it's the way he looked at me when we first met. So, I can't let myself lose to him. Momo stared at him for a moment and then tilted her head to the side, giving Inasa a light smile. Then do me a favor and ignore the small stuff. Let him be the first to class. Focus on answering the questions correctly. And then, make sure that when you do win, it actually matters. Inasa's face brightened. Yes, Prez. Holy crap. Did Momo have a crush on Inasa? Did Inasa have a crush on Momo? She needed confirmation. 40. Who should she ask for help with this? She never had a friend before that was having a crush on someone, let alone someone else that was also her friend. Should she just let them do their thing naturally, or should she just try to push them along? Well, with how Momo acted, there was a good chance that she'd never actually confess, but also there was Inasa, and as earnest as he was, he might not even know that he had a crush on Momo. So should she recruit for Operation Sparkling Sky? Setsuna would probably be down. She was good friends with Inasa and could get him to do things. Itsuka would reluctantly help after saying it wasn't any of their business. And Nejire would probably end up getting involved. She should ask Momo this weekend during their sleepovers. They could even try on cute lingerie and stuff. Not that Momo or Inasa were anywhere near that. Hey, Izumi unbuttoned her top and looked towards Itsuka and Setsuna. Do you guys think that Momo and Inasa like each other? Itsuka came to a dead stop, her shirt halfway off, revealing the plain, light blue bra that Itsuka had claimed was her favorite at one point. She looked at Izumi dead in the eye and then looked away. Holy shit. What? Izumi asked. They were flirting at lunch today. You both. Holy shit, Izumi. Setsuna turned to her. Please tell me you're not actually that dense. Huh? Izumi raised an eyebrow. How am I being dense? A hand grabbed onto the back of her bra from behind and tugged onto the strap for a moment before snapping it back down, earning her assailant a quick yipe. Izumi spun and saw Ryako, halfway into her hero costume floating behind her, mask pulled down. Izumi, Setsuna's the one with a crush on Inasa. What? She is. I thought they were just friendly. If I use my quirk to facepalm, do you think it would end the suffering? Itsuka muttered extra loud. Setsuna let out a long sigh and then turned to continue putting on her hero costume. Yes, I have a big crush on your big friend who just so happens to be as dense as you. But I'm not dense. Izumi, Itsuka shouted, pulling her head through her costume and marched over. The normally quiet and responsible look that Itsuka had was instead replaced by one that was nearly at the end of her row. I'm well aware that you're proud of your thick body. Hell, I'm the first to admit that you're really hot and a really nice person, but that doesn't mean you're allowed to have such a thick goddamn skull. Izumi, please, have some awareness. What am I missing then? Izumi bit her lip. Hearing that Itsuka thought she was hot sent a bit of a flash through her entire being. It was light, but what did it mean? Itsuka let out a long sigh and placed a hand on Izumi's shoulder. Inasa has a crush and a half on you. He's asked both Setsuna and myself for advice on how to ask you out. But you just said Setsuna likes him. I hope I get to punch you today. Itsuka growled and let go of her shoulders. What she said, Setsuna replied and smiled. Though, maybe I'll just tickle you until you have an accident. Izumi flailed her arms and looked at each one of her friends rapidly. I'm sorry, okay. I'm not good at this romance stuff. I don't feel that way about Inasa or any boy for that matter. I mean, he's my friend and all, but I'm not into him like that. We figured as much, Setsuna shrugged. That's why I'm not jealous of you or anything. Just, if he wins the sports festival, try to go easy on him. Huh? Izumi tilted her head to the side. Why the sports festival? That's just his plan. He's going to win the sports festival and then ask you out. Setsuna scratched her head and finished putting on her suit. Oh, but I want to win the sports festival. Don't we all? Itsuka gave Izumi a light punch on the arm. But no one's going to make it easy for you, Ms. Witch. Now come on. We need to get suited up. The light shifted to a red color that was like some of the safety drills they had done during their first few weeks. Attention all students, remain where you are. Nezu's voice echoed from the speakers. This is not a drill. Please remain where you are and remain calm, like the future heroes you are meant to be. An emergency? Itsuka asked, looking towards the speaker. I wish they gave us more information. Or let us help. Izumi bounced on her heels. We're training to be heroes, right? Shouldn't we go out there and help them? We're not heroes yet, Izumi. Itsuka waved her hand at the thought. We don't have the license for it yet, but I know what you mean, and I want to help too. We'll just have to wait for our sensei to deal with whatever the problem is. So, Ryuko floated down next to Izumi and looked at Itsuka. You're the class president. Do we still put our costumes on? Or do we put on our school clothes? Itsuka shrugged and pulled off her mask. I don't know. Depends on how long the emergency lasts. Class might get cancelled. Ah, Ryuko blinked and then turned towards Izumi. Izumi, may I touch your BBs? Sure. Itsuka groaned. Seriously, how are you this thick? Oh right, you're a lesbian. Do you want to touch too? Wait, do you have a crush on me? Izumi, if I had a crush on you, I'd have driven myself insane right now, and I pity the poor girl that actually has a crush on you. Itsuka spoke directly to Izumi's chest. But yes, I'm like to touch. So, Aizawa-sensei, Class 1A's grumpy and apparently very lazy teacher, pinched the bridge of his nose as he looked at her. Two other teachers and Nezu were sitting at a table looking at her as she stood there bouncing a broom against her knees as she made her case for being allowed a support item during the sports festival. Let me get this straight. You want to take a broom into the sports festival? Yes, sir. Izumi bowed and looked between Midnight-sensei, Powerloader-sensei, and Nezu. From what Momo and Inasa had confirmed, Aizawa-sensei was both strict and really lazy, so her chances of winning him over were slim to none. All right, well, Midnight-sensei winked and smiled at her. Why don't you show us what you can do with it, Izumi? Right. She held out her hand and let her broom drop. It hovered in the air and she made it fly around the large meeting room she had been sent into. With my control object spell, I can control a single object and move it around easily. Smaller objects are easier to move than larger ones. And the more practice I have with moving a similar object, the better I am with it. I have the most practice with a broom. It fits your witch motif very nicely. Midnight-sensei purred, folding her hands on top of each other. But what else can you do with it? Izumi held out her hand and the broom came right back to her. The weeks of training with Nejire and Inasa came in handy, as she was able to confidently flip up onto her broom and sit like a proper witch. There was actually a bit of science to it. It was a bit like sitting side saddle on a horse, and made riding easier in her hero costume as well. And for some reason, riding her broom like a jockey made her dive into the ground easier. Also, this way she could keep a hand open for spells. I'm also capable of flying with my broom. I'm still learning, but I can go a bit faster than I can run without crashing. She puttered around the room at a leisurely pace before bouncing down onto her feet. It's a lot safer than self-Eatus. That earned her a laugh from Nezu. That was a good thing. I'm still confused as to why a broom. Wouldn't a real support item help you more? Powerloader-sensei tapped a large finger onto the table. Like, something that isn't a broom. Oh, that's the important part. Izumi held her broom in front of her again and began to actually use her quirk with it. For whatever reason, I can use my quirk through objects. She pointed the end of her staff towards them and began to activate her quirk. No spell, just random drawings. Bigger circles means bigger spells, and a wider line gives me more powerful spells. In addition, she spun her broom with a light kick, turning the brushes towards them, the majority of the ends beginning to glow as she drew a lazy mountain. When I have an end that splits like this, I can multicast. She held her broom behind her and smiled. And I can kind of fight with it. Aizawa-sensei closed his eyes for a moment. It's too close to a weapon for my liking. What? Powerloader-sensei sounded extra offended at the idea of Izumi's broom being called a weapon. That thing's a weapon. It looks like I could break it over my knee if I wanted to. If it helps, they do break a lot. This was broom number 15. See, Powerloader-sensei crossed his arms and gave a low growl. Besides, Mei has a net gun, and several items that have metal rods that can be used as a better weapon than that thing. Yes, but Mei made those. She could make a broom. Maybe. It didn't look too hard. It was just a stick. Wait, could someone just go grab a branch from a tree and bring it in as a support item? If I might have a moment. Nezu stood on his chair and crawled up onto the desk. Izumi is asking for a single mundane object that she would likely have during her time as a hero, and she has frequently used said item during her hero training as well as during her after-school practices. Additionally, it is not as though she won't have objects she can command during parts of the exam. I'm well versed in Izumi's quirk at this point, and I can honestly say allowing her to have a broom won't make or break her ability to succeed, so I'm for it. You make a good point. Aizawa-sensei nodded in acknowledgement. Besides, Midnight-sensei purred, drumming her fingers along the table, a teasing smile pulling on her lips. We did just approve of your student's belt that does effectively the same thing. A belt isn't a. Aizawa looked at Midnight and then shut his mouth. Izumi, I believe your broom has been approved. Can you call in the next student, please? Sure. She bounced on her heels and all but sprinted out of the room. 40. Class 1A. Ever since they had beaten back a group of villains, they had been in the spotlight, not just at UA, where staff and upperclassmen alike praised them for doing so well despite the odds, but by the media as well. There was a lot of talk about the heroic class and how they were the ones to look out for. This caused a lot of resentment in her own class, resentment that was spreading, and its epicenter had a very punchable face by the name of Nito. Nito, the loud blonde punk that had been very critical of her ever since she beat him. Fairly, really, what male hero doesn't wear a cup? The first day of hero practice. Sure, most of the class had just ignored him, but they weren't ignoring him anymore. A rift was forming in Class 1B, between those who were resentful of the attention 1A was getting, and those that were friends with 1A. The former group was about half the class, while the latter was pretty much just Izumi, Setsuna, Itsuka, and probably Ryuko. We can't let those guys in Class 1A steal the spotlight away from us again. Nito spread his arms wide, and a growing crowd was gathered around his desk like he was some kind of a grandstander. That's why, during the sports festival, we need to go after them. I think we should team up and... Izumi slammed her hand on her desk and nearly sent her chair flying when her butt brushed against it. She stomped over towards Nito and put on her best angry girl face that she had seen Nejire use a few times to yell at people. With her arms crossed, she glared down at the embodiment of undeserved smugness. Would you stop? Oh my dear Izumi. Nito extended a hand towards her, and the smarmy smile on his face was just begging to be put in its place. She'd step on him, but there was a pretty good chance he might be into that. It's good you're here. You're our secret weapon after all. Huh. Izumi raised an eyebrow and looked at the others that were nodding along with Nito. Indeed, your quirk is ideal at control, is it not? Your ability to create barriers, walls, and other ways to be a general nuisance. Nito sighed as though everything he had just said wasn't a compliment but instead a shame. Yeah, Tetsu nodded in agreement. The biggest dude bro of their class slammed his fist together with a metallic clang. You're the only in our class that can break through my iron defense. I doubt there's anyone in 1A that can hold out against your magic arrow barrage. Izumi stared at him in blind. You're the one that stands there and takes the whole thing. It's a great workout. If it wasn't for the fact that Tetsu was like this before she met him, she'd be worried that her first match against him had fried parts of his brain. Izumi frowned and looked at them all. Thanks, but still, stop talking bad about Class 1A. They want to be heroes just like us. That's easy for you to say. Kinoko flailed her arms. You have a naturally strong quirk like they do. Naturally strong. Izumi felt her eye twitch. Oh please Izumi. Nito let out a smug little laugh. There's a reason why you're Vlad-sensei's favorite. You have one of the naturally strongest quirks in this class. It's such a shame I can't utilize it. Stand up. Her hands were shaking. What? I said stand the F up. She extended a hand towards Nito. Take my quirk. I'll show you how to cast a spell. Well, now isn't this a surprise? All right, sensei. Nito gave her a gracious smile, completely unaware that she was about 1 second from laying him on his ass. She had no doubt in a fair fight she could beat Nito even without any quirks. We're going to be starting with something simple. She spun and grabbed a piece of paper, effortlessly drawing one of her symbols on it. Here, trace this with your fingers. Ah, and which spell is this? Is it safe to use in the classroom? Nito smiled and waved his finger through the air, a trail of light following it. Yep, it's just my personal barrier spell. Ooh, a defensive option to start. Very well. Nito held the paper with one hand and calmly drew the rune with the other. The first time he was too slow. Faster. The second time he messed up. Keep your hand steady. The third time he was too slow again. Faster. The fourth time the spell activated. The shimmering aura of her barrier appeared from a foot or so above Nito's head and fell to the ground in less than a moment. The desks around him weren't moved, but were instead partially covered in the barrier. A unique property of barrier was that it couldn't actually move things out of the way, and instead just float around them. It was neat. What was also neat was that the moment Nito cast the spell, he turned white as a ghost. His body trembled and he placed his hand over his chest as he panted. He looked at her like she had betrayed him and slowly fell to his knees. A moment later, the barrier faded. Nito, bro, what happened? Tetsu panicked, his arms flailing before he helped Nito back to his desk. Izumi, what you do? I showed him how to cast a spell. And now, Nito, what did that feel like? He took a few quick breaths and looked at her. It felt like I just sprinted a mile until I puked. Exactly. My quirk isn't free. It runs off of my energy and endurance. Izumi placed her hands on her hips and felt like bragging just a little bit. It wasn't a flex if she was just proving a point, right? But I've seen you cast that spell 5 times back to back, Kanoko muttered, looking up at her in awe. When I was little, I thought my quirk was just drawing light and stuff. I discovered my first spell by chance and it made me pass out. It was just a single magic arrow. Ever since then, I have been practicing my spells. For my endurance, I swim 175 laps in an hour. Then I spend 2 hours a day practicing spells I already know, and another hour trying to figure out new spells. That's not including the flying practice I do with Nejire-senpai, or hero class, or gym. I spend far too much time on my quirk for you guys to say it was natural. She clutched her chest and then pointed towards the wall that separated her class from 1A. And I know for a lot of them it's the same. Inasao rides his bike to school every morning, and he lives on the other side of Tokyo. Momo spends countless hours studying for her quirk. Hell, even Katsuki, the biggest jerk in there, trains every single day. I see him running past my apartment when I wake up, even in the rain. Yes, many of us have strong quirks. Izumi pointed towards herself. I know my quirk is strong. I love my quirk. But don't make it sound like we don't put any work into making our quirks strong. She poked Nito in the chest and glared at him. That goes doubly for you. You of all people should know how much work it takes to make some quirks work. Lesson. Nito let out a long gasp of air. Learned. Another breath. But I'm still not going to let them win. Izumi sighed. You're acting like they wanted to be attacked by villains. Does it matter? Tetsu asked, looking right at her. We're not upset that they lived or anything. We're annoyed that they're getting all the attention. We're annoyed that people are saying that they're the amazing class. I guess it doesn't. But still, that's no reason to hate them. She looked towards Itsuka and Setsuna, hoping one of them would come to her rescue. No such luck. But it's still no reason to hate them. Izumi, dear. Nito coughed and smiled up at her. He was actually recovering faster than she thought he would. We don't hate them. They're our rivals is all. You can't tell me you don't want to win the sports festival. Do you? Win the sports festival? If Inasao won, he would confess. She clenched her fist. No way. I'm going to win the sports festival. Just you watch. See. You want to beat Wana too. Nito chuckled. There are lots of people in Wana she wanted to beat, and one she wanted to punch in the face. Hard. Make no mistake about it. I'm going to come in first place. Katsuki Bakugo shouted at the top of his lungs, nearly causing the mic to spike before he ripped it off and marched down the stage with an indifferent look on his face. Izumi found herself smiling, not at Katsuki or what he said, but at the simple thought that had come into her mind. She was going to crush him. All of that self-confidence that he had built up from bullying her during their youths was going to come crashing down around him. She just needed to make it past the qualifiers. Their eyes met, and Katsuki's indifferent glare changed when he saw her, the determined look on his face becoming more cocky. He pushed his way towards her and stood in front of her, hands in his pockets, sloppy posture making the difference in their height both lesser but more pronounced than it would otherwise be. Izumi, what? She glared at him, clutching her broom with enough force that her knuckles went white. Before the tournament, I want to talk. He took a short breath and looked at her for a moment. I'll find you. Don't bother. Her hands were shaking, but her breath was steady. She was afraid. She was still afraid of him, but more than that, she was angry. I don't want to hear it. He extended a hand towards her and frowned. Then, he turned, hands deep into his pockets as he powered forward. The moment he was gone, Izumi found her legs nearly gave out as she grabbed onto her broom for support. Bastard. What the hell was he doing trying to talk to her? Why? What did he want to say? If he wanted to apologize, why the hell didn't he just say so? Why wait until now? Besides, it was a bit late for that. It didn't matter if he apologized to her. She would never make the mistake of being his friend ever again. Izumi. Momo's voice tore through the crowd, and a moment later, Momo and Itsuka appeared beside her. Somehow, Momo knew exactly what Izumi needed and pulled her into a hug that just felt right. Are you okay? Izumi hugged Momo back and then let go, a big smile on her face. I am now, thanks for the recharge. Recharge? Momo asked, then she shook her head and frowned. Well, that's good, but what did he say to you? Izumi glanced towards the way Katsuki went and shrugged. He said he wanted to talk before the tournament. Momo looked at her for a few seconds and then looked towards Itsuka, who only offered a shrug. Well, I guess that's fine. Are you going to talk to him? Not if I can help it. I think most of my time is going to be spent hanging around Class 1B. Sorry, Momo. No worries. I wish we could hang out too, but I think seating is divided by class. Momo gave her a second quick hug and then nodded towards Itsuka. Best of luck, you guys. Itsuka nodded back and then punched the palm of her hand. Thanks, but we won't need it. Before they could continue the conversation, the buzzer sounded and Midnight's voice carried over the speakers. Racers, to your positions. There was no calm before the storm. Everyone moved, rushed, trying to get the best spots before the others did so. There was shoving, shouting, and a fight was on the verge of breaking out between a dozen or so students at any given moment. Izzy read. She found the calm within the coming storm. Towards the back, away from the crowd, away from her class, away from her rivals, away from the front. Focus on the broom. Focus on her runes. Focus. Izzy yellow. Focus on victory. This was her chance to show everyone what she could do. Izzy green. Guo. A burst of ice and wind marked the start of the storm and thunder sounded soon after. Her classmates were knocked to the side, pushed back, or stuck to the ground by ice as 3 people took the lead. It's too tight. Why's the gate so narrow? Stop pushing. Perv. The entry gate was taller than it was wide, and that was perfect. She pushed her broom up fast, pulling herself up and spinning to a perfect sitting position before she moved forward as fast as she could. She moved over the crowd, avoiding the clumps ice and the myriad of other quirks that had appeared. She saw Momo pole vaulting over some others, Itsuka using her giant hands to throw herself forward like a great ape, and Setsuna's bits floating about. Inasa, Shoto, and Katsuki weren't that far ahead of her now. She needed to go faster. Inasa would beat her 9 times out of 10 in a race of speed, and both Shoto and Katsuki were keeping up with him. Fortunately, a wall of massive 0-point robots rose up to impede them, if only for a moment. With enough power to make her a bit jealous, Izumi watched as Shoto bent down low like he was scooping something up, and then launched a massive ice wave towards the robot, freezing it in a matter of seconds. Inasa sent one flying back with a tornado, and Katsuki darted around the robots, using his explosions to give himself boost after boost. She wasn't going to be shown up by the likes of these guys. She charged forward, her broom a few meters above the ground. She could fly over them. She could just avoid them. But that wouldn't be showing people what she could do. Barrier, sphere, target. She summoned a sphere in front of her, just large enough to land on for a few seconds, her feet nearly slipping as she ran forward on the slick surface. With the tip of her broom lit up, she drew a massive rune and aimed right at one of the robot's heads. Force, forward, arrow. A maximum power force bolt appeared in front of her and was launched forward. It slammed into the robot's massive blocky head and completely shattered it, sending bits of debris in every direction. A second robot got its shoulder torn off and cleared the way for Izumi. She reached the end of her sphere and pushed off of it, falling for less than a second before she caught herself with her broom and sat back down on it. She needed to thank Midnight Sensei for letting her have a broom. A massive pit opened up before her with large rock pillars connected by thin strands of cable. While that would be an obstacle and a half on foot, Izumi felt like she was cheating when she flew right over it. But then again, so did Inasa, and Shoto looked to have made an ice bridge, leaving Katsuki to explode from rock to rock. I'm not going to let you 2 win. 2, but there were 3 ahead of him, unless that bastard didn't consider her competition. Izumi growled and pushed her broom faster, sliding a few feet just above the ground and reaching a turn before the final obstacle. She kicked off the wall and saw Inasa jumping into the air and flying towards the finish line while Shoto was slowed down by the minefield. Couldn't he just make an ice bridge over it? Or just a net launcher fired from just outside of the minefield and snagged Inasa, sending him to the ground and into an explosion that sent him into the 4th place. Talk about unlucky. Inasa shouted. How was he still conscious? Oh, right, he had a hard head. Izumi landed onto her feet and looked at the minefield. She could see about where the mines were buried, but the further away it was, the harder it was to tell, so she'd either have to step carefully or try to outfly the net gun. Or, she smiled and grabbed her broom again, this time holding the brush end in front of her. A trail of a dozen lights emerged from her broom as she spun it through the air, ignoring Katsuki as he blasted past her only to get caught in an explosion and then blasting himself forward. The net guns didn't trigger if the target was knocked up with a mine. That's useful. Barrier, sphere, target. A trail of barriers appeared on the ground and Izumi leapt across them like they were rocks in a stream. And just about as slick, with her broom to keep her balance, she was able to catch up. Izumi, Katsuki shouted. He was actually angry this time. Get back here. She heard the ground explode behind her when she reached the safe ground. Broom in hand, she spun, quickly drawing another couple dozen runes in the air. Barrier, wall, target. Countless shimmering barriers appeared in the air in front of Katsuki, forcing him to crash into it as the net guns activated, pinning him to the floating barrier like tiles that embedded his path. If it was anyone else, she would have apologized. Unfortunately for Katsuki, she had a race to win. Back on her broom, she doubled her speed and was the first to arrive in the stadium. What an incredible finish. All eyes were on those three powerhouses from 1A. But coming from 4th place to finish in first, we have the Witch of 1B, Izumi Midoriya. The Witch of 1B. Izumi smiled and let out a laugh as she waved at the people cheering for her. She liked that name. She liked that name a lot. What on earth is her quirk? No idea. It's pretty cool though. Not to mention versatile. Being able to fly, create barriers, and having the stopping power to disable 2 0-pointers. It almost feels like she has a dozen quirks wrapped up into one. Not to mention she's a hottie. Dude, she's a first year. Was it wrong that she was enjoying being the center of attention so much? The rest of the contestants came pouring in. Shoto was in 2nd, Inasa 3rd, Katsuki 4th, and then Ibara and Juzo managed to get into the top 10 with Itsuka barely making it in the top 30. Overall, the results were simple. 1A was ahead. And now the main selection really begins. Midnight shouted, and once again the large screen behind her began to light up, showing several different events before stopping on Cavalry battle. The rules were explained. Teams of 2 to 4 would battle for headbands, with each team's total point value being based on where each person ranked in the last event, which meant that first place is worth 1 million points. That was more points than everyone else combined. Oh, maybe being the center of attention wasn't so great after all. 40. Ew. Ryuko looked down at the ground with a slightly silly look on her face. Not that I'm complaining. Izumi hummed and kept her legs on Ryuko's shoulders while her broom supported her butt. But isn't this cheating? Izumi looked down at the chaotic battle that was happening below them and shrugged. Would you rather be down there actually trying? Nope. Then we're good. Besides, this was technically your idea. Ryuko had been the first to grab her and presented her simple and ingenious plan. Float high enough up that it was hard for people to reach them, and then put up a barrier. A few students had attempted to attack them, but Inasa was either being a good friend or was being opportunistic and taking out anyone that dared to enter the air. Was it a cheap, boring, and ultimately unsatisfying victory? Yes, it was. But it was still a victory. Caved on. The low sizzling of Katsuki's explosive palms echoed in her ears as she stared up at him. How had this happened? Did he follow her? She only left for a few seconds, and now Katsuki had ambushed her in the middle of the hallway to the waiting room. She looked at him, his eyes boring into her with a seething anger that had her heart racing. Why was her heart racing? I told you, he growled, looking at her, either completely unaware that he was currently pulling off the classic romance move known as a wall slam and not caring, or worse, this was intentional. I wanted to talk, and I don't. I'm sorry. Katsuki took in a deep breath and let out a low growl as his arm fell to the side. Don't make me repeat myself, Izumi. Shit's hard enough to say once. She continued to look at him, her shoulders slumping. Did he really just want to apologize to her? He could have just said it earlier. There are better ways to apologize, you know. He snorted. Maybe, but that ain't all I wanted to say. He slammed his back against the wall next to her and tapped his fingers against the back of his head. You really pissed me off, in pretty much every single way possible. It took you leaving for me to really find out why. He grabbed at his stomach, fingers sinking into his shirt. I still remember that pit I felt when you discovered what your quirk could do. I got jealous that you were spending so much more time trying to figure out your quirk than you were spending time with me. Yeah, back then I was in a hole. He paused for a moment and let out a single laugh that sounded like a grunt. Still am, but I was just so frustrated because of you. He took in a deep breath and gave a level glare her way. Basically, I was a dumbass kid that was picking on his cute childhood friend that he had a crush on. It doesn't make up for what I did, but that's the reason I was such a little shit back then. Why are you telling me all this? Izumi tilted her head to the side. I still kind of hate you. Katsuki let out a genuine laugh that echoed down the hallway. Believe me, I've been kicking myself extra hard when I found out you turned into a great hottie. But no, I told you this for one reason. Katsuki's smile spread from ear to ear as he held up a sparking palm. So that I can crush you without holding anything back. Now it was her turn to laugh and giggle. Fine, but don't think I'm going to go easy on you just because you said you were sorry. She smiled and placed both hands behind her back and winked at him. But do you really think I'm a great hottie? He blushed. Don't let it go to your head. Can I let it go to my BBs? Go. You know, if you beat me I might consider letting you be one of my simps. What the F is a simp? You know what? Forget everything. He stomped away with a loud huff. You're even more annoying than I remember. Izumi smiled and continued on her way to the prep room. All things considered, that went rather well. Wait, did that count as a confession? Damn it, how many people did she have to beat today? At least 4. Why did that number sound like a lot? Then again, that was 4 chances to show people what she could do. Besides float and sit in a bubble. Now she was even more fired up. 40. And let's start off this one on one single elimination tournament the right way. Present Mike's voice echoed from around the stadium. Everyone was so excited, she could practically feel the energy in the air. With an impressive showing in the race and a cheeky way to secure winning in the cavalry battle. How will Izumi Midoriya, the Witch of 1B, handle Class 1A's class president Tenya Ida? Izumi stepped up onto the arena and found her opponent had already beat her there. Tenya was a tall, awkward guy that she had seen shouting in the hallways a few times. Izumi just assumed that his spirit animal was a hallway monitor. Still, he seemed like a nice enough guy. Tenya bowed and then adjusted his glasses. I look forward to our match, and I'm sorry, but I won't be giving you any time to draw your spells. Oh, no hard feelings. I'll try not to beat you too bad. She gave her sweetest smile and shrugged. Katsuki might be a damn jerk, but at least he knew he had to take her seriously. A quick reminder about the rules. Midnight Sensei cracked her whip and smiled. Victory is obtained by knocking your opponent out, rendering them unable to move, knocking them out of bounds, or by getting them to concede. And as a reminder for our little flyers this year, you can only spend 20 seconds at a time airborne. This is to show off your skills in a fight, not to show off your ability to run. That's what the first two events were for. What? Since when was that a rule? Izumi shouted, flailing her arm and broom around. It wasn't really her plan, but it sucked. 2 years ago when Nejire Hado competed. Damn it, Nejire-senpai. Sorry, Izumi. Nejire's voice drew Izumi's attention up towards the third-year seating. I'll make it up to you. She better. The match starts when the buzzer sounds. Izumi braced herself, holding her broom with one hand while she prepared to cast a spell. She had seen Tenya run once or twice, and he was pretty fast, but there was a good chance that he could go even faster than that. On top of that, fast things were hard to hit. But how would he knock her out? The buzzer started and Tenya shot forward, the engines in his legs letting out a blue flame. Sorry. In the blink of an eye, Tenya appeared behind her, both hands on her shoulders, and he began to run forward, attempting to push her off. So fast. Izumi felt her feet siding along the ground as the edge of the arena appeared in front of her. She had to think quickly. No, she had to act. With her broom in both hands, she pulled her entire body up and around Tenya just in time to kick him in the back and send him nearly out of bounds. Black smoke was coming from his legs. He had a cool-down period. She didn't. Barrier, target object, ring, constrict. The glowing ring appeared around Tenya's shirt where it quickly bound his arms together, hopefully keeping him off balance. Control, target object. She released control of her broom for a few moments and instead took control of Tenya's shoe. She pushed up. Tenya stumbled, barely keeping his balance near the edge of the arena as he fought against her binding and his own shoe. Izumi pushed forward and swung her broom around, hitting the smooth hard end into Tenya's stomach, pushing him back. Again and again she shoved him until the whistle sounded and he was outside of bounds. And the winner by ring out is Izumi. I guess that broom of hers is more than just for flying. Makes you wonder why she was given one in the first place. Aizawa took the moment to respond next. She made a good case. By denying her a broom, we'd have to consider denying someone like Tenya's shoes. Besides, it's just a broom. Izumi let out a cheer and jumped for glee. Her first fight went well. Just, 3 more to go. Now to find out who she was fighting next. 40. It was always against the odds, but Momo had hoped that Itsuka would somehow manage to beat Shoto, if only so that Izumi wouldn't have to deal with him. Not that she didn't think Itsuka was a great fighter or anything, it was just that Shoto's quirk was incredibly powerful, and he was in something of a mood today. Relax. Izumi stretched, her shirt lifting up to show her stomach a bit. I got this. He just has ice powers and stuff, right? I can totally deal with that. Well, yes, but Izumi. Momo let her shoulders slump and glanced towards Itsuka, hoping for some kind of backup considering how Itsuka was still shivering from being stuck in a glacier. Itsuka, help me get Izumi to take this seriously. Itsuka looked up from the hot soup and took a very loud slurp. I am taking this seriously, Momo. I know you like to worry, but I'm seriously starting to wonder if you're doubting my ability. Izumi waved her off with a great big smile before she frowned for a moment. Though, I am worried about who I'll probably have to fight after Shoto. Inasa's probably going to beat Ryako. And I don't think that Red Tetsu can beat Katsuki. Izumi blinked. Is it considered rude if you beat the tar out of someone after or before they're going to confess? Confess. She knew that Inasa had plans to confess if he won. But did Katsuki confess to you? Why did she have to fall in love with someone so gosh darn desirable? If only Izumi was unpopular. Then she wouldn't have to worry about having so many potential love rivals. She should have let the girl keep her wild, uncombable hair. But she liked Izumi's hair like this. Crap. Her efforts to make Izumi cuter have backfired. Yeah, Izumi smiled and acted like the boy that had tormented her all through elementary school. Confessing was just like someone saying hello. First he apologized, and then he was all like, I'm kicking myself that you turned into a hottie and I had a crush on you. Wah. Setsuna says that if someone says that they used to have a crush on you, that they actually still have a super crush on you. And then there's an Asa. and I think he's been avoiding me all day because of it. He's weird. First Inasa, now Katsuki, and even Itsuka admitted to fondling Izumi's BBs. She wanted to fondle Izumi's BBs. She wanted Izumi to fondle her BBs. Well, that's good, I think. It is. Izumi leaned back into her chair and kicked her legs. I'm totally going to kick his butt too. But I just have one question. What is it? What do I get after I win? Izumi's bright, cheerful smile was almost enough to get Momo to promise her the world. But Itsuka spoke up first. First place, you get first place, Izumi. Itsuka grabbed onto Momo's arm and pulled her towards the door. Now come on, we need to get back to our seats if we're going to be able to cheer for Izumi. Oh, I wanted a spa date for all of us. Like, me, you two, Setsuna, and Nejire. Izumi slumped down and placed her face onto the table. I guess first place will be fine. Itsuka rolled her eyes and flicked Izumi in the forehead. Remember, first place also gets to go to Island. Oh yeah. Momo was led out of the room by Itsuka, leaving Izumi to prepare for her match against Shoto. Do you really think she'll be? Caved on. Momo let out a light squeak when Itsuka pushed her up against the wall, her hand landing a few inches away from her head. Itsuka looked at her with thirsty eyes, and moved in just a bit too close for comfort. Itsuka, look. Itsuka gave a sweetly chilling smile and touched Momo on the hip ever so slightly gently. I'm just going to say this once. If you ever get sick of chasing after Izumi, I'd be happy to date you in a heartbeat. Apparently her quirk had a second part to it, in that against her will she could create a blush that covered her entire body. Huh, you heard me. Itsuka was so close. There was an edge to her that normally wasn't there. I'm well aware of what it's like being around that walking lesbian bait. Probably not as well as you are, but I'm also nowhere near as dense as she is, so I'm very aware that you have feelings for her. Itsuka let her hand drop and took a step back from Momo. With her own cheeks turning a bright pink, she looked towards the stairwell and sighed. Look, I'm just saying, you're smart, talented, drop-dead gorgeous, and kind. You have options. I'm just making sure I'm number 2 behind Izumi. Now come on, we do actually need to get to our seats. Yeah. Momo pushed her hair back into place and found that her cheeks were absolutely burning up a storm. It wasn't that she was going to give up on Izumi anytime soon, but it was nice knowing that another girl was into her. Options were nice, really nice. Momo barely managed to make it back to her seat in time to watch Izumi's fight. Momo, Inasa shouted and gave her his usual stiff, energetic, and slightly awkward greeting, one hand sticking up into the air. He and Tenya had completely different personalities, but both of them acted so robotic sometimes. You almost missed. The buzzer sounded, and just like in the first round, a wall of ice erupted from Shoto, nearly skewering half the audience and completely encapsulating where Izumi had just been standing. Over already, but she wanted to take Izumi on that spa trip. Bastard, Inasa shouted at the top of his lungs. He didn't even give her a chance, and they didn't see it, did they? Wow, another instant victory for Shoto Todoroki. As expected of Endeavor's son, now we just need to. Midnight Sensei began. Momo ran to the railing and conjured a megaphone. She's not out. She pointed towards the glacier. Look, see the lights. Looks like we spoke too soon. The Witch of 1B is still inside that iceberg, but can she fight her way out? She was too effing thick to be this effing cold. Izumi stood in the center of her barrier. She had seen Shoto beat Itsuka with a similar glacier, the same method she had used on some of the large matches at the start of the sports festival, so she had been ready. She just didn't expect it to be so effing cold. With her jaw clattering, she grabbed her broom and let out a long shaky breath. She was going to have to blast way out of this. 40. The lights continued to move inside the glacier, ranging in size, brightness, and even color as that 1B witch continued to do something inside of there. How had she been able to withstand his first blast? From what he understood of her quirk, speed wasn't her strong suit, and giving her time wasn't a good idea. That glacier should have been enough to finish anyone else off. So how was she still moving inside? Shoto felt his jaw shake as the cold started to get to him. He put too much into that attack. He needed to warm up. Just a bit of fire. Nothing more than normal. He placed a warm right hand along his arm, trying to remove the chunks of ice that had formed, and watched carefully. If he attacked again, he'd only be adding more ice to the glacier, but that wouldn't change the fact that that 1B witch was still inside there, doing something. No, as much as he hated to admit it, he needed to wait for her to act and hope that she couldn't break out of there. There was a lot of ice. The glacier bellowed. Cracks formed across its entire surface as it expanded like a great beast waking up from a long slumber. Expand, crack, contract, crumble, expand, crack, contract, crumble, shatter. The glacier ruptured with the force of an Arctic geyser, blasting him with both ice, heat, and wind as Izumi emerged from the glacier. Her long green hair was free from her ponytail and fluttered about her like a radiant halo, but her green eyes were livid and filled with an energy that nearly glowed. A glowing sphere rested in the palm of her hand that was sparkling like every star in the night sky. With a single stroke of her broom, the myriad of stars shot towards him, spreading, flying, converging towards him like a swarm of malicious falling stars. Too cold. He was too cold. His leg was numb as he tried to push away, so he had to abandon his evasion attempt and instead brought up his hand to form a barrier of ice. Most of the shooting stars sent chunks of the ice flying in every direction, but more than a few found him, snaking around the side and stabbing into his sides. Each one felt like a strong punch to the gut with enough force to send him back, but he was able to use his ice as a brake. Damn, how did she survive that first glacier? He needed to move fast. He stumbled to the side, catching a glimpse of Izumi as she spun her staff around in the air, leaving streaks of light hanging there as she prepared another spell. A gigantic shooting star shot straight out of the symbols and flew towards him. Faster, larger, and brighter than her previous attack, this one was more like a shooting moon. He made another wall of ice just in time for it to be shattered. But Izumi's attack was barely impeded. It was pure instinct. His left side flared up, and a burst of his father's flames pushed him to the side while warming up his frozen right side, giving him just enough movement to dodge Izumi's attack. She was already spinning her broom again. How many could she do back to back? Was there a pattern? What was coming his way now? He wouldn't give her the chance. With his right side still burning up, Shoto let out a wave of ice in the hope to get Izumi to have to dodge. She did, but her spell was still completed as she swung her broom wide in his direction. He had expected more of those shooting stars. Instead, he found himself staring down a horizontal crescent that smashed through his own attack. Again, a small burst of flame that sent his body up and over the strike saved him from taking the full brunt of her attack. She had the advantage at long range, so he'd have to get in close and disrupt her drawing from there. He charged forward, using a bit of ice to speed himself up. "Don't underestimate me," Izumi shouted and charged at him, her feet leaving the ground as her broom pulled her forward. Right, she could fly. He attempted to attack her from below with a wall of ice, but she simply went up and around it like it was nothing, her broom twirling to one side as she created a new pattern with her broom. What did this one do? Was it that barrier he saw earlier that stopped Katsuki? Or was it some new attack? It was an attack with the broom itself. A jab to the stomach which hurt just as much as those little magic darts, but with more pushing power. The follow-up was quick as well, a sweep to the legs that would have sent him tumbling onto his back if he hadn't frozen his foot to the ground. He went to retaliate, the fire in his left palm inches from being thrown at her. What was with this? Why was he using his fire against her? He shouldn't be using his fire ever. He would become the best hero ever with just his mother's quirk. He caught a glimpse of her face. Her sparkling green eyes, her wide cheerful grin, the way her hair flowed behind each of her attacks, she was enjoying this. A glimmer drew his attention to her offhand where he saw those same runes as before glowing just on the edge of her fingertips. She didn't need the broom to cast spells. She could use her hands. Both hands. A shimmering band appeared around his upper arms, holding them in place, and a whack with her broom forced one arm to his side as the binding compressed. Her spell could only restrict. It couldn't actually force his arms closed. Why was she still smiling? Why was he smiling? Damn it, this was just like within a sat. He didn't want to use his fire, but he didn't want to lose more. From above, he held out a flaming right hand. He needed to end this fast. A roar escaped him as he pulled back his hand. Izumi's broom shot straight towards him, slamming into his stomach right as he unleashed a blast of fire. A brief shimmer appeared in front of him as he saw Izumi finish drawing another one of her spells. His fire slammed against the nearly invisible barrier and was forced around him. He unleashed ice to combat the heat, and found that he was quickly becoming submerged in the tight space as his fire and ice combined to make a lukewarm water. By the time the water had got to his chest, he had realized his mistake. "Shoto," Midnight called from the side. "Are you able to break out of there?" Shoto glanced towards Izumi, her fingertips glowing and a wide smile on her face. Damn it, why did it feel like he never even stood a chance? She even got him to use his father's fire and it still wasn't enough. He was still soundly beaten. He glanced towards Midnight and nodded. Winner by capture is Izumi Midoriya. Once again, her witchy arsenal shows us that she's got more than a few tricks up her sleeves. Honestly, Eraser, I thought your class was going to sweep this, but it looks like 1B's still in the running. Aizawa-sensei let out a low groan. The drive to improve is not something unique to my class. From what I've gathered about Izumi, everything you're seeing now is the product of her own hard work combined with her willingness to ask others for help. The sphere around him vanished and Shoto found himself falling along with the water onto the stadium floor. He almost landed on his feet, but ended up slipping on the slick icy ground. Izumi's hand appeared in front of him. "Sorry about that. I should have told you I was releasing it." He stared at her hand for a moment. He had heard Aizawa-sensei's words. Was asking for help really the difference between the two of them? He accepted her help and held her hand tightly. "Next time, I won't lose." "That's great, but can you let go of my hand? You're like, really effing cold." Oh, he let go of her hand and stared at her for a moment. Why did he like looking at her? Sorry, don't worry about it. She gave him a cheerful smile as she began to shiver. Just don't hold back next time or else you'll lose again. But he wasn't holding back, was he? 40. Izumi took in a sip of hot chocolate, her hands still shaking from the biting cold of Shoto's eyes. So cold. Seriously. Itsuka drummed her fingers and looked at her with one orange eyebrow nearly fading into her hair. You're acting worse than I did. I don't do cold. Izumi kicked her legs on the ground and let out another shiver. She held the blanket tight around her shoulders and looked at her friends once more. I'm all about the warm. Like summer, or the pool, or the hot springs, or like anytime I can wear a swimsuit, like a bikini. She blinked and looked at Momo, who was currently blushing up a storm. Was she crossing boundaries? Was this social awareness? She moved slightly and found that Momo had wrapped her arms around her. Oh, she could say that was good. Momo is warm. Besides, it's hard to show off my boobies when it's cold. Setsuna snorted. Girl, really? What? Izumi whined and looked towards Setsuna, just in time to witness Setsuna's eyebrow floating a few inches off her skull. Honestly, when it came to people that abused their quirk, Setsuna was easily on the top of that list. And as soon as she got a flying license, she'd be on that list too. Winter clothes are, like, so bulky and stuff. You'll have to forgive her. Momo let out a light chuckle that made Izumi's spine tingle from a bit of warmth. She didn't think witches could be cute and sexy until Nejire and myself forced her to watch a bunch of anime. Izumi blinked and then looked at Itsuka. Am I being dense again? Itsuka let out a long sharp laugh that ended with her slapping her own knee exactly once. You have no idea. Izumi pouted and hugged Momo tighter. Well, then what am I missing about jackets? Sweaters. Izumi, sweaters? Setsuna tossed her hand and smacked Momo's sweater. Please tell me you've ran around wearing a tight sweater around Izumi before. I have. Momo let out a long sigh, but you know how she is. Dense, self-absorbed, completely unaware. You guys. Izumi kicked her legs and rocked the chair Momo and her were sharing. You're picking on me again. What am I missing? Itsuka let out a long sigh and placed a hand on Momo's other shoulder. Basically everything. Itsuka kept her hands behind her back as they walked up the stairs towards the viewing area. A trip that they had both made far too many times today. You want to explain why you haven't confessed to Izumi yet? Uo. Setsuna let out a light squeal and rubbed her hands together. Now this I want to know. Momo hummed. It was a valid question. One that she had been asking herself for a while now. Well, I don't think today would be a good day to confess. Why's that? Itsuka asked. Well, Momo smiled and pushed a bit of hair out of her face. Think about it. Katsuki confessed to Izumi once today, and she basically shut him down, and Asaya is going to confess, and we all know how Izumi's going to react to that. So don't you think getting confessed to 3 times in a single day would be a bit much? She paused and gave Setsuna a light wink. Besides, I don't like my odds today. Huh? Itsuka asked. What's wrong with today? Oh, I know this one. It's a rejection day. Basically because Izumi is rejecting everybody today, it's probably a good idea to not confess today. Momo pointed a finger towards Setsuna and winked. Bingo. And it's not like I know how Izumi feels about me either. Momo let out a sigh and ran her fingers through her hair. She was half tempted to just get rid of her ponytail and just start combing her hair. Stupid Izumi, giving her a weird hair combing habit. She'd been naked around Izumi more times than she could count. Hell, she knew the girl's cup size as good as her own, but she'd never seen Izumi showing any interest in anyone's body beyond her own. Though, that wasn't exactly true. She showed interest in Nejire's, Belith Sensei's, and Kuro Sensei's, but that was more jealousy than attraction. Or was it both? Was that just how the naturally dense Izumi expressed her sexuality? That made sense. Momo reached the top of the stairs and paused. I plan on confessing to Izumi soon. This summer, I want to take her somewhere romantic. Momo felt her entire body freeze at that noise she had heard hundreds of times. It was the sound of her senpai Nejire finding something very interesting. And Momo knew exactly what that something interesting was. Nejire floated at the entranceway, a large smile on her face as she landed in front of Momo, her long blue hair fluttering like a set of fairy wings. So you like Izumi, right? I knew that there was something between you two. Ew, you two might be my second favorite couple to tease. Or maybe third, right behind Mirio and Prince and Tamaki and Existence. Nejire senpai. Momo gave a light bow and felt her back straighten. She was always a little nervous around Nejire, even though she was now taller than her. It wasn't that Nejire wasn't nice, kind, or anything like that. It just simply felt like Nejire had some kind of power in any social situation that Momo couldn't hope to escape from. What are you doing here? Oh, Nejire floated a bit, making up for their slight difference in height with ease. I was on my way to call Ryukyu. She's the hero who I intern under. I told her a lot of stuff about Izumi, and she was interested too. So, I've been calling her before all of Izumi's matches so she can tune in to watch. Normally she skips the sports festival. I think she's going to send an offer to Izumi already though, so I'm really excited. It'll be like a sleepover but we get to do hero stuff. Well, that's fantastic. Momo flapped her arms and bit her lip as she felt her soul being drawn into Nejire's eyes that were like a bright blue sky with a single bright shining star standing defiantly in the middle. They were so hypnotizing, nearly on par with Izumi's own verdant green eyes. As much as she was in love with Izumi, it was hard for Momo to get over that she had a type. And cute, bubbly, busty, slightly ditzy girls were that type. And Nejire fit that to a T. Only Nejire lacked something that Izumi had, a density that rivaled some celestial bodies. Yeah, so hey, I can even do you a favor. Nejire floated and spun in the air, still holding onto Momo's hand with a soft, fairly light touch. Actually wait, I'll make it a surprise. So don't you worry, Momo. Nejire's lips pressed onto Momo's hand, and then on her cheek as she floated away. This is going to be like plus ultra great. Momo's stomach was filled with fairies and dread as she wordlessly watched Nejire zoom down the stairs with gravity-defying grace. Suo, Itsuka asked, her arms crossed over her chest. Is Nejire going to be your wingman? Or, like, what? No matter what, Momo gave a soft nod. I'm worried. Katsuki had made many mistakes in his life. He could list at least a dozen of them that had happened in the last 2 minutes, which made him want to scream and roar in frustration, but doing that would have been an even bigger mistake. Each mistake had cost him dearly. It felt like the majority of his mistakes were centered around Izumi. He had seen Shoto make a list of mistakes against her and he thought he was prepared. Son of a effing bye. His scream was cut short when his face was slammed into the far wall of the stadium. He was not prepared. Like Shoto, he had tried to finish things quick. But, like before, Izumi had been ready for him. Not with any rune or spell, but with that damn broom of hers. That damn broom wasn't just for flying or enhancing her quirk. She could use that damn thing as a weapon. He should have been able to completely destroy her in the short range. Damn it, did he hold back? Winner by ring out Izumi Midoriya. Loser by humiliating faceplant, Katsuki Bakugo. He felt the bindings she had managed to get on him vanish and he pushed off the ground to glare at her. Damn it, why the hell was her stupid smile so pretty? I'm not going to lose next time, Izumi. Yes, you are. Well shit, now what? Of course, the final battle had to be against Inasa. Go. Now she doubly ultra didn't want to lose. A blast of wind nearly sent her out of the ring with only her broom staying steady in the near hurricane force winds that were pounding into her. She tried to draw a barrier, anything. But unlike Shoto's slow ice, Inasa's wind was fast and just enough to disrupt her drawing. He was her natural weakness, she guessed. Another blast of wind, this one stronger than the last. And all Izumi could do was hold onto her broom. Cheater, she shouted, when she felt one foot slip free from the ground. The only thing keeping her in place was her mental connection to her broom. Sorry, Inasa shouted through the storm, and she caught a glimpse of him as he walked closer. The wind flowing around him doubled again and he let out a large blast right at her. Her finger slipped and she was sent flying out of the arena. It wasn't out until she touched the ground. 20 seconds of flight time. She flailed her finger around wildly, trying to draw the spell as she saw the edge of the stadium wall, right about where she had sent Katsuki flying into, coming up close. Selfless Yeetus. Her body went straight up. All the momentum from Inasa's wind seemed to die to the stronger force of whatever was forced to move at the moment. She cleared the top of the stadium, high enough to see Tokyo Bay and then some. But, then again, she should be focusing on the battle down below. She called her broom to her hand as fast as she could get it there. Falling towards the earth, she began to cast her spells. The first was a barrage of force arrows that exploited the one advantage she had over Inasa. Past a certain point, his wind lost a lot of power, while her attacks were less limited by range, especially if she targeted him. The best part was that her quirk didn't care about how windy it was. This was honestly a surprise for both of them when Inasa tried to blow her force arrows away but instead had to take them head on. She started to cast again but was instantly hit by a wave of wind that disrupted her spell. She needed something faster. She pulled herself back up with her broom and started to cast while falling from higher up again. Another barrage of force arrows. This time Inasa managed to dodge with ease. She needed to think. She needed to find some way to attack him from this range while a buzzard sounded. Izumi has exceeded the flight time limit. The winner is Inasa. Damn it. She felt a bit warm in her stomach as she slowly floated back down to the stadium. Was that really 20 seconds? That felt like such a short amount of time. She would have told anyone else that second place was something they should be proud of, and a dozen of other words that she just didn't want to hear right now. There was a deep frustration that came with second place, one that felt worse than any other position. Even third or fourth didn't feel quite as bad. But second place, it stung. It wasn't that she had lost. No, this emotion was rooted in something else. It was that she didn't win. Izumi let out a breath and clutched her metal tight to her chest, sucking her lip a bit as she felt the same shame she had received during all those swim meets she had earned second place in during middle school. She glanced out across the field and saw people clapping, cheering, whistling, and waving as they celebrated her not winning. This was by far the worst part about second place, knowing that the cheers weren't for her, knowing that she had come so far before losing. It sucked. It sucked so much. Still, she smiled. Smiled because that's what she was expected to do. It felt like she was being chased ever since she had stepped off of the pedestal. There were glances thrown at her from her friends, from Momo, Itsuka, and Setsuna, but Inasa held the lion's share of them. She could feel his eyes on her whenever she looked away from him. She knew he was waiting for the right time to talk to her, for the right time to confess. But there was never going to be a right time. She didn't want him to confess to her. She just didn't want to deal with that. But she knew Inasa well enough to know that he was going to confess today. Simply because that was the guy he was. If he said he was going to do something, he was going to do it. And all she had to do was reject him. Why was this on her? Hey Izumi, he had asked her. Can we talk? She had nodded. Now she was staring up at him, her back to a tree, Momo not too far off peeking around a corner ready to come to her rescue at a moment's notice. She really had no idea how she was supposed to deal with a confession. It wasn't so confusing. Couldn't they just stay friends or something? Well, she asked, biting her lip and shrugged towards him. She wanted a nap, and a good bubble tea, and someone to tell her that she did a good job. She really just wanted to get this over with so she could go and sleep on Momo's giant bed and watch stupid movies and have Momo brush her hair and sit close to her in the bath and talk about random stuff until they fell asleep. What do you want to talk about? Inasa took in a deep breath and placed his hands on his hips with the same rigidness he always did. He bowed slightly and spoke in a voice that wasn't as loud as normal. It was quiet, gentle, and it almost made her feel bad. Izumi Midoriya, ever since I've met you, my days have seemed brighter, and it is because of you that I chose to join UA, and why I have so many friends now. But I have also grown to care about you a great deal. I have a crush on you, a large one. His eyes met hers, and he gave a great big smile that just made what she was going to have to do hurt all the more. Would you like to go on a date with me? It would be so easy to just say yes, to let Inasa take her out on a date, to lead him on, to have fun doing date stuff with him. It would be so easy. But that would be wrong. She'd just be leading him on. She'd be faking interest in him. She needed to be honest. Inasa, she could see the heartbreak in his eyes before she even finished saying his name. I'm sorry, but I don't feel the same way. And today was a terrible idea to do this. She was still upset about losing. I mean, you're my friend, my best guy, friend, but I'm just not interested in you romantically. She tried to smile, but it died before she could even wrinkle her nose. Besides, I'm kind of busy trying to be the best hero I can be right now. Blair, that was a lie. Why did she lie there? Sure, she wanted to be a hero. Sure, she trained like crazy, but that didn't mean she didn't have time for a relationship. She had enough time to spend with Momo. She bit her lip and kept her eyes fixed forward. She wasn't going to cry. Inasa stood straight, the mother of all frowns covering his face as he glared up towards the sky. A tear fell down the side of his cheek while his hands shook. I should have known today went too well for me to get everything I wanted out of it. Izumi shrugged. What was she supposed to say? Sorry. No, it's fine. I'm sorry to put you on the spot like that, Izumi. I honestly thought you felt the same. But I've honestly never really had a friend that was a girl before. So, I might have gotten things confused. He scratched the back of his head. You, no, I do know of a girl that does like you. Izumi found herself smiling. Was it okay to tell him? Inasa's eyes went wide. Who, if you say Momo, I know you're a liar. And I'm pretty sure Itsuka is a lesbian. Literally mentioned every girl but the one that's crushing on him. There was no way that she was anywhere near this dense. They were just being jerks to her. No, Setsuna. Setsuna what? Has a crush on you. Who? Setsuna Tagata has a crush on you. Inasa blinked, his mouth dropping open. Is that why she kept sending me pictures asking if her yoga pants looked good? There was no way she was that dense. Probably. Though, yeah. Inasa looked at her for a few minutes. What do I do now? What makes you think I know? You're a girl and you're pretty. What does that have to do with being in a relationship? I don't know. How did the confession end up with both of them screaming in confusion? Momo, Izumi, guardian angel and all around the most wonderful person in the whole wide world, appeared to save her with a light cough. She tapped the bottom of her hand against her open palm like a judge tapping his gavel. Inasa, now that you know that Setsuna has a crush on you, the first step would be to start talking to her. But try not to rush into it. You did just get rejected, so pace yourself. Inasa looked at Momo and then back towards Izumi. You're right. Thank you very much, Momo. I'll start talking with Setsuna more now. He bowed to each of them once and sprinted off. Thank you for telling me. Her knees waited until Inasa had run off before they stopped working and she slumped onto the grass. That sucked. Momo squatted down beside her and pushed some of her long black hair back behind her ear. You did very good, Izumi. Congratulations on your first of many rejections. First, she whined and tapped the back of her head against the tree. I have to do that again. Likely, Shoto asked a lot about you. He might be slowly working around to thinking that he has a crush on you. Denki said you were hot every time he saw you, and Ejiro couldn't close his mouth. Momo gave a soft condescending smile and placed her hand on Izumi's shoulder. But, don't worry, I'll do my best to make sure they know you're not interested. Why me? Why not you? You're like just as hot. And you're tall. Momo hummed and then offered her a hand up. Thanks, but apparently, I have a vibe that says I will make you regret ever thinking about me in that way. How do I get that vibe? Momo just shrugged. Anyways, we have tomorrow off. Want to go on a shopping trip and spend the night at my place again? That sounds effing amazing. How's it going in there, Izumi? Momo asked, a couple of cute bras on her arm that might be about Izumi's size. Apparently, she had grown. Just a bit. But enough that she needed to replace her old bras. And for so many wonderful reasons that just put a smile on Momo's face. From inside the small changing room, Momo heard several frustrated Izumi noises and even a grunt before Izumi spoke up. There's sass and titty everywhere. So it was going good. Normally, Momo would insist that she wasn't Izumi's sugar mama. But then there were times like this where she wore that title proudly because she got to dress Izumi up and her crush simply couldn't complain. Right now she was indeed Izumi's sugar mama and damn proud of it. What? Momo laughed. It's just a sweater. Half a sweater. What's this thing called again? More cute Izumi noises came out of the dresser. How am I supposed to stay warm with this thing? It's not for warmth. It's for looking sexy. Do you want me to come in? Momo wanted to come in. She very much so wanted to come in. Ew, sure, maybe we should have dragged Itsuka and Setsuna along with this. They sounded like they knew what they were talking about. Momo opened the curtain slightly and rolled her eyes before her mouth dropped ever so slightly. Coming to terms with the fact that she was a horny lesbian and that her best friend and crush was lesbian bait was honestly one of the best choices she could have made. And right now, all those mild panic attacks were paying off. When Izumi had said thottas and titty were everywhere, she had meant pretty much just that. The virgin killer sweater Izumi had on was backward, with the front covering her back, while her bare breasts were exposed to the mirror. What's more, the sweater seemed to be intent on riding Izumi's hips in a way that even if she put it on correctly, Hira's would be exposed. Honestly, Izumi. Momo let out a sigh that almost sounded like a moan. She closed her eyes and drew in a breath just long enough to compose herself. You have it on backward. I know. I'm not that stupid. Izumi grabbed the tag that was still on the sweater and pointed towards the woman wearing it. But if I wear it like that, it's literally just as city. Here, take that one off. Momo went through her pile of clothing and pulled out another sweater. This one was black, which would honestly be cuter on Izumi. This one is probably more your size. Izumi shrugged and pulled off the sweater with ease. She grabbed the black one and slipped it on with a bit of difficulty. One boob was basically just hanging out there. Why do they even have different sizes? It's barely even clothing. Here, let me help. Momo sighed and smiled. She pulled at the elastic band around Izumi's waist that covered exactly what it was supposed to. And leaving nearly nothing to the imagination, she even reached up and did the ties around the neck just so. Then she bit her lip and ran her hands up and around Izumi's sides. She knew that Izumi was proud of her bests, and rightfully so. They were in so many ways amazing. Full, perky, large, and just so much fun to squeeze. She ran her hands up and down them for a moment, making sure that the sweater fully covered everything. Well, you're a bit thicker than I am, Izumi, and I'm a bit longer, so what would be a good fit for you would be a bit too short on me. I know, but I just don't see the appeal of these. Like, why not just be naked? Izumi looked back and forth in the mirror. Or wear a swimsuit. Momo let out a sigh. Honestly, Izumi's mind was such an enigma at this point she wondered what on earth was going on in there. Here, let me try on this one. And then you can see if they're sexy or not, okay? Izumi blinked and then nodded twice. She had gotten undressed in front of Izumi so many times before. But this time was different. This time Izumi's attention was on her completely and utterly. Her every movement was being watched. And her body was being judged. If being around Izumi had taught Momo one thing, it was how to be proud of her own body. The makeshift strip tease lasted all of a few moments before Momo wiggled her way into the red sweater Izumi had on moments ago. It was an easy fit, following her curves precisely and showing everything off exactly what needed to be shown off. She turned and caught Izumi staring. Well, that's way too sexy. Izumi stuck her hand out in the same way that her father did when he got caught off in traffic. When on earth are we going to wear these? Momo shrugged. I figured we could just wear them when you stayed over, or when we went to bed. You know, just for fun. Izumi tilted her head to the side and poked both of her cheeks with her fingers. I kinda wanna have a sweater party with Itsuka and Setsuna around. Setsuna probably already owns one and Itsuka might die if we try to put her in one. I know, but it'd be worth it. Momo smiled and ran her fingers through her hair. Maybe. As much as that sounded like a feast for both her and Itsuka, she also wanted to spend alone time with Izumi. We can think about that later, Izumi. In the meantime, there's more clothes for us to try on. Ooh, awesome. They rolled onto the bed, laughter escaping each of them as they talked about the day's events and prepared for what was to come. No matter what happened, Momo could always rely on Izumi to reduce the tension. She grabbed Izumi by her sides and tickled her slightly, making the girl squeal in laughter as her legs flailed beneath them. Then, reality hit. This position, her above Izumi. Their faces were so close. If she wanted to kiss Izumi, she could. It would be so easy. So easy to lean down there and make Izumi fully understand her feelings. The laughter went silent, but the happiness remained. Izumi's wide smile calmed and she looked at Momo with those wide, sparkling green eyes. She was so beautiful, and it would be so easy to just lean down there and kiss Izumi. She was practically begging for it. But now wasn't the time. Momo rolled off Izumi and laid onto the bed next to her and stared up at the ceiling for just a moment. Soon they'd be going off on their internships. Izumi had until then. Then Momo would confess. Where are we going exactly? Izumi asked as she followed Momo through campus. It was after school hours and UA was as lively as ever. Some students even still had their hero costumes on, like that one guy from one as she fought in the first round. And that one girl that had some gravity quirk. She'd feel bad about not knowing their names right off the bat. But she did have to basically memorize what might be an entire language to use her quirk. Development Studios. Momo spun on her heels, smiling at Izumi just wide enough that it was only slightly suspicious. But Momo is rarely, if ever, up to anything. Honestly, the only time she was up to something was when she was going to surprise Izumi with something. Which was good. Izumi liked surprises. I went here with my classmates earlier. And I think it's time you start thinking about getting an upgrade for your support gear. Momo gave a light wink and gestured towards the broom that Izumi had following behind her. Technically, she was allowed to use her quirk on campus so long as she was training. And technically, just controlling her broom was training. Besides, she had flying practice today. What's wrong with my broom? It's a broom. I thought you said witches ride brooms. They do. Then what's wrong with mine? You're honestly lucky that it didn't break during the sports festival. I mean, just look at it. Momo pointed towards the ends. How are there not burn marks from Shoto's fight? Oh, Itsuka broke that one during hero practice. Momo stopped and let out a breath. How many brooms do you go through a week? Ooh, that depends. On what day it is. Momo slapped her forehead and rubbed the bridge of her nose. This was just like all those times where Izumi said she didn't study. Okay, we're going to go in here and... The door exploded. And that was how Izumi met Mei. She had nice BBs. So you're going for Uabami too? Itsuka asked, poking at her food, a pleasant smile on her face as she looked at Momo. She's pretty much the highest-ranking hero I got. Momo let out a light hum, an annoyed look gracing her face for a few seconds before she sighed and smiled. Yeah, I'm in a similar boat, but I hope that we'll be able to learn something from her. Izumi sucked on her bottom lip and tried not to look any of her friends in the eyes. She couldn't help but feel a bit guilty over the whole situation, and more than a little conflicted. She felt guilty because both Momo and Itsuka had gotten only about 100 or so offers. Like them, Izumi had also gotten the offer from Uabami, and several thousand others. Vlad-sensei had even offered to help her sort through them all. She had offers from Okinawa to Hokkaido and everywhere in between. There wasn't a single city she couldn't go to. And part of her was tempted to go to Okinawa just so she could spend time in her swimsuit and basically not be judged. She needed a cool summer hero costume though. Not basically just her in a bikini riding a broom with a witch's hat. Best part about Midnight Sensei being their sensei is that no one was crazy enough to try and top her hero costume from back in the day. Well, almost everyone. That invisible girl technically counted as having the skimpiest costume possible, but that was like winning a nudist fashion show. The biggest problem was that while Izumi would absolutely love to go with two of her friends for the internship, she had so many better options. So many. What about you, Izumi? Itsuka asked. Vlad-sensei wanted me to make sure you chose your internship today. I was actually thinking that. She'll be joining Nejire and working with Rukyu, the number 10 hero. Momo answered for her in a very firm voice that left very little room for opposition. It just wouldn't be right for her to give up on such a huge opportunity just to spend time with someone she already spends so much time with. Momo continued with a firm smile that betrayed the aggressive look in Momo's eyes. Momo had changed recently. It was subtle, but hard to ignore. She wasn't exactly bossy, just more in charge. Confident maybe, especially since she has a senpai waiting for her that's been very helpful. Right, Izumi squeaked. She hated when Momo was right, and Momo was always right. Seriously, what was happening in her head? Besides, I've always liked Rukyu, and Nejire seemed really excited about me interning with her, so sorry. For what? Kicking 17 flavors ofas? Itsuka asked and took an aggressive bite of meat. Because seriously, most of us recognize that you only lost because there was a no-flying rule. Nah, Inasa is like my weakness. His wind makes it hard for me to draw with my hands, and even with the broom it's pretty rough. I should have put up a barrier first thing like I did against Shoto, and then I probably would have stood a chance. Izumi looked at the empty spot where Inasa's towering figure would normally be. Speaking of which, where? Setsuna. Izumi blinked and looked at Setsuna's empty spot. That was fast. Was that fast? Are they going fast? Nah, though for someone as dense as you, I'm sure they must seem pretty fast. Itsuka finished off her meal with a wink and a smirk. Hey, Izumi drummed her utensil against her bowl. What's that supposed to mean? Ooh, Momo let out a long happy sigh. I'm sure you'll find out soon. Why can't you guys tell me? Because Momo wrapped an arm around her shoulder and brought her into an awkward hug before she kissed Izumi on the top of her head. What the heck was up with that? That would ruin the fun of teasing you. Oh my god, Itsuka snorted into a snicker. Get a damn room, you two. Izumi let out a whine when she realized that both Itsuka and Momo weren't going to tell her whatever the hell it was she was actually missing. Why do you guys pick on me? Itsuka shrugged. For a lot of reasons. It's easy. It's fun. Momo added. You kind of deserve it. It's the best way to keep your ego in check. And, Itsuka and Momo said at the same time and looked at her with evil glints in their eyes. You're cute when you're confused. Okay, yeah, but what if I'm super sexy when I'm not confused? Itsuka rolled her eyes. Well, maybe one day we'll find out. Caved on. Things made sense now. Her heart had leapt into her throat and started drumming like she was in the middle of a fight. Only this excitement, this tingling that seemed to spread throughout her entire body was terrifying. It kept her still, kept her staring into Momo's black eyes as the roaring of the trains drowned out the crowd. Despite being in the middle of Tokyo, despite being moments away from boarding and going to their internships, Momo's hand being slammed against the locker had made this moment the most private and intimate thing in the entire world. Izumi felt her legs began to shake. Her head was already spinning. Her heart was racing, her lips fighting a battle to decide what the hell they were supposed to do, smile, pucker, or just make a surprised face. Somehow she did all three, which must have made her look like an idiot. Izumi, Momo said in a soft voice that was like the first steps out onto fresh snow. That lone word was punctuated by the sound of Momo's case hitting the tiled floor beneath them. Momo didn't even have to say anything else. It made sense now. This was what she had been so dense about. It made sense. All the looks Momo had given her were different from all the other looks Izumi had gotten. Those looks had always perplexed her. That focus Momo had on her. The way when Izumi found her staring and then Momo just smiled. It all made so much sense now. Momo was in love with her. Izumi, Momo repeated and brought a hand up to touch her cheek softly. It reminded her of a few weeks ago when Momo had her pinned to the bed. That graceful moment when Momo had stared at her for what felt like an age had brand new context. And that context hit Izumi's body like a wave as she waited for the confession to come. She knew that it was simply moments away. Moments. I'm going to make this clear so that you can't run away. Momo's finger touched the base of her chin, her thumb running over Izumi's lip for but a moment. Were they going to kiss now? Did she want Momo to kiss her? That would make things clear, wouldn't it? Crystal clear without a single ounce of doubt. I'm in love with you. Though, she couldn't hear Momo because her heart was beating so hard all she could hear was the blood rushing through her head. That was a totally valid and reasonable excuse to pretend this conversation never happened, right? I don't know how long I've been in love with you, but I realized it when I saw you come out of the pool one day and all I could think about was how much I've wanted to kiss you. This explained why Momo always asked if there was anyone Izumi was interested in, wasn't it? She was trying to find out if Izumi liked girls too. Did she? Was that an option? Well, she knew it was an option. She was friends with Itsuka. Oh god, how long had Itsuka known? It sounded like forever. Did Itsuka have a crush on her too? Was she going to have a three-way? Brain, bad, BBs, good, go. Was she a closet lesbian and that was why she really liked the way her own BBs looked? Did lesbians turn themselves on? Did Momo like BBs? She liked BBs. Did Momo like her own BBs? Momo had good BBs too. Help. Had Momo always been so tall? Sure, Inasa was taller, but for a girl Momo was tall. And that made things so much different. Momo was like, just the perfect amount of tall. What did that mean? Momo pulled back with a smile and turned to look towards the train. Sorry for dumping this on you so suddenly. No freaking kidding. But I figured this way you'd have some time to sort out your thoughts. Momo pushed some of her long black hair back and gave Izumi a smirk and a wink that made her feel all kinds of funny. Mostly because I know your thoughts can be as thick as you are. Momo grabbed her case again and leaned in, placing her lips against Izumi's cheek for just a moment. I won't be looking at your texts, by the way. The next thing I want to hear from you is your answer when we meet again. Have fun with Ryukyu. And just like that, Momo ran into the crowd and took her train, leaving Izumi alone in the station, part of her wishing she could pretend that conversation never happened, and another part wishing that Momo had kissed her on the lips, if only so she could find out what that felt like. Momo was gay. Momo was gay. Momo was gay. Momo was gay for her. What the hell? How on earth did she miss that? She knew everything about Momo, or at least thought she did. If Momo was keeping something gigantic like the supersized gay as hell crush she had on Izumi, then what the hell else could she be keeping a secret? No, Momo was very honest. And if Izumi looked back on it all, then it was oh so very clear that Momo wasn't just a little gay. She was ultra gay. All those times they cuddled watching movies. All those times Momo had placed Izumi's head on her lap. All those long hugs. All that bra shopping. All those baths. What was the line between friend and girlfriend? Had she already crossed it? That explained why Momo just wasn't interested in boys. Was that why Izumi wasn't interested in boys? Was that why she liked BBs so much? How effing dense was she? Izumi squinted her nose and checked her phone for the 100th time. She had thrown a slew of texts towards Momo that were generally along the lines of what? And then there were a dozen or so web searches for trying to find out what the hell she was supposed to do, and whether or not she was gay. The internet was not much of a help. The map, on the other hand, was. She checked her location and realized that she had walked right past Ryukyu's agency. With a short whine, Izumi spun on her heel and marched towards the elegant-looking office building. Like many smaller agencies, Ryukyu's base didn't exactly stand out. Then again, she was a recent addition to the top 10, and only like All Might and Endeavor had entire towers as their agency. There you are. Izumi let out a squeak when Nejire landed on the ground beside her, dressed in her full hero costume, which was pretty much just a full-on spandex bodysuit that showed off all of Nejire's curves. Her thick swimmer's thighs were squeezed tight and helped make her wide, playful hips look all the more ready to sway and dance. Her tight tummy was just begging to be drummed on. Then there were Nejire's BBs. Izumi had a long history with Nejire's bests. They were the first time she ever went whoa, and the boob envy was instantaneous. During middle school, Nejire had the biggest and best bests in their school, but now at UA, Izumi felt like she stood more than a chance. But holy shit, big perky BBs in a tight hero costume were amazing. She needed to show some cleavage with her costume. Wait, was she gay? Did you get lost? Nejire asked, and then wrapped her arms around Izumi, causing their chests to squish ever so slightly. It's okay. I got lost my first time here too, and Ryukyu had to come find me. But come on, we need to. Nejire paused and pushed Izumi to arm's length. Her dark blue eyes with a bright star-like center squinted slightly as Nejire inspected her closely. Something happened, didn't it? Izumi let her mouth drone on for far longer than needed as she tried to think of her words to say. Kinda. That was her response. It wasn't like Momo just kinda said that they were in love and that she was just kinda giving Izumi an entire week to figure out these feelings that she kinda had right before she kinda had to do some super important internship or anything. Nope, just kinda. Nejire continued to look at her and then shrugged, her usual bubbliness putting Izumi at ease. Well, we can talk about it later. In the meantime, Ryukyu wants us to go on patrol before the photo shoot. She doesn't want your first time flying with us to be at sunset. Cause that's just really tricky, and even if we wear super cool sunglasses, it's hard to see stuff. But don't worry, the other sidekicks will be going out during that time. But tomorrow we'll be going on a morning flight, and we'll even go on a night patrol too. Nejire paused and then looked up towards the roof of the building. Ryukyu's really thorough about a lot of stuff, and she's excited to meet you, and a bit nervous. She's funny, so come on, I'll show you to the girls' locker room. Izumi barely had the time to let out an eep before Nejire dragged her inside the agency. In a whirl of doors, clothes, stairs, brief introductions, Izumi found herself standing on the roof of the agency dressed in her hero costume, Nejire bouncing happily as she stood next to Ryukyu, the dragon hero. Ryukyu wasn't exceptionally tall by any means. Momo was taller than her, but she was the tallest one on that roof by a few inches. She had this subtle presence that put Izumi at ease. It was mother-like in the way she stood there, slightly awkwardly, one hand grabbing her other arm. She was beautiful, she was kind, and she was who Izumi had looked up to for a long time. Her hero costume was like a red version of Itsuka's kippao, only Ryukyu's went all the way down to her calves, making her leg split look all the more sexy. There was a lot of thigh on display, and Izumi was okay with that. It's nice to meet you, Izumi. Ryukyu took a few steps toward her and extended a hand. Nejire has told me a lot about you, and all of it was good, and I was impressed with your results in the sports festival. I'm Ruko Tatsuma. I hope to be a good instructor to you. Izumi took her hand. Her entire body felt like she was vibrating. Thank you for picking me, Ryu. She paused and tilted her head to the side. Ryuko, which was it? Oh, Nejire jumped behind Ryukyu and grabbed her shoulder. Her name is Ruko, and her hero name is Ryukyu. She's not very creative, so she just changed the last bit of her name. Thank you, Nejire. Ryuko's grip on Izumi's hand tightened just a bit. Now remind me what your hero name is. It's Nejire-chan. And how is that any more creative than my name? I never said I was creative. Besides, I'm super cute. Nejire poked both her cheeks and gave a great big smile. Right. Ryuko let out a sigh and smiled. Yes, you are, and thank you for helping with my introduction. Now then, Izumi, please call me Ryukyu while we're on the job, and your hero name is Merlin, right? Yes, ma'am. Ryukyu. Izumi gave a short laugh and felt a smile spreading on her cheeks. I'm Merlin. Ryukyu took a step back and smiled. Well then, Merlin, I hope you're ready to fly. Our afternoon flight patrol normally lasts an hour or more depending on crime. Ryukyu's body shifted, going from hot lesbian ant to a terrifying dragon in a matter of seconds. Make sure you keep up. With 3 quick steps, Ryukyu leaped off the building, her great wings catching the air before she ascended with a flap that nearly sent Izumi's witch hat right off her head. Nezu darted upward, bobbing slightly, and spun towards Izumi. Come on, it's your first time being a real hero, right? Even if you don't have a license. Right. She sat on her broom in the traditional witchy way and took off, chasing after Ryukyu's draconic silhouette and Nezu's lithe fairy-like movements. Flying out in the open, the streets beneath her, the people living their lives and pointing up towards her, and the ever-so-slight edge that she could fall to her death at any moment was the real magic. A shout of joy forced its way out of her throat despite knowing that she shouldn't. But it was too much. This was everything she had dreamed of since, well, a few months ago when she realized that she could fly. Woo. Ryukyu looked back at her, her draconic face twisted into a light smile. Her lips moved, but Izumi couldn't make out what was being said. Then Ryukyu turned towards Nezu and said something else. Oh, she could hear Nezu. Throwing all of her arms out wide, Nezu caught the wind and slowed for a moment before bursting towards Izumi with a level of aerial agility that could be called fearless. Nezu came up right beside her and held out her hand. I forgot to give this to you. Put it in your ear. Izumi nodded and pushed the device into her ear. Izumi, a gravel-like voice poured into her ear. Ryukyu glanced back towards her. Can you hear me now? Yes, she said a bit too eagerly. They took a sharp turn, and Izumi had to keep a hand on her hat to keep it from flying off. Her hat was only mildly impractical for flight, but the cool and cute factor was 100% worth it. Good, I'll be explaining a bit about my district. It's a bit on the lively side, you see. They flew over some low buildings spaced with a large road. There are a lot of gangs in this area, but there are only 2 or 3 that are actually large. For the most part, they avoid doing anything that would cause heroes to intervene, but they still respect us enough to know that they should stop when we show up. That said, there are a lot of powerful quirks in the gangs, and tensions are high, so quirk-based fights tend to happen from time to time, and that's probably the most common type of crime I deal with. Why don't we just get rid of the gangs? Izumi asked. That would just be more unnecessary violence. I know this is frustrating, but until they start using their quirks, we heroes can't intervene in their unlawfulness. Right. Nezu shot through the air and then stood on Ryukyu's back, her long blue hair fluttering in the wind. But if we see them threatening a civilian, we can intervene. Or if there's a street race. But those happen at night though. Okay, so we only fight the gangsters when they use their quirks? Yep, most everything else is left up to the police. Ryukyu's deep draconic voice sounded slightly annoyed by all this. We still respond to emergencies and make sure the schools are safe, but that's largely it. Alright, so her first assignment is doing patrols in a gangster-controlled area. Sounds like fun. I normally don't get to have a roommate here. Nezu bounced on the more lived-in bed on the other side of the small room that they were going to be sharing. The room itself was slightly larger than her own room back home. Nezu was dressed in her pajamas, a basic blue set that just made her look ultra cute. I'd say that we'd have to stay up all night talking, but Ryukyu wants us to wake up early for patrols. And then there's the photo shoot. Nezu's smile stretched ear to ear. I get to dress you up. Huh, photo shoot. Izumi tilted her head to the side. Ryuko is also a model. I am too. And because you're here now, you get to be a model too. But don't worry, we're hero firsts and models when we're bored and want money. Nezu bounced off of her bed and stood in front of Izumi. Now then, Nezu's smile turned from cheerful airhead to something more sinister, something more powerful, something very, very powerful. Nezu placed a finger on Izumi's chest and slipped in between her buttons. What happened? Izumi felt her entire body blush as she remembered what happened earlier. Momo was in lesbians with her. Momo, she said with a soft voice. Momo, Nezu asked, her smile tugging more to one side than the other. She placed a hand onto Izumi's shoulder and pushed her down onto the bed. What exactly did Momo do? Izumi felt her heart pounding in her chest as she stared up at her senpai. The gentle roughness of the gesture, the fact that Nezu was looming over her, was making her entire body feel warm as she felt her legs twitch in some kind of anticipation. What was Nezu going to do to her? What did she want her to do? She told me she was a lesbian. And Nezu pressed her finger, somehow unbuttoning a single button of Izumi's pajamas with a practiced level of ease. And what else did she do? How many times was she going to be pinned against something by one of her friends in a very sexual and a romantic way? And why did she like it so much? Confessed. Confessed what? Another button came undone. That she's in love with me. And another button in Nezu's hand was now rubbing where her bra met her best. What about you? Me. You. Her breath escaped her and she let out the slightest bit of a moan. I don't know. I don't know if I like girls or not. Nejire withdrew her hand and stared at Izumi for a moment. A long moment that was killer when combined with the tension that was just floating there. Do you want to find out? The question sent a shudder down Izumi's spine and she swallowed before giving a slight nod. Nejire leaned down, forcing one of Izumi's hands above her head as her knee pressed down beside Izumi's thigh. Her blue hair fell from her shoulder like a silk waterfall. It mixed and blended with Izumi's own verdant green hair. A laugh escaped Nejire, giving Izumi a slight pause that was nearly agonizing as her senpai's face drew closer and closer. Her heart pounded in her chest. Toes curled, thoughts stopped, hands clutched, thighs rubbed, heart stomped. Her first kiss was mostly build-up, but Nejire had executed it flawlessly. Nejire pulled back and wiped her lips. Congratulations, Izumi, you're a bottom. I should let Momo know. Reality snapped back to her with the one hell of a kicker. What, Nejire? What just happened? Nejire asked, grabbing her cell phone. I used my lesbiancy on you. Lesbiancy what? Yeah, we kissed, you liked it, and you're a bottom. Lesbiancy. What? My quirk is also powered by girl love. So you and Momo are going to give me a boost. What does a bottom mean? Izumi asked, sitting up and just letting her pajama shirt remain partially open. It basically means that in bed you're submissive and you really like it when the other girl initiates and you really like to be pinned to things. Nejire texted away on her phone. Don't worry, I'll send Momo something to help with this. Then what are you? Me. I'm omnisexual. What does that mean? She was so confused. But also, she was really gay. Momo let out a sigh as her phone buzzed. She knew that she had told Izumi that she wouldn't text back. It was so hard not to respond to them. But this text was from Nejire. Nejire, I kissed Izumi. She's gay now. You're welcome. Also, she's bottom AF. Read this. Attached file. The ultimate guide to becoming a lesbian top.pdf. Momo glared at her phone for a few seconds and then responded. Momo, thanks. You stole her first kiss though. Hey Itsuka, Nejire stole Izumi's first kiss. You want to help me beat her up? Sure. Itsuka was a good friend. Now look, I understand that you're currently a few days away from being in a romantic relationship with the girl you've been crushing on for a long ass time, and that our senpai is sending you pics of them doing a photo shoot from some Chinese restaurant. But I need you to tone down being a useless lesbian. Momo pursed her lips and looked away from the image of Izumi munching on a meat bun, a content look on her face while she appeared to have been squeezed into a kippao. Itsuka, I understand that you're jealous, but please don't ruin this for me. I'm discovering several new fetishes right now. Mood. Itsuka continued to scroll through her phone. Both of them were sitting on a couch, all make-upped up and waiting for this whole hair commercial thing to start. Honestly, Momo wasn't as mad as she should be over the whole not actually doing hero work thing. I mean really, I feel like I'm going to have to ask Nejire out after all this. Itsuka flashed her phone towards Momo and Momo caught a glimpse of Nejire doing a selfie in a dress similar to Izumi's. Only instead of being cute and eating a meat bun, she was just being cute and sexy by virtue of being Nejire. Momo hummed, are you sure? Didn't you say you were really picky about the girls you like? Look, I'm watching my one straight female friend and my one straight male friend going on dates, and I'm watching the tall drink of water that I have a crush on about to go steady with someone that's basically just every kind of bait out there, leaving me, a horny and ever so slightly desperate lesbian, wanting female companionship. Itsuka gave a wry smile and shrugged. Who else should I turn to than my bisexual senpai that turned someone gay by kissing them? Why would I not want to date that? Principles. Principles don't get me laid. That was on the top of the list of things that Momo never expected Itsuka to say. But she had a point. Since when have you been this thirsty? Momo laughed and glanced at her phone again. There was another image from Nejire. This one of Izumi and Nejire posing in kung fu style and having a great time. Much better than the time Momo and Itsuka were having simping over them. Pretty much since I met Izumi. Itsuka shrugged. She's just painfully. Itsuka swirled her hand around in the air like that was some kind of a profound answer. You know, again, Itsuka did have a point. Momo stood and extended a hand towards Itsuka. Well then, if that's the case, why don't we take some photos while our hair is all done up? I'm sure Nejire would enjoy it. Itsuka grabbed her hand and smiled. Sure. So, she was gay. Her lips were still tingled from Nejire's kiss. Her heart still raced from the feeling of being pinned to the bed. And the sensual nature that Nejire had looked at her. Somehow Nejire had managed to do all that and actually managed to not make it awkward when they hung out. Just, how did that even work? How did relationships work? Izumi placed a finger on her lip and felt her entire body threaten to burst out into a panic if anything so much as considered kissing her in the near future. But, at the same time, she couldn't help but remember how Momo had pinned her against the wall and confessed, making every part of her feel numb as she pictured how that scene could have gone if Momo had been just a bit more daring. A slow lean in, a focused look in Momo's dark eyes, a tender, teasing touch on her cheek, a quivering anticipation. Contact. Izumi let out a squeal as she could all but feel Momo kissing her. It would be so different from Nejire's kiss in so many wonderful and uncountable ways that it would make her mind just go completely and utterly blank. And then, in that blankness, magic. Izumi smiled and stared up at the yellowing sky that covered the horizon. She wanted to tell Momo about this. She wanted to let her know that she felt the same. Or at least that she couldn't stop thinking about Momo even after Nejire pinned her to the bed and kissed her. All she could think about was Momo, Momo, Momo. How Momo laughed when she was happy. How Momo laughed when she was nervous. That gentle swoop of her hair whenever she wasn't sure of herself. The way she sang in the shower when she thought no one would hear her. I want to touch her BBs. Whoops. Nejire's laughter broke Izumi from her stance as she saw her senpai in full hero regalia floating down beside her. I didn't think I'd break you that much, Izumi. Not broken. Izumi let out a content sigh and a light shiver. Just ... uhhh. She leaned back and looked at Nejire again. What am I again? Horny? No, wait, maybe. Nejire laughed and then moved to sit onto Izumi's broom that was floating a few feet off the ground. I'm kind of jealous, you know. What? Why? Izumi flailed her arms as she sat up. They were supposed to be going on patrol soon, but Ryukyu hadn't shown up yet. Actually, Izumi had pretty much been lost in thought and arrived an hour early at the rooftop. You seem so experienced. Nejire kicked her legs and pushed some of her hair back behind her hair and shrugged. Maybe, I guess, but it's not like I've ever had what you have. What's that? Izumi pointed at her broomstick, careful not to send it and Nejire flying. Because we can get you a broomstick. Love you, goofball. Nejire had an almost sad look on her face. I mean, I've been in a relationship before. Nejire let go of the broom and floated to her feet, hands behind her back. I've been in a lot, but none really lasted. I mean, they were fun and all, but I want something more, something meaningful. Nejire, what could she say to that? She had zero experience with relationships, and was days away from entering one with Momo. She wanted to help Nejire, but how? Nejire flapped her arms and spun over to Izumi in the blink of an eye. One hand was wrapped around Izumi's waist. Another was grabbing Izumi's hand as they spun on the ceiling for a few moments in a dance of laughter. They stopped, Izumi nearly falling over as Nejire supported her in the mother of all dips. This was just like last night. The closeness, the painful closeness that was followed by a kiss. And the tender beating heart shared between them. Nejire's smile was mischievous and filled with an endless allure. It's not too bad though. Being single means I get to join you and Momo whenever I want. Oh, her legs were jello. Nejire let out another laugh and helped Izumi stand on her own 2 feet. You're too easy, Izumi. Besides, I have a feeling it'll be up to Momo on how much I'm involved, even if it'll be super duper fun to show you guys everything. Everything? What did everything mean? What could Nejire show them? What would Momo's response to this be? What would happen if they were all naked in the same place? That's a lot of thickness. Like, a lot. How much titty was that? How much tummy was that? Holy shit, she was gay as hell. How did she not notice this before? Did Nejire really use lesbiancy on her? Wait, no, she was already thinking about Momo's lips before Nejire had kissed her. Nejire snapped her fingers and let out another cute giggle. Stop breaking, Izumi, we do have to go on patrol soon. Right? Ooh, sorry. Don't worry about it. You're just coming to terms with yourself, right? Izumi nodded. Then it's fine. And it'll be like, super awesome if you can push all that stuff away when you're doing hero stuff. I think that's important and stuff. Nejire bounced up and grabbed Izumi's hands again. Hey, I got an idea. When you guys graduate, we should start our own agency. I bet we could do a lot of great stuff. Izumi could only smile and nod at that idea, as though to puncture this moment with an exclamation mark. Both of them were drawn to a sudden panic that tore the waning twilight of day. A pillar of smoke emerged from some of those large buildings. Nejire acted first, blasting off with the same level of ease that she always had. Izumi followed behind her, broom at the ready. An apartment building had caught fire. Flames erupted from one of the apartments in the middle of the building and were quickly spreading from room to room. There were people stuck inside. Her training in the USJ and the Class 13 sensei had given them on fire science snapped into the front of her mind. Fire rose. The people on the top floor might be stuck. Izumi, the communication device in her ear nearly peaked as Ryukyu's draconic voice boomed through. Stay back, you're too inexperienced. A scream came from the top floor. Sorry, Izumi shouted and took off on her broom once more. I can help them. Izumi, go. Ryukyu's draconic form flew past her and towards the burning part of the building. Don't make me scold you. She knew why Ryukyu was against her helping. Most of her thought it was stupid. Part of her, a small, insignificant sliver, agreed. Don't mess up. Don't mess up. She had spells just for this. Nejire, the smoke, on it. A blast dispersed the smoke for just a moment, giving Izumi a clear view inside to the woman and child that were trapped in their apartment, a wall of flame cutting off their escape. The kid was crying. I want you to be careful with this rune, Izumi. Nezu's voice sounded in her ears. The memory of him sliding a folded piece of paper along the desk seemed more important than the rune itself. It's going to be a powerful tool going forward, but it is incredibly dangerous. This targeting rune should let you. Person, barrier, sphere, pull. A barrier appeared around the woman, engulfing both her and her child before pulling them towards Izumi's outstretched hand. When targeting a person directly with her quirk, there are so many things that could go wrong. But this spell was going to help her save so many people in the future. Izumi led them down towards the ground. Her pull rune only allowed her to bring things to her hand like they were drawn by an invisible rope. "Thank you so much," the woman said, still clutching her child. No, more screams came from the building and Izumi leapt into action once again. 22 spheres filled with people and pets later, the rescue was complete, and the firefighters were able to save most of the building. Izumi. Ryukyu's voice wasn't harsh, just frustrated. She paced in front of the couch that was in the common room of Ryukyu's agency and kept saying her name over and over. Ryukyu took a deep breath and then glared at Izumi for all of 3 seconds before her shoulders slumped. "Do you have any idea how hard it is to scold you when you did so good?" Ooh, Izumi bumped her broom against her knees. "Am I in trouble?" "No." Ryukyu grunted and started to pace again. "Maybe. I don't know. This is why I normally don't take first years. You're so inexperienced, and you don't listen. And you didn't listen, which is a problem. But you also saved a bunch of people, so just Nejire." What Ryukyu is trying to say is that you did a good job and that she's proud of you. But she can't say that because you're still a student without a license and you're not supposed to be doing actually heroic stuff yet. Nejire clapped her hands and finished with a bright smile. "Is that right?" Ryukyu let her head drop and pointed towards Nejire. "What she said?" "Yeah." Nejire jumped for joy. Izumi blinked and then looked towards her hat, still sitting on the couch where she had left it. "I don't regret doing what I did. No one is saying what you did was bad." Ryukyu straightened her back. "I think you did a great job and you knew exactly what to do. You were calm in a crisis, which is more than I can say for most pros I've worked with. But you weren't supposed to, and just, why is it so hard to scold you? You didn't even put yourself in danger." Ryukyu, did you not want to scold me because you like me, or because you're bad at it?" Ryukyu made a cute, angry, and ever so slightly draconic noise before she fell back down onto the couch with a huff. Both. A moment of silence crossed the room. "You did a good job, and you've earned my trust tonight. Just, if anyone at UA asks, tell them you were following my orders. It's less of a headache for both of us that way." Izumi gave a thumbs up and felt great about herself for the rest of her internship with Ryukyu. This was bullshit. Sekijiro let out a grunt and pushed his laptop to the side before he slammed his head into the wooden desk of the conference room he and the rest of the teachers were currently holed up in as they planned this semester's final exam. Out of nowhere, Nezu had come up with the brilliant idea of scrapping the giant robot exam that they normally did, and was instead going to have the teachers fight the students. And as much as Sekijiro wanted to shove Nito's foot into the kid's ever-moving mouth, he needed to be practical about this. But there was just one small problem. Izumi Midoriya wasn't practical. "Whoa there, big guy," Midnight purred, her hands already going towards his keyboard as she just completely commandeered his laptop. "What's got you acting like a racerhead when he has to actually put in effort?" His fellow homeroom teacher gave a light growl and barely looked up from his own laptop. Chances are Racerhead was going through the same problems that he was. At least he didn't have Izumi. "I'm trying to figure out what exactly I can do with Izumi." He swatted Midnight's hands off of his laptop and pulled up the absolutely glowing report that Ryukyu had given Izumi's performance. All 2 sentences of it. "Honestly, what am I supposed to do with that?" "Let's see." Midnight adjusted her glasses and tilted her head to the side before resting her elbow on Sekijiro's shoulder. If I could give Izumi her license, I would. Please, send her back to me for work study the moment she's able to." Midnight pursed her lips and looked around the table. "Well, that's a glowing review, but how's that stopping you from coming up with a test for her? Just have her go up against All Might." The gaunt blonde man that was All Might looked up from his own papers and blinked. "Go up against who?" "Izumi." "Oh, the witch girl." All Might leaned back in his chair and folded his hands over his lap. "I could, but I don't think she'd learn anything from fighting against me. From what I saw in the sports festival, I'd either end up knocking her out too quickly or she'd just evade me all day. She's smart enough to keep her distance when needed." "The witch girl. She was his student too." All Might snapped his fingers. "Aizawa, why don't?" "No." Aizawa let out a low groan and glared at basically everything. "While I could stop her from actually using her quirk, I can't cancel effects that are already in place. Her spells are like the ice Shoto makes. I'd have to spend the entire time focusing on her and she'd capitalize on the moment I broke eye contact with her." He paused and looked at his scarf. "I could ambush her and capture her before she casts a spell, but this test isn't about beating the students, it's about helping them learn and overcome their weaknesses." "All right." Sekijiro placed his hands on the table and let out a long breath. What exactly is the weakness of a long-range combatant that has flight capabilities? Enough firepower to take down a zero-pointer in a single blast, capturing abilities that are nearly perfect, defenses that most of us can't get through, a toolbox of random spells, and a goddamn broom. Isn't she, like, really competitive? She looked really upset that she didn't win the sports festival. Midnight tapped on his shoulder again and continued to rummage through his computer like it was public property. Is there some way that we can use that? Who's her biggest rival in your class? My entire class. Sekijiro grunted and pulled his laptop back. And you're not understanding Izumi if you think she's overly competitive. The girl just constantly seeks to better herself for the sake of bettering herself, and she's dragging the rest of my class along with her. Besides, her biggest rivals are in Aizawa's class. Eraserhead looked up from his computer for a moment and shook his head no. My class is filled with a bunch of hyper-competitive a-holes as it is. I don't need Izumi infecting them any further. Fair. Oh dear me. Nezu jumped up onto the table and clapped his paws. It would appear to me that you're in quite a pickle with this Vlad. Having worked with Izumi to increase her arsenal, I can see why. However, I believe that you are missing something important. Which is? Nezu gave a vicious smile and winked. We don't need to limit ourselves to just teachers, do we? Sekijiro blinked, shrugged, and started to work on the rest of his class. He just needed to figure out what poor sap he was going to stick with Izumi. The moment her internship had ended, moment that Nejire had waved her goodbye, was the moment that all of the nervous energy that Izumi thought she had gotten over came crashing down onto her mind. It was the weekend, which meant that she was probably just going to go to Momo's house and stay the night, like she pretty much did every single weekend since they had become friends. It was just the normal thing for them to do. Would her mom still be okay with it if she knew that her and Momo were ever so slightly very gay? Questions for later. Or she could just never tell her mom about it, and she and Momo could live together as very good friends. That's what all the historical lesbians did. Izumi bit her lip and passed through the large metal gate that led towards Momo's home. It was a long and lengthy path that she had walked many times, most often in the company of Momo. There was a fluttering in her chest as all of those long walks, random talks, and unstoppable giggles began to mean something more. Those memories meant the world to her, and now she wanted to make new ones. There, waiting for her at the top of the hill, was Momo. She was wearing a simple sundress. Her hair was straight, and she was clutching her phone tight against her chest. She looked like someone's girlfriend. She looked like her girlfriend. Momo. Izumi hopped onto her broom and sped towards Momo. She dropped her bag and suitcase and hit the ground running before being snapped into a powerful, full-bodied hug by Momo that had both of them laughing and falling onto the ground. That nervousness might as well have never existed. Momo, she shouted again, holding on to Momo for all that she was worth, and pressed her face against Momo's chest all the more. Pure happiness coursed through them as they rolled over onto the neatly cut grass of Momo's front yard. After a few long hugs and a few more laughs, they separated, if only for a moment. Momo loomed over her, her long black hair forming a curtain between them and the rest of the world for a few seconds. The smoldering look in Momo's eyes, her wide, hungry smile, and just the pure look she was being given sent a powerful shiver down Izumi's entire body. I missed you, Momo said. Her entire body seemed to light up with those words. I missed you so much, Izumi. Izumi bit her own lip and tried to ignore the sensation that was Momo saying her name before she embraced it. Me too, she smiled and then frowned. But don't ever do that again. It sucks not being able to even text you, especially when you do something like that right before. Do you have any idea how tortuous that is? It sucked. I couldn't talk to you. I couldn't even send you cute pics. And I had a lot of cute pics to send. Momo broke down laughing and fell on top of Izumi into another hug. Sorry, Izumi, I was just so nervous about your response. But don't worry, Nejire sent me everything. And you were adorable as always. Adorable? Izumi flailed her arms and pouted. I'm your girlfriend now, right? You better say I'm sexy too. Girlfriend. Momo pushed up off Izumi again, her eyes going wide with surprise before she gave a calm smile again. That means you feel the same, right? Izumi nodded and turned to look away from Momo for just a moment, though she kept stealing glances at her. Didn't Nejire tell you? Nejire says a lot of things. Momo hummed and cupped Izumi's cheek ever so slightly and forced her to make eye contact again. It's almost hard to keep track of what she's talking about. You talk a lot too, but I hear every word you say. So, what do you say? Are you trying to get me to confess? I'm mad that you kissed Nejire before me. Didn't we kiss with the Pocky game before? Do you want that to count as our first kiss? Momo asked. Her head was growing closer. The sensation was familiar. The tension in the air, the brief flashes of desires, the tingling on her lips, all of it was so much like how Nejire had first kissed her. But, at the same time, it was completely different. Izumi felt her mind run wild in her mind. Did she? Was it? She remembered that moment clearly, but it had meant nothing for the longest time. I don't know. Well, Momo placed her soft lips onto Izumi's neck. An instantaneous shock ran through her body. It was like the first breath of air after seeing how long she could stay underwater. What do you want for our first kiss, girlfriend? I get to choose, Izumi asked. Her hands had somehow made their way to Momo's hips. Momo leaned back again and gave a small shrug. I'm open to ideas, though. Here on the ground wouldn't be too bad, would it? Izumi bit her lip and closed her eyes, trying desperately to try and think of the best place for Momo to kiss her. Tonight, after the bath, when we're both clean, in our pajamas, on your couch, and with a movie we're not going to watch. Momo gave a wide lopsided smile, with one eyebrow raised far more than it should be. So, you want me to wait until tonight? And you want me to wait until after a bath before we can have our first kiss? Izumi nodded. And then we can cuddle all night. You're making me wish my quirk was time control, but fine. Momo stood and grabbed Izumi's hand. Why don't you tell me about your time as an intern? And how you ended up being a model with Nezu? Oh, she bounded on her heels and smiled. Well, the spokesperson for the restaurant saw me and said that's the kind of girl that I want to serve me meat buns. Have her model. I asked why me, and he said because you look like a stuffed meat bun. I was mad, but then Nezu told me that he was just saying I was thick with 2 C's. And that's the best kind of thick, so I went along, plus I looked super duper cute in that. Oh, Ryuki, you said I'll get a check in the mail for that. So let me take you out on a super duper awesome date when that happens, okay? Momo grabbed her hand, their fingers entwining before she leaned down and kissed Izumi on the cheek. I'm looking forward to that, but you should know something about me, Izumi. What? It's a deep, dark, terrible secret that I've been keeping a secret from you for years. What? That you're gay? Because you already told me that. No, not that. Then what? Momo leaned in and whispered into Izumi's ear. I really love dressing you up. Can I put you in a bunny costume tonight? That's weird, but sure. What Izumi thought that meant, and what Momo actually meant, were 2 different things. And she liked Momo's version a lot more. The large gate to a suburban arena loomed over Izumi and made her feel far smaller than she actually was. Sure, she had a super tall girlfriend, and was the shortest of their friend group, but she could fly and they couldn't, except Nezu. And Momo probably owned a jet. Her girlfriend owned a jet. Izumi blinked and looked up at the clear late spring sky that was sparsely clouded, and couldn't help but think about the beach. She wanted to go to the beach. She wanted to wear a super cute bikini, play in the water, and bury her face in her girlfriend's BBs. She paused and pouted slightly. Maybe Momo's right about me having BBs on the brain. With a sigh, she hopped off her broom and examined her testing area. The written exam had been easy thanks to Momo's gigantic brain and a lot of sleepovers. But her practical exam was a mystery shrouded in an enigma wrapped in confusion. How do I even know I'm in the right place? She examined the gate and then looked back down the long dirt path she had flown over to get here. The bus that had ferried her here was already long gone. She had been told to get off and wait for the red light to turn green to start her exam all alone. No context about her opponent. No partner. Nothing. All she knew was that she did have someone that was going to kick her butt. She was alone because pairing anyone with her wouldn't be fair to them, and that she shouldn't let that fact go to her head. Which was probably a good idea. If I fail because I got wrong directions, I'm going to be really mad. Not that she thought they would actually fail her because of it, unless this was part of the test. She looked around for someone watching her and then let out a low whine. This wasn't how she wanted her exam to go. She thought she'd get to show Vlad-sensei just how much as she could kick. Or maybe she could, Actually, she really didn't know who she wanted to go up against, especially if it was just teachers. Maybe if she went up against another student, things would be fun. Like Inasa or Shoto, maybe even Nezu. The light switched to green and Aizawa-sensei's bored voice grated across the speaker. Start your exam. Izumi stared at the green light and then shrugged before heading into the large suburban arena that was going to make up her testing area. Most of the houses were only a few stories tall, and the roads were tight and narrow aside from the large main street that took a turn a few blocks down. The largest buildings were apartments that peaked at maybe 6 or 7 stories. It didn't feel like the kind of place that was designed to make the test harder. If anything, this kind of arena was probably as close to neutral as she could get. At least there's no height limit. Izumi kicked her foot on the ground and guided her broom towards her. With one hand on the polished wood, she hopped on and thought about her best course of action. Technically, if she wanted, she could fly straight up and then dive bomb to the goal post. But until she found out who she was up against, that might not be a good idea. She closed her eyes and recalled Nezu's words. Remember that this is a test. If you skip all the other answers and just answer the last question, you're not going to do well. Which was equal parts smart and stupid. Stupid Hamtaro wannabe. Holding new runes and stuff hostage. How was he so smart anyways? She barely even managed to make 1 new rune by the time he probably had 10. With a growl that turned into a determined grunt, Izumi pushed herself off the ground and zoomed forward. She'd stay above the houses and try to find out who was testing her so she could kick their butt. "Hello there, Gak." A pair of bright blue eyes shined at her as she nearly crashed into the large blonde man that had appeared in front of her just as she cleared the first house, his long red cap flowing effortlessly in the wind. Izumi recognized him the moment his open palm pressed into her chest, forcing her off her broom. Mirio Tagata, someone that she had seen a few times with Neji, and someone that was rumored to be the strongest in the school. Izumi rolled back on the slightly slanted roof, and she slid a bit before she caught herself on the rough shingles that now made up their battleground. "I have to go up against you." "Yep." Mirio grabbed his shoulder and rolled it with a big smile on his face. "Vlad-sensei asked that I take you on, since apparently you're a bit too problematic for the other teachers to test fairly, but that doesn't really matter." "What?" Izumi asked, trying to keep Mirio's attention on her. Her broom had gone right through him, so she still had it under her control. "Why?" "Oh, well, you see, Neji talks a lot, and she likes to talk about her super cute and amazing kuhai the most." Mirio beamed and thudded his chest. Her broom flew right through his head and he didn't even blink. "So of course I wanted to see just how amazing you were for myself. Let's have a good fight." "Yeah." And with that, the goal of the test changed. She wanted to beat the powerful hero right in front of her. "Guess I'll have to figure out how to beat your invincible Quirk. But first," Izumi hummed, guiding her broom into her hand and holding it behind her. She shifted her feet on the tiles and smiled at Mirio. "See if you can catch me." Mirio fell through the roof without even leaving a hole. Then in the blink of an eye he shot up right in front of Izumi. She leapt back, barely dodging his uppercut, and fell off the building. She grabbed onto her broom like it was a gymnastics bar and flipped around before sticking the landing. She stuck her tongue out and zipped back down into the narrow alleyways that were interwoven between the fake houses. Simply running would be the easiest way to get to the goal. She doubted Mirio's quirk let him fly, but he could somehow use his quirk to teleport. What did Neji say about his quirk? Damn it, why did Neji talk so much? And most of it was important too, but there was just so much of it that it all turned into a white noise in her brain. What was it called? Persistent. Permanence. Peril. It started with a P. And he could go through stuff, including the ground, and when he stopped going through stuff, he'd pop out. Wait, how was she going to deal with that? Also, how was she supposed to capture him? He could just phase through her cuffs. "Nezu, why'd you make this so hard to do fairly?" She screamed as she dragged her foot along the ground to make a sharp turn. She kicked off the wall and resumed her speedy zipping through the streets, thankful for all the flying practice she had gone through to get to this level of control. A street wide enough for 2 cars greeted her, and she saw Mirio pop up on the far edge of it like some kind of blonde Terminator ready to beat the ever-living shit out of her. She hopped off her broom, using her momentum to spin as she drew a simple spell in the air and fired it right at Mirio. Force, arrow, fast, forward. A shimmer the size of a small bird appeared right at her fingertips, taking less than a moment to solidify before it shot forward. Fast was a new rune, one that traded power and range for speed, and couldn't be affected by the guided modifier either. Still, she hoped that Mirio wouldn't be able to react fast enough to dodge it. To her surprise, the force arrow actually hit, and Mirio recoiled slightly before looking at his shoulder where he had been struck. He looked shocked. "Were you using your quirk?" she asked, standing with her broom armed, a bit of light appearing from her fingers as she was ready to use another spell. Apparently, Mirio responded back with confusion in his voice. "I'm not sure how though. I had everything but my feet permeated. Everything should have gone right through me." "Right." His quirk's name was Permeation. "Well, whatever, we can figure out why later." Izumi let out a laugh and twirled her broom around, the individual brushes lighting up as she drew a symbol in the air. Force, arrow, guided, target. Dozens of twinkling stars appeared in front of her and then raced towards Mirio like each and every one of them were determined to be the first to strike him. Mirio stepped forward and fell through the earth again, a few of her arrows barely managing to tag his cape before he appeared again right in front of her, rising out of the earth like a man-shark that said F you to physics. He emerged with his fist drawn back and a great big smile on his face. Her reflexes betrayed her, and Izumi brought up her broom to block the attack. Mirio's fist went right through it and slammed into her face. With a sound that was the exact opposite of cute, Izumi rolled backwards, her back sliding along the ground and her hat sent flying. Still, she managed to land onto her feet just in time to actually dodge Mirio's second attack, though he managed to pull her broom away and promptly snap it over his knee. "My broom," Izumi sneered, despite the fact that her nose felt like it was ready to start bleeding. "What?" Mirio asked, looking at the broom. "I was just trying to make it so you couldn't run." He looked at both pieces and frowned. "I didn't break something expensive, did I?" "No, but my girlfriend gave me that one." "Ooh." He gave an abrupt bow. "Sorry, it's fine." Izumi waved it off. "It's my fault for bringing it to the exam. It was supposed to be for luck." With the flick of her finger, Izumi directed the half of the broom she still had control over and sent it right towards Mirio's face. He stared at her with his tongue out. Well, now I don't feel bad anymore. I had a feeling that wouldn't work. Izumi pouted and examined her options. She was more or less backed into a corner. Without her broom, Mirio's speed would decimate her while his raw power would make it a quick fight. Was this the point of the test? To show her that she was weak at close range? She knew that. She was a mage. That was like a trope in every single movie. She hopped back. Barrier. Self. A shimmering bubble appeared around her. If force could work on Mirio, then maybe barrier could too. Mirio stuck his hand out and pressed it against the barrier. For a moment, Izumi thought her defensive spell would work. Then Mirio calmly walked through the sphere like it wasn't even there. Shit, she swore and jumped back, then started to run into the maze-like alleyways once more. Mirio ran through the buildings to cut her off, and even attempted to catch her. Light, light, light. A triple spell of bright light erupted in front of her, catching Mirio off guard as he tried to dodge an aggressive attack from her. He was being cautious since her force spells could go through his quirk. Wait, what would happen if she just used force? She nearly slipped on a puddle as she took another sharp corner, hoping to lose Mirio in the maze so she could have a moment to think and prepare. She needed to put some distance between her and Mirio, and figure out how to capture him even though he physically couldn't be captured. Even if she used person to target him in a barrier, then he'd just slip out of it. Damn it, why didn't she have some kind of a sleep rune? Mirio appeared again, his eyes still squinted from the blinding light she had put him through. Force. She drew the rune fast and sloppy, nearly messing up, and held it in her fist, hoping that her idea would work. She stepped hard on the ground right in front of Mirio and put her entire body weight behind a punch. Mirio's eyes went wide. Then he showed that not even he was immune to flinching as he closed his eyes. His quirk activated as her fist passed right through him, but her force spell still made contact with his face, sending him flying far further than she could physically. Holy shit. That worked. I can't believe that worked. Mirio groaned from the ground, a hand covering his nose. Do I have to actually dodge everything you do? Welcome to my world. Izumi stuck out her tongue and ran away. She really didn't know why force worked on Mirio. Maybe it was because it wasn't so much an object and more that it was just like a force, like how he still gets affected by gravity. That made a surprising amount of sense. As much sense as Quirks actually worked. Still, without her broom, she was still at a disadvantage. Part of her wanted to make a minefield of barrier spells. Even if they didn't stop him, they would probably still slow him down. She remembered Nezu mentioning how he couldn't see or breathe when he used his quirk, so putting a bunch of obstacles in the way might help. But wait, how did his suit stay on? Could he not phase through it? She had an idea. Just like when she took the recommendation exam, Izumi created a series of barriers and used them to gain height until she reached a comfortable height a few meters above the ground in a more or less open park near one of the apartment complexes. This would give her plenty of space to target Mirio before he got to her. Standing inside her own bubble, Izumi kept an eye out for any sign of movement, constantly examining the area for Mirio. She barely caught sight of him as he came rocketing out from the ground. The bit of blood on his nose was a mark of pride for her. She barely had the time to react as he phased through her barrier and connected with her stomach. Still, he fell for her trap. With a quick rune that had Mirio on guard, she forced the barrier they were in to rise up. What are you planning? Mirio asked, still in a fighting stance. Also, you're pretty durable. Thanks, but damn you hurt. Izumi smiled and stared up at the taller man as the sphere began to contract around them. And as for what I'm planning, it's more or less this. Haha, trapping both of us so high up. Mirio laughed and placed both hands against her barrier before phasing his arms through. You must have realized I keep my momentum when I pop in and out. Izumi just nodded as she was forced into Mirio's chest by her barrier. Something like that. Except not at all. Well, it's a cute idea, but I'm pretty good at timing my phasing, so have fun, Izumi. He phased out of her barrier and fell backwards. Gotcha. Izumi smiled. Control. Target. Item. She never understood why it was so easy for her to control brooms. But even so, something like Mirio's costume wasn't outside of her own abilities. But still, trying to control an object that was being worn by someone was on a whole other level. She was barely able to make him stop falling and hover in the air. What the? Mirio asked, and Izumi found herself all but powerless to stop his arms from moving. Huh. He laughed. It's like I'm stuck in jello. This is great, Izumi. I can barely move. Thanks, she muttered, focusing on trying to keep him still. She initially wanted to ride him across the finish line, but just keeping him still felt like it was taking up so much of her mind. She even had to use a hand to keep her focus on him. So, do you want to give up, or do I have to start blasting you with force spells? Mirio tapped on his chin. I think I could escape, as I think you just have control over my suit right now. Damn it. But I also don't want to keep fighting you naked and accidentally show you my willy. Suo, which is it? Izumi asked, gritting her teeth. Her head was seriously hurting from that punch she took earlier. Up to you. Mirio gave her a thumbs up and smiled at her. This is your exam. Remember, I'm just your opponent. She decked the strongest student in the school. I think we're done here. Great. Mirio cheered and let his body go limp. Then he glanced back up at her. Wanna go get food? Yeah. She was starving. So, Mirio started with a mouthful of food. A bit of rice stuck to his cheek while he looked at her. Why do you think only some of your magic worked on me? Izumi looked at her own massive portion and shrugged before taking in a large bite of her own food and swallowing it. I don't know. Maybe it's because force isn't really a thing and is more like a force. Mirio finished for her. He paused, stopping to pound his chest before he grabbed his drink and took a sip. Pisha. He gasped and then sighed. Stuff like gravity still affects me while I'm using my quirk, so maybe your force is a force like gravity. Izumi blinked and tilted her head while she slowly chewed a bit of meat that was just a bit on the gummy side. That makes more sense than my guess, which is, quirks are bullshit. And mine is an extra helping of bullshit with some needless complexity on the side. Mirio let out a laugh and slammed his hand down onto the table. I like that answer more. Izumi gave a great big smile, in part because she was enjoying Mirio's company, but mostly because of who she saw coming up from behind her senpai. Tall, dark, leggy, and with some of the best BBs Izumi had ever seen. Her lovely, very attentive and super duper amazing girlfriend Momo. Izumi all but bounced in her seat and made room for Momo to sit down next to her. And here I was nervous that I had a lot of food. Momo laughed and placed her stacked tray of food on the table where it all but merged with Izumi's and Mirio's already impressive spread. If anybody glanced their way, they might assume they just sat down at the buffet and started pigging out. Momo glanced towards Mirio and nodded. I take it you're the senpai she won against because he didn't want to get naked? Mirio blinked and then glanced towards Izumi before letting out another laugh. I suppose I am. I'm Mirio Tagata. It's a pleasure to meet you. Izumi spoke a lot about you. He then held his hand up in apologies and lowered his head. Also, I'm afraid I broke your gift. Gift? Momo raised an eyebrow and glanced towards Izumi. What gift? My broom. The one you gave me this morning. I made you that one because you broke one yesterday during practice. So, it was still a gift from you and something I should treasure. Momo let out a sigh that made her blush look all the more cute. While Izumi understood why Momo didn't want public displays of affection at school, it was so hard not to start gushing and showering her girlfriend with all the affection she could muster. Well, I'm sure you'll be happy to know that I'm working on an actual gift for you. Really? Izumi gasped and licked the rice from her cheek. What is it? What's it for? Well, it's more a practical gift, and something I've been thinking of for a while. But if you want it to be for something, you can say it's for passing your exam. Momo paused and glanced towards Mirio. She did pass, right? Mirio shrugged with his whole body. I don't know. I wasn't the one evaluating her, but if I was, she would have. Oh, Izumi snapped her finger and pointed to Momo, her finger glowing for a moment. What about you? How was your exam? A slight frown crossed Momo's face before she shrugged. I think I passed, but I don't feel like I really did anything. I was paired with Inasa against Aizawa-sensei, and in the end, all I did was make a couple of flashbangs to blind him while Inasa did all the hard work. Mirio hummed and drummed his fingers over the table. Aizawa-sensei is tricky, and it sounds like you were able to pass precisely because of your abilities. Yeah, but still, it was Inasa that kept Aizawa up in the air and forced him to concede. Screw the no PDA rule. Izumi hugged her girlfriend as best she could, all but squishing their bodies together and nuzzling Momo's shoulder. Yeah, I bet you did awesome. Don't be so down on yourself. I bet Inasa would say that he couldn't do it without you. He already did. Momo sighed and patted Izumi on the head, a light tinge gracing her cheeks. But still, I don't know. A tray slamming down onto the table alerted them to Itsuka joining the table. Well, I'm glad you all are having a good time. Izumi slowly let go of Momo and looked across at Itsuka, who was looking several degrees worse for wear. Did something happen? Izumi had never seen someone open split their chopsticks with quite as much anger before. Oh, something happened all right. Did you get rejected? Izumi asked. Again, Momo casually went in for the coup de grace and then promptly slapped her hand over her mouth. Sorry, that just came out. Itsuka's smile held nothing but rage as she stirred her rice. She then pointed a rice-covered pair of chopsticks at Momo and glared. I know where you sleep. Okay, but what happened? Izumi bounced in her seat. There's no way you failed, right? Oh, I passed, but I'm not happy about it. Itsuka growled and took a massive bite of her food. Because somebody, Itsuka directed her glare towards Izumi, had to be special and get tested alone. That meant that I had to be tested with 2 other people. Oh, Izumi sucked on her bottom lip. You got stuck with Nito, didn't you? And Yostsu. That doesn't seem too bad. Nito copied both our quirks and ended up welding both himself and Yostsu to a car. And I had to push a car with both of them attached to it while our sensei just laughed. Mirio stifled a laugh. Momo just smiled and looked towards her own food. Suddenly I feel much better about my test. I'm glad I could help. Itsuka grumbled into her own food. There was relative silence for a few moments. Of their usual group, only Inasa and Setsuna were missing, but they were likely eating alone somewhere. Or as alone as one could eat at UA. Then came Nejire to break that silence. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Nejire floated towards the table with no tray of food to be seen. Her feet touched the ground for half a moment before she was floating again. Hey, Mirio, why are you here? What gives? Hi, Nejire. Itsuka waved. Oh, hi, Itsuka. Nejire waved back quickly before her attention was right back towards Mirio. I was Izumi's test. And we're allowed to come here for lunch early. Mirio leaned back in his seat and smiled. What? No fair. I wanted to go up against Izumi. We could have had a race and gone Niom, and she would have tried to shoot me with her zaps and I would have been like, boom and stuff. Nejire gave a cute pout that had her brows furrowed. Why do you get to do all the fun stuff? Mirio just shrugged. Don't be mean like that, Mirio. All I get to do is be the messenger for Nezu. Nejire placed both hands on her hips and looked towards Izumi, her face instantly lightening up. Oh, by the way, Izumi, Nezu wants to talk to you before class. When I asked what for, he just said it was a super duper secret for you, which I think means he's going to give you something about your quirk or something. He is helping you with it, right? He sounded super duper happy about it. Nezu wanted to see her. That was great. That meant more new runes. What would she get this time? This felt like when she did super good in a video game and got a new ability or something for beating a super hard boss. Her quirk was great. Awesome. She stood and started to grab her tray before Momo stopped her with a light tug. After school, can you meet me near the support department? Momo asked with a sweet tone to her voice. Why? Izumi tilted her head and blinked. Why can't we meet where we normally meet? This will make things easier for your present. New runes from Nezu and a present from Momo. The only way this day could be better is if Momo also said they were going on a trip to a tropical island. I'll look forward to it. Izumi gave a quick peck to Momo's cheek and darted off before she could get scolded for PDA. Every time she went into Nezu's office, she half expected there to be smoke, dim lighting, and a crystal ball or something. It was like she was going to some grand wizard for training or something. She mostly blamed all the wizard and witch stuff that she and Momo watched. That, and the fact that her hero name was Merlin and she was basically a witch really didn't help things. Also, Nezu was a bear rat hamster thing and that just screamed magical familiar or something. Nezu-sensei. Izumi bounced into his office with one hand extended up into the air. I'm here. Nezu looked up from his desk. His suit was undone slightly, and he looked crazy. Well, more crazy than normal. Ah, Izumi. Good, you're here. I had a breakthrough. What? She skipped over and saw that his notes on her quirk's language were all scattered over the desk. Much of it was gibberish, highlighting various parts of individual runes in an attempt to decipher them. What'd you find out? And are you okay? Oh yes. Nezu gave a cackle. I'm more than fine. You see, I had an epiphany while I was testing some students. There's something about tormenting youth that just gets my brain buzzing. Those poor souls. Or it could be the extra strong coffee I had today. But I like to think it's the torture. Nezu smiled up at her for a moment before looking down at the papers again. They failed, by the way. How? I had a really big crane. It was fun. After a moment of contemplating that alarming mental image, Izumi remembered why she was here. So, what's the breakthrough? Nezu gave a short laugh. Ever to the point. That's why I enjoy working with you, Izumi. But, tell me, what do you understand about your own quirk? Ooh, I draw symbols in the air using my fingers, and if I have a broom or a stick or something I can instead channel it through that. If I draw symbols in the right order, I can do something, but it drains my stamina a lot, which is why I swim a lot. Izumi blinked. Do I need to go into more detail about individual spells? No, nothing like that. Nezu flipped his paw and kept looking at the papers carefully, stepping as he twisted and turned to get a better view. Now then, what do you know about language? I can speak Japanese. I mean, what makes up a language? Nezu stopped and looked at her, his small black eyes glimmering with anticipation. Written, if you would. Ooh, well, for Japanese there's kanji, hiragana, and katakana. Exactly, and what are kanji? Why am I getting the language lesson? Because your quirk is a language. Izumi huffed. Well, kanji are words or concepts. Exactly, much like how your runes are words. Nezu shuffled a few papers and pulled an ink-stained sheet off of a stack. And what do we do with words? Talk. Really? Do we talk one word at a time? Not one after another. No, we make sentences, right? If I could snap my fingers, I could. Nezu nodded and held up the sheet. And what happens when you put a bunch of related sentences together? You get a para. Nezu turned the paper towards her, and Izumi understood what he was getting on about. If her individual runes were words, then her actual spells were sentences. And, if I combine a bunch of spells at once, I'll have a spell paragraph. I believe rituals are an adept description. Nezu nodded and beamed while tapping on the paper he had given her. This is the only ritual I could come up with in such short notice, but I believe it should work. Izumi stared at the 16-rune-long spell and pondered for a moment. I don't think I can actually do this and have it be effective. And it's a lot to memorize all at once. True, but that's only if you're only using your hands and arms. You've said it yourself that you can draw bigger spells using your arms than with your fingers, right? So what? Am I supposed to draw with my body? Izumi asked, raising an eyebrow. It sounded super neat, and this looked like a great ability. How's that work? Dance? Nezu said firmly. Dance? Izumi asked. Dance? Oh, okay. She was so distracted by her meeting with Nezu that Izumi nearly forgot that she was supposed to meet Momo in front of the support department. She only remembered because her broom was broken, and the fact that Momo wasn't at their usual spot. Which, really, why couldn't they just meet there and then go to the support department? It made zero sense. Or maybe it did. That depended on what her present was. Wait, was she a bad girlfriend? Izumi paused and held her head while wandering down the UA. Always, Momo was giving her stuff for no reason. But she hadn't given Momo anything in return. But it wasn't like she knew what she could even give Momo. Momo was rich, so she could basically just buy anything. And she had a quirk that made it so that she could make anything too. What was something that only she could give Momo? Orgasm. What? Izumi learned that she could fly without her broom as she jumped in surprise. Her cheeks felt like they were on fire as she stared at the upperclassmen that picked the absolute worst time to walk past her. Actually, it was her that had walked past them. But that didn't change the fact that her mouth said something that it shouldn't have. Stupid brain. Keep thoughts inside. Ooh, nothing. She squeaked and darted down the hallway. Why was that guy's chin so effing big? Was that his quirk? Chin-based quirks were nothing to sneeze at. Just like the old Canadian hero Crimson Chin. Shame he went crazy a few years ago. And was currently in an insane asylum. But that didn't matter. Momo, her gift, brain was fried. Maybe there was some kind of a magic spell or something she could make for Momo. Nezu's idea for rituals sounded like she'd have pretty good control for making something really awesome. Maybe a romantic light show. Oh wait, she had to learn to dance too, so maybe a sexy dance light show thingy. Was that something Momo wanted? Duh, why did her girlfriend have to basically be perfect already? The heavy metal door to the development lab was blasted off its hinges, and a thick black smoke billowed out of the room. Izumi stared in shock for half a moment, then panic set in as she remembered that was where Momo was. Momo, what? A cough accompanied the buzzing of a fan as Momo emerged from the smoke-filled room with a fire extinguisher in one hand and a fan half created on her shoulder. Izumi's panic and worry was replaced by the discovery of a new and rare form of her girlfriend, black tank top, thick work gloves, and the UA gym shirt wrapped around her waist. Momo looked good, especially with the bit of grease on her cheek. Izumi smiled dumbly and waved. Hi. Momo blushed and shook her head. Don't look at me like that, you dork. A grunt came from the smoking door, and a pink-haired girl with some really nice BBs pushed her way up from the ground and dusted her outfit off. She glanced back at Momo and gave a thumbs up. You were right. That compound was unstable. Now come on. I want to test the next one. Didn't she just explode though? May. Momo shrieked. You just exploded. And besides, Izumi's here. Oh yeah, her name was May. The cute pink-haired girl that had nice BBs. Wow, how long had she been a lesbian and not been aware of it? Probably since she saw Kuro-sensei in a swimsuit. Or was it before that? Who? May asked and spun when Momo pointed. Though, you're the magic girl. May bounced and pointed. Ooh, Izuku. Her name is Izumi. Momo sighed and pinched her nose. I was close. Ooh, Izumi tilted her head looking at the two. Momo looked to be at her wit's end and looked like she was in desperate need for a lap pillow or some aggressive cuddling. And May looked like she was completely unaware of everything around her. What's going on? We're making babies, May cheered, standing on one foot for a long time. Momo here has an amazing quirk that lets her create any material I need, including theoretical ones. It's been so much fun working with her. Oh wait, you're her girlfriend, right? Help me convince her that she should switch to the support department and be my full-time lab assistant. Not going to happen. Momo pawed at the back of her cheek, spreading a bit more of that black grease. It only made her look cuter. Oh, Izumi placed both hands behind her back and kicked the ground. But you look sexy as a mechanic. There you go. May cheered and grabbed Momo's arm. Girlfriend approval. Izumi. Momo shrieked. Don't encourage her. Especially when I'm doing this for you. Huh. Oh right. May spun again. The thing. Izumi shook her head and looked at the two weirdos. Again, huh. May zoomed right in front of her, still holding onto Momo's arm before she grabbed Izumi's hand and pulled both of them through the smoke and into the workshop once more. There, in a flurry of concussion gadgets and machines making noises that they probably shouldn't, Izumi was presented with the thing. And the thing was, it's a broom. Izumi looked at the completely normal-looking broom that was being held up on the pedestal like it was some holy relic. Don't get me wrong. I needed a new one, but that's just the paint job. Mei swatted Izumi's hand away from the broom before moving to touch it like it was some lost puppy that she had just found. And this isn't just some broom. This is my baby, and it is the best broom you'll ever have. It did look like it was a nice broom, to be fair. The wood looked like it was nice and solid while being the perfect size for her hand, and the brush at the end was dyed a deep black. Furthermore, the handle at the end was elongated and slanted, giving a wide surface for her to use her quirk with. Mei, Momo warned as she stepped towards the broom. I had you make this for Izumi, please give it to her. But she won't appreciate it. Mei whined. Do you have any idea how much work I put into this baby? Yes, I was there. You were. Momo looked ready to scream. Yes, now please, tell Izumi what it can do so she can appreciate it. Mei made a noise that could only be described as gremlin-like. Fine. You there, magical girl? Yes. Izumi stood at attention, shifting her gaze between Momo and Mei. Pay attention, because this baby is one of a kind, so you better not break it. Mei glanced down at the broom for a moment, her brow furrowing. Wait, if you break it I'd be able to get Momo to make me more stuff, and I'd get to build another one. A better one. Momo groaned. Okay, I get it, the broom is amazing. What does it do? Oh, right, so. Mei held the broom up to Izumi and smiled brightly. Basically, despite the fact that this looks like it's a basic broom, this is actually made out of an experimental metal alloy that those jerks on my island haven't even been able to make yet. Jerks. My whole family is banned, Mei said in a far too chipper voice. But not only is this metal lightweight and just the best thing in the world to work with, it's virtually indestructible unless you're going up against some FY quirk or something. So it won't break. That's great. She reached out for the broom only to have it be snatched away from her. We're not done. We're not. Nope. It does things. Mei held the broom towards her again and pointed towards the black brush at the end. Because of how your quirk works, I spend a lot of time on the individual fibers, which are again, basically something that no one else in the world can make besides your girlfriend. Izumi looked towards Momo and felt a great deal of understanding. She had an amazing girlfriend. So, with a quick twist here, Mei grabbed some nearly invisible part of the broom and gave it a twist. It sends a signal down the broom and causes the bristles to. There was the noise like a sword being drawn, and the bristles switched from looking like a broom to looking like a giant paintbrush. They made the same motion again, and the brush switched again, turning into a spear, then again into 3 even rods. There were over a dozen variations, and each one had a clear purpose as a more precise and even way to channel her quirk through. Each and every single one of these fibers are made of a ferrofluid-like substance that responds to magnets inside the broom. They won't break, and they'll always return to whatever shape you need. This should make it so I'm always getting 100% out of it when I use my quirk. Mei nodded vigorously and pushed the broom towards her. Izumi took it for the first time, and it felt like it weighed next to nothing. The lack of weight meant she could control it easier with her spell, and she'd also be faster with it. The top can also be adjusted, allowing you to set its angle and length in a similar way, which I'm told will give you even more control with the power level of your quirk. Wow, this thing does everything. Next thing you're going to tell me it has a cup holder. Izumi held her new broom in both hands and twirled it around effortlessly. It was so light, and it felt so sturdy. This is amazing. Thanks, Momo. And thank you, Mei. No problem. Mei gave a thumbs up. Now hurry up and go break it so I can get your girlfriend to make me more experimental materials. No way. Izumi hugged her broom. This was a gift from Momo. I'm never going to break it even if I use it every day. You're not fun. No, I'm lots of fun. She is. Momo nodded and then bowed towards Mei. Thank you for helping me with this, Mei. Huh, you two are still here. So, Izumi held out her new broom at hip height and gestured towards it with a great big smile on her face. You want to take this baby for a test drive with me? Momo stared at the broom for a moment and sighed. I'd love to, but right now, I want nothing more than to go home, take a shower, eat a lot of food, and fall asleep watching a movie. Can I be there? Izumi asked, hopping up and down like an excited puppy. God, Momo just loved her so much. It made all that testing with Mei worth it. And now Izumi had a one-of-a-kind broom that wouldn't break, or would be a lot harder to break. When are you not? Momo smiled and felt her cheeks warm. She glanced around the campus and took a step closer to Izumi when the coast was clear. She gave her girlfriend the quickest of smooches. I'm claiming your thighs as my pillow tonight. Izumi giggled and squirmed under that kiss. Yeah, let's celebrate passing our finals and get ready for our summer vacation. Oh, and that summer camp thing. Summer vacation. Momo blinked and stared at Izumi. Her desire to dress Izumi up in various outfits was borderline a fetish, and while she was used to seeing Izumi wearing competition swimsuits and enjoyed that sight immensely, there was a distinct lack of bikinis in their life. We should go bikini shopping. Izumi let out a squeal. That means we'll have to go to the beach too. Momo hummed and grabbed Izumi's hand. You know I'm a jealous girlfriend, right? I might just want to keep you all to myself if you're wearing a bikini. Well, I mean, you can help me put it on. Izumi's face turned a bright red as she squeezed Momo's hand hard. In a whisper of a voice, she said her off. Izumi was many things: talented, energetic, heroic, caring, dense, a loving girlfriend, beautiful, and hot as hell, but none of that was helping her dance, and that was the best possible way to level up her already formidable quirk. For most heroes, training their quirk just meant improving the basic parameters of their quirks and reducing the downside. For Momo, that meant increasing the amount of energy her cells could store and convert while trying to come up with creative moves and uses for her quirk. Most heroes didn't have the next step of their development already planned out for them. Sure, they would train super moves or other techniques, but those weren't the same as what Izumi was doing. There was a common misconception about Momo's own quirk creation that her teachers, a few pro heroes, and even Momo herself at one point had about her quirk, and that she would be able to create more just by getting fat. The truth was both a blessing and a curse. Her fat cells were different because of her quirk. They didn't so much as store fat as they stored matter as energy. Like many quirks, it tended to treat the laws of physics as more of a suggestion. This meant that actually putting on weight was incredibly difficult, so she had to instead train her cells to store more and react quicker. At least, that was what a recent UA medical exam had told her, which was why her own quirk training consisted of stuffing her face and making random objects. Though, right now, she was far less concerned with her own training, instead just electing to snack a bit while she watched Izumi trip over her own 2 feet. Even though the next step of Izumi's development was clear as could be, that did not make the task any easier. The complicated hand and finger gestures that made up Izumi's quirk were now being applied to her whole body, forcing her to create a precise dance that could literally end with an explosion if she did it incorrectly. Whack! Which, with how often Izumi was tripping on her own feet, was bound to happen eventually. Most people would have stopped hours ago, but Izumi possessed a certain kind of stubbornness that for Momo was both a headache and a charm. With a happy sigh, Momo walked across the UA gym and stared down at her girlfriend. "You doing okay?" Izumi gave a great big pout that looked completely adorable on her, if it wasn't for the fact that Izumi was currently drenched in sweat to the point that her sports bra, a hero in its own right, could be seen through her white workout shirt. Even her normally straight and crisp hair was starting to curl under the pressure and moisture. "No," Izumi kicked her feet up. "My feet hurt. My legs feel like jello. I think I'm developing a rash to the pads," and more importantly, Izumi placed both hands on her own chest, which, thanks to the resilience of the sports bra, looked far more compact than normal. "My BBs hurt." Momo couldn't help but laugh at that last bit as she extended a hand down towards Izumi. Izumi grabbed it and nearly pulled Momo down to the ground before they both stood on the cushioned mat. "Maybe we should try a different approach." "Like what?" Izumi ran a hand through her long hair, cringing at the many knots that had developed in her hair. "I feel like I haven't made any progress with this." She pointed towards the board that had Nezu's eldritch scribbles posted on it. Apparently, that was the dance Izumi was supposed to do. "Like, I get what I'm supposed to do, but like," Izumi flailed her hands about. Her quirk activated, and she cast a quick spell that bathed both of them in a cool breeze. "It takes a lot of practice to memorize that stuff with just my hands and arms, but with my whole body, that's just, well, I might actually have an idea for that." Momo offered with a wink as she grabbed Izumi's hand and brought it up to her lips. She kissed Izumi's knuckle softly, her cheeks feeling a bit of sting as she was vaguely aware that there might be others in the gym that might have some opinions on their relationship. While they weren't trying to keep it a secret, public displays of affection weren't exactly on the agenda. "Why don't we learn how to dance first?" Izumi was smart, but sometimes she could be really stupid. Momo sighed. "I mean, do you know how to dance?" "I can wiggle." Izumi blinked and looked at Momo with wide eyes. "Wait, you said we, right?" "Yes, we can call it a date and..." "Oh." Izumi grabbed both of Momo's hands and her eyes were sparkling like she had just thought of the best thing ever, or seen Momo with one or less layers of clothing on. "Wait, we can get Setsuna, Nejire, and Itsuka to come too. It'll be so much fun." "Momo, have I ever told you, you're like the smartest person I know?" Momo sighed and watched Izumi skip over to their bags, eager to dig for their phone. "And you're the densest I know," Momo muttered to herself before she smiled. Izumi was fully capable of thinking romantically, and could do amazing heartfelt gestures from time to time, but there were times when flirting with her was like trying to flirt with a brick wall. And they were both stacked, so it made sense. That was a bad joke. Momo shook her head and chased after Izumi. "That sounds like a lot of fun. Izumi, why don't you see if they have any good ideas on what class to take?" "On it." There would be plenty of time for one-on-one time with Izumi soon enough. Their summer was practically full of it. First there was Island, which pretty much meant that they'd be sharing a room for a full week. Then there were a few planned trips to the beach, as well as Izumi's birthday party. Plus, in previous summers, Izumi had more or less just stayed with Momo full-time. "Do you have any ideas?" Izumi bounced up, phone still in her hand. She winced slightly as she ran a finger along the strap of her sports bra. Momo smiled and struck a dancing pose. one arm holding an imaginary partner while the other was wrapped around their hand. She had been trained to dance with a taller partner, but she could adjust towards Izumi's height. I was taught how to waltz when I was a kid. Well, that's super fancy, but do you think it will? Izumi's phone buzzed several times in quick succession, and she took a glance and saw their super hot babes plus an Asa group chat scrolling super fast. From her own bag, Momo heard her phone vibrating as well, and it wasn't stopping. Oh, Nejire and Setsuna responded with a bunch of hearts and other emojis. So I think they're down. Itsuka says she's down, and Asa said to have fun. And now Setsuna is saying he's joining in. And Izumi blinked at her phone and then looked at Momo, and then looked at her phone. Sometimes, I'm not sure if I should punch Nejire or kiss her. Honestly, Momo felt the same for Izumi and Nejire. Fortunately, she had infinite free kisses for Izumi, and butt slaps might even be on the table as well. What's she saying? Well, ooh, oh god, Setsuna's so into it. Wait, Itsuka agreed. Oh god, I feel sorry for Inasa. Izumi muttered as Momo's phone continued to explode in her bag. After a moment, Izumi extended her phone towards Momo with Nejire's message dead center. Nejire-chan. Pole dancing. Nejire-chan. Think about it. Izumi needs to learn how to dance with her broom, Suo. Momo stared at the message for a long moment. She didn't want to give Nejire the credit, but she's kind of right. So you agree. Izumi's face lit up and she grabbed Momo's hands. This is going to be so much fun. What on earth was she doing here? Itsuka looked around the classroom. Most of the walls were mirrors, allowing her to make awkward eye contact with literally every single person in the room without even trying. A dozen or so poles were all evenly spaced through the room with a meter-wide circle of pad at the base of each one. Most of the poles were occupied by some of the hottest girls she'd ever seen, and they were all wearing the same basic workout gear that left their stomachs exposed. It didn't help that Nejire was currently wearing a matching light blue workout ensemble that was catching Itsuka's eye hard. Then there was Izumi and Momo who, like always, were lost in their own little world. Both of them looked excited, but they had no idea what they were doing. Setsuna hadn't stopped smiling, which left Itsuka feeling like she was by far the most out-of-place person in the room, which was saying something, since she was standing next to the 6-foot-something muscular bald man in an impossibly loose tank top and yoga pants known as an asa. It wasn't like she needed to learn how to dance. It wasn't like she even wanted to learn how to dance, especially not pole dance of all things. So why on earth was she even here? For her friends? Well, yes, kind of. Itsuka glanced in front of her as she watched Nejire bounce around without a care in the world. As important as her friends were, she was pretty sure that she was mostly here for Nejire. She didn't know the when, how, or why, but she was pretty sure that the respect she had for her senpai had developed into something like a crush. It could just be that in their friend group, only she and Nejire were single, but at the same time, she wanted to get closer to Nejire. Alright class. A pair of women walked into the classroom. One was exceptionally tall and had a pair of horns sticking out of her head. The other was Sensei, Izumi asked before Itsuka could even register the other woman. It was Midnight, their art history teacher. Midnight snapped her finger and pointed at the girls before she placed that same finger on her lips, shushing them. I won't tell if you won't. Were they in trouble for being here? It was just a dance class, and they checked for ID. At sign up, they even applied for school credits. Now then, we have some beginners today, so why don't we start with some of the basic movies before we spice things up? Nejire and Setsuna took to the pole like a fish to water. They were effortlessly able to twirl, twist, and spin around on it like it was second nature. Momo spent more time on the mat than actually dancing and had one of the teachers all but hovering over her, while Izumi was just having a great time doing it. Inasa started rough, but quickly got a hang of things. As for Itsuka, she had no idea it would be so fun. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.